Sonia, you'll just see, leave that Girinath Davey and you'll just. So I run a company called Outsourcing, which is a 600 people strong company. Chennai based, chartered accountant, as madam was asking, I am just now less than 30. I also run another company called Diamond Jubilee, which is an NBFC. We went there with a license and we have got a license. It is a fintech based NBFC where we have an app. So this is my introduction. I think, thank you.
I request Pamela ma'am to present Shauna.
Thank you so much. I think it's thank you. Thank you so much. Is my voice audible?
Yes.
Do I need a mic?
No, I think let's go fine. Because we already have a mic, leave it.
It is audible.
Yes,
Okay. Good, okay. So probably we have around 15 and 20 odd people now. You have all been here for a day and ago. Hope you would have all networked or introduced each other. My day is very simple. Myself, Giri, and you can stop me anywhere in this next 2 hours, or probably I don't know what is the time that they are going to allocate to me. Anything that you need clarifications, you can stop. Presentation can be shared anytime. And if you guys find time, you can also go and have a look at the presentation at any given point in time. So do not worry about the presentation. It is only that next 1 hour, 45 minutes or 2 hours, my core understanding of what I am supposed to do here is that my requirement is to introduce you to outsourcing. So most of you, everyone are into either practice, few are from the industry, few are from consulting and all that. My ideology is that you all would be already knowing outsourcing. My ideology is that please for me, leave your thoughts right outside the door and just focus on 1 hour, 45 minutes or 2 hours on what I am trying to communicate. So we are all from CA fraternity, and most of you all know that we have a lot of chartered accountants talent pool in India. And we are now in a cycle where there are possibilities that a new chartered accountant, if not rightly upskilled, might face an employment challenge. Or he might not end up doing the thing that he might like. So this is a problem. Still a happy problem to have. Now let us look at the global context of this problem. The global context is that you have a young population, you have an old population. When I say an old population, someone who is into core practice for 15 years, 20 years, 30 years. They all want to elevate themselves to the next level in terms of by purchasing more and more practices or by getting newer clients. But the problem that they have is that they do not find people on the managerial set, or they do not find people on the operational set. Basically in the pyramid, there is a lot of demand and supply on the middle and the last layer. Skill sets or the resources are not available. This is on the global side, on the old population. Now let us look at the young population on the global side. And when I say global side, it is outside Asia. Okay? The context that we all have to understand is that post-COVID or even before COVID, the younger population do not want to take stuff like accounting or any kind of compliances seriously. More relaxed, they don't want to take up any higher education. They're more into like, I'll do blogging, I'll do video, I'll do all content creation, all the fancy stuff, which might be a good career or which might not be a good career. But that is where most of, or probably few people would like to take their careers into technology alone. Or they have a very natural progression of a decline in skilled resources because they are not focusing too much on education. Whilst in India, we have always been focused and we want our kids and we want ourselves to be always one step ahead of the competition. So you have a problem on the old side, you have a problem on the end side. The commonality between these two is that there's a skilled resource shortage. This skilled resource shortage is not just in one country. It's in Australia, it's in Canada, it's in US, it's in France, it's in Germany, it's in South Africa. You can name any of the Western country. This skilled resource shortage is at a peak. And this is one of the typical visionary problems that institute has picked up. It is not that this problem all of a sudden it was just identified. No. This problem has been there from 2010. Since COVID, this problem has skyrocketed. That is the whole point. And that is where institute in the year 2022, probably not just SIRC, even at the India level, we are trying to make or position our chartered accountants as global accountants. Not just doing the tax and compliances, not just for India. I am sure most of you know that we can do compliances for Bhutan, Nepal, and bits of Sri Lanka as well. I hope everyone is aware of that. Now we are trying to position ourselves at a global stage. So what we are trying to solve? We are not trying to go and say that I will take up CPA's job, you give me all the tax returns, I will do it from here. No, that is going to be a bullshit. Then someone like Elon Musk and Trump will come and say that you guys are snatching this thing away also from us. We are not trying to do that. We are trying to say that the room is for 80 people, only 30 people are there, 50 people, that's a shortage. I am not trying to come and say that I will pass in that 50 people. I am just coming to say that there is a shortfall, let me help you. That is the core objective of this problem solving exercise. This is being done at the various institutes, right from your central, I don't know what we call it, CARC, I don't know, central institute to your regional institutes like SIRC, WRC and all that. Central institute has launched a course called Outsourcing Opportunities or something like that. Too sorry, I am a faculty of that from the first batch to your attended that. Was it good? Because they are going to determine how everyone is going to look at me. So
yeah, the structure was good, faculties were good. Here and there were gaps, but fine.
But do you remember me? Oh, thank you so much. Which batch?
Second batch.
Second batch, valuation. Good. Institute at the central level, what they are trying to do is that they are trying to say that I am not going to give you a certificate which will ensure you go and take up job of a CPA. No, that is not going to be the objective at all. If you are joining for that, then you are just wasting money. Central Institute's objective is that there is an opportunity. I am just showing you a kind of a domain. This is just an introduction of what are the services that you can do. Clear? So this is what Central Institute is doing, and they are doing it through a course. I think at SIRC what they are trying to do is that Central Institute is doing something, let us amplify the efforts. So in these kind of conferences, they are just trying to amplify the efforts by asking or introducing people that, you know what, you are just kind of fighting amongst yourself for getting a client who is not ready to pay you a 50,000. Why don't you go and hit out at the larger market, which is a bit more price non-sensitive market to some extent. I will not say that everyone you quote anything and you get it. No, that's not what I'm trying to say. Slightly people value money there, people value services. So price sensitivity is also not one of the major forces of outsourcing. This is the overall context with which we will go into this slide presentation and all that. One thing I just wanted to let you guys know is that we started Axos in 2008. I joined Axos in 2019. So when I joined Axos, we were at around 95 people. Today we are at 610 people. Our outsourcing is not like a typical contract-based outsourcing. No, we don't do that. Our outsourcing is more that we cater to accounting professionals, audit professionals, mortgage brokers, financial planners, paralegal experts, etc., etc. We don't focus a lot into bookkeeping. 610 people with 60 or 65 people on bench. We have a client size of around 500 plus, spread across in Australia, US, UK, Canada markets. Okay, so one typical client might be like an accounting professional who is into a $1 or $2 million practice with 2 FTE maximum or 3 FTE maximum. So we are into typically the MSME segment of accounting. It is not like we are catering to battery boys or people or the big of the big names. Those people will indirectly already have a GCC set up in India. Okay, so we are not catering that. Many people ask that then why are you trying to give it back to the society in terms of taking a class? The logical answer is that for us from 2008 to 2019, for us to reach 95 people, there are too many pitfalls for us. We are not saying that we have done the best. Probably we will say that we have not done the best. We are just trying to say that we have gone the hard way. You also don't go the hard way. Take the best from the mistakes that we have done. So that is the only point of us giving back to the society at large in this kind of forums. So this is what is the presentation and all the context about. Anyone has any doubts or your views on the context?
Why you are not concentrating on bookkeeping?
It's not that we are not concentrating on bookkeeping.
Why is it not?
I'll answer that question. See, when it comes to bookkeeping, you would be ending up doing things like Capgemini, Accenture, and people like that. Whereby you might be going and taking out something like a Mundi Pharma or a company like that, whereby it's a 50 resource, 100 resource. If something like that comes, we are happy to take it. But we are not concentrating on that. Reason is that our philosophy is to reach out to accounting professionals, audit professionals, paralegals, and technical supports.
So apart from that, what is it that the core support you are giving to the project? Apart from bookkeeping, tax filings or?
Exactly, tax filing, financial statements preparation, valuation services, a bit of payroll processing, and all the other stuff, MIS reporting, etc., etc. So we majorly are into accounting and audit professionals are our target market. So we will slightly go myself, and probably these are the 6 major topics or modules that I wanted to cover. Good. People at the last, Sonia, are you able to see?
Yes.
Good. So these are major 6 modules that I wanted to cover, of which introduction is just like an 2-pager, nothing, it is not going to add much of value. Scope and opportunities, the point that we are trying to drive in the scope and opportunities is that introduce you all into in terms of the various services that is available. It could be your taxation, it could be your financial statements, it could be valuation, it could be payroll, it could be software migration, etc., etc. And what are the new areas that, if you are starting, what are the new areas that you can launch upon? And then we will go to the outsourcing process, which is your module 3. Basically, there are 4 types of outsourcing. We can all name it in all different ways, but we can kind of stratify into 4 major. Insourcing, outsourcing, job by job, BOT. So we will look at all these processes, what are the challenges, what are the ways in which you can mitigate these challenges, we will look at that in this module. Bottlenecks and challenges is what I was saying that. What are the challenges, what are the cultural differences that we have, what are the time differences that we have, the way we can circumvent the differences and make it into more into an opportunity. Skill sets, be it leadership skill sets, communication skill sets, soft skills, what are the things that an entrepreneur, because if you are starting this business, you will have to shed a tone of auditor in you or a compliance expert in you and take up a tone of an entrepreneur, which is different. You know what auditors or accountants are known for?
Watchdogs.
Watchdogs, okay, something a bit more subtle. Watchdog is a very, very aggressive term.
Only back end for post-mortem exercise, whereas they don't add any proactive value to the businessman.
So, in a one word, if you have to define us, we are all called conservatives.
Yes.
Like, see, now 5 or 6 people are able to say an yes. That means it is there that we all resonate that, we are not conservative. See, it is in business, you can never run a business to say that I would receive money before in hand, before even I produce my good. நீ எனக்கு காசு கொடுத்தானா நான் பொருளே ப்ரொடியூஸ் பண்ண முடியாது. I'm just taking Tamil for much more clarity here. I can talk in English on these lines as well, just to say that I cannot run a business saying that I will get my money first and then I will start producing, or I will say that I will put my shop floor itself only after getting money. This kind of risk awareness cannot be there. Business means risk, risk means reward. So if we are taking an outsourcing or any kind of this kind of services, leave your conservativeness at your doorstep. Come or play the act of an entrepreneur. A bit of risk is where a bit of reward will come. Then we will talk about approaching potential clients and partners. So first 5 is where Institute told me to talk. 6th one is the general public's usual request. How do I find the first client? No one can tell you that answer. It is not like an Vadigal comedy of saying that inge iruklama, Dubai iruklam, polama. It's not that way. It never works that way. We can only put out the best practices. It might work for you, it might work for Sonia, it might work for Rashmi, it might not work for Lakshmi at all. We don't know. Best practices are the ones that have been streamlined, rigorous, reviewed by the wise man, but that might also change with influence of time. We don't know. So we will look at what are the best practices. So with this we will go to the introduction. So go ahead.
I'll take it on.
So scope of outsourcing, emerging trends, key geographies. Can we all guess who could be a potential threat from a geography perspective, at a country level perspective, who is a competitor to India? No, let's start from outsourcing perspective. China is not. Malaysia is too small. Philippines. Who's in Canada? Canada is like, they have huge landmass. They don't know what to do. They are just outsourcing everything to India. They are even outsourcing the best thing that a human can do. They are importing the labor also from India. So Canada is never the case. Philippines is the biggest threat from a geographical country perspective. From a competition, if I say that 4 out of 10 outsourcing jobs land to India, 2 out of 10 land to Philippines.
So, do they have so much?
You will have to Google out. They have a good population, they have a good English speaking skill sets. They are a Christian country. They are also strategically located in the other pockets of the world. we are strategically located to UK. We are slightly at a disadvantage from US perspective. Eastern is still okay, Western is not okay with us. Philippines is okay with the Western US. They are slightly okay from Europe perspective because they see them more as an brother from a different mother kind of stuff. Singapore, Malaysia, Australia, they are all completely comfortable with Philippines because they are just their next door neighbor. From Australia, you take a flight, 1.5 hours you be to Philippines. It might take, 2.5 hours you might be to Philippines. It will take around 8 hours to India. So Philippines is one major market that we all need to be aware of, and they have a very good English-speaking population, which is a very big advantage. So again, skill sets, strategies, introduction I told not much, we are not going to take much time here. We'll just quickly go to scope and opportunities. So what do you guys think that could be a possibility or an opportunity from an outsourcing perspective? Bookkeeping, let's leave it aside, that's one avenue. What are the other things do you think would be a possibility?
Taxation. MIS.
Taxation, good. MIS, beautiful. Next.
Payroll processing.
All kinds of processing. I have to repair.
Sorry, who said that where to return?
I have to repair. An order to cash. All business
And these are process names. Correct. These are all process names. OTC, P2P, R2R, GL.
H2R, all those.
You are into any BPO company?
Trying hard. If I crack it, I will definitely announce.
See, okay, if you go to any company like Accenture, Capgemini, Shell and all that, there will be one big floor with like 1,000 people seated. There will be like P2P bay, OTC bay. So it is like, if you really go and ask them what is P2P, தெரியாது. So if that more on very lighter sense, they might not know. But P2P is purchase to pay, R2R is revenue to, OTC is order to cash and all that. Fine, these are all process names. What else are possible avenues for us?
One small activity what I am doing is, it's all about only reimbursement. You will be surprised.
I will not be surprised, I have seen bad things.
No, when I entered into the contract, I was wondering what is the value add we are going to do, but it was really amazing. We could simplify their process now, the things are going slow.
I'll say why I will not be surprised. So I'm into this fintech called Diamond Jubilee. Still we don't know why Credit has got a $4 billion valuation when they don't have a business model in place. What else can amaze you? So, real life practical example, someone has got the money, someone has invested that money elsewhere as well. So why has he got that money? We don't know. And where is threat today? We don't know. He's saying that they are purchasing a bank and all that. So business is quite complex. We don't even know where we might get an opportunity. We might don't even know from where we might sprout ourselves up. So for an example, in Axos itself, we started a division called Paralegal. Not that we wanted to start a division called Paralegal. So we don't even know what was paralegal, and we never intended to start any paralegal because on a quarterly basis we do a kind of what are the new geographies with lot of enthusiasm, and we sit down and say that why don't I try African geography, blah blah, lot of things. Suddenly one client came to us and said that you guys are doing this job. For me, he has an 8 FTE business with us. I need one person who is into paralegal. So then we went back and we saw paralegal was nothing. It was just contract drafting, rent agreement drafting, legal partnership drafting, vetting, and at a basic level. When we understood that process, we did the RCA of the process, and now we started that in 2022 December. Today in 2024 December, we have around 17 people working in that paralegal division. It was never in our wildest of dreams that we would start something on the legal side. We have started and it is working well for us. So at least we don't know when that lady luck will come. So whichever way it comes, we'll have to take it. So thank you all. So many of you are aware that lot of things on these bookkeeping, taxation, compliances and all that. Valuation could be one thing, mortgage broking could be other thing. Other than this, there are also newer things that are coming up. Consulting is the most abused word today because everyone says that I am consulting for this, I am consulting for that. That if you are ending up preparing a tax return, they say that I am consulting that company for tax return. You are doing a tax return, that is fine.
Others, creditworthiness?
Sorry?
Creditworthiness?
It's again a business process, so that cannot.
Not exactly.
Not exactly, I can take it back and say that if that works for us, I'll add it, that's it.
So it's not, we're not interested.
We are not doing that, we are not doing that. So other than this, ESG is one important topic and probably we as auditors should also upskill ourselves because probably 2 or 3 decades down the line, everything should be an ESG complaint and that's the way the world is moving forward. Gen AI, there are fewer emerging trends which we all need to be adaptable about. So we will see all this in scope and opportunities. Key areas, this is fine. Key services, majorly whatever we think would be a probable fit is where we have put this all into. Financial statement preparation and schedules, taxation and compliance, payroll management, working capital management, assets management, software migration, valuation services, project management services. You did attend the outsourcing batch. Did all of this resonate to you somewhere? Because they are all different topics in the outsourcing batch.
Yes, yes.
And any kind of a process, let us leave the generosity of the process per se. If we have to put it in a different structure, every kind of a business process outsourcing in the F&A, finance and accounting field would fall into these avenues. Other than these, there are also newer avenues which we will see.
These things we can do for our existing clients in India to start with. That was a key takeaway from my class. Though I did it for global outsourcing, I could pick it up these topics and deliver it for my existing clients in India.
See, obviously you would have had a couple of years of experience in a practice. You are running a practice,
Yes.
correct? Many a times, it is not that we don't know. Everything is just in front of us. Someone has either, you know, like I said, either we don't see that, or even if we see that, we don't perceive that as a business. Or the other extreme thing that can happen is that, or we may be waiting for someone to come and say that you can do this. So these are some of the key things that these courses are not going to teach you something new. We are all chartered accountants, and most of them who are all seated here are more qualified and more experienced than myself on this side. I am not going to teach you anything new. I am just put you across or reintroduce you to what is my view, what is Institute's view, what is this conference view. So thank you again. We can classify all these into any process into these 10 or 8 areas. Having said this, every area will also have fewer nuances which I will run across. So when we say financial statements preparation and schedule, from an outsourcing perspective, are we expecting that I will completely do a financial statement from X to from your in the name of company till you are signing? No, I am not doing that. I am not going to give an opinion. I am not going to sign off anything. The moment we are taking up a signing off procedure or an opinion procedure, we are not in the business of outsourcing. Anyone has any contrary views on this? Or anyone wants to think that, no, why can't I do it?
Why it can add more power to the business, right?
What can
you're signing. No, I'm asking. As a business model.
If you're asking, my answer is no.
Okay. So we'll understand why.
That's what I want to understand. Is there any other contrary view to it?
There is a contractual obligation, so you are just doing.
You cannot contract everything, so if you want, you can also become a CPA. That is, see, no. Let us leave all these kind of discussions and let us go and intellectually a level above. What is stopping us, or why is it important that we do not take up signing, or why we should not take up opinion-based matters? And if you do that, why is that I'm mentioning, or why is that generally agreed that you are not into outsourcing business?
Because we are into outsourcing business, so we can't offer what is expected beyond.
Not necessarily. Fine, that's a fair point. But
Contractual.
other
The risk factor in it? No.
any opinion will have a risk factor. So any further
But
points?
are you qualified to sign something or give opinion?
You can absolutely yourself as qualification.
Qualify.
If you have become a CA, that's the first goes on the year, and you can become a CPA. Australia CPA is just one paper away. New Zealand is like you do CPA Australia, that comes as an free package.
Yes.
Intellectually, one point above is that the moment you start chasing for opinion, or you start doing the opinion or advisory on the signing of matter, you are not concentrating on your core business, which is outsourcing. Just for simplicity case sake, Blue Bay Resort, right? If I become the auditor of Blue Bay Resort, for me, it is only that one client that will bug my time to some extent. A month, a week, 3 days, 2 days, 10 days, I don't know. It will bug my time to that extent. Instead, if I don't concentrate on opinion-based matters, if I concentrate only on process-related matters, I will prepare the financial statements from starting to end, along with the schedules, along with the work papers, along with the draft deliverables. I will share it to the CPA firms. Then it becomes that I can take multiple Blue Bay Resorts as assignments.
Scaling is possible.
Scaling. Because we are trying to do B2B, and we should not be concentrating on B2C. Interest of everyone, one of the major reasons for me to take this is that wanted to share what are the major pitfalls in outsourcing industry and how you can quickly scale up. The first and the foremost is that reach out to those amplifiers and not the end receivers. One business is the end receiver. If you reach out to a CPA practice or a mortgage broker or a financial planner, you are indirectly reaching out to all his clients. Conversion of one business is the same. Whether it's a CPA practice or an end receiver is your choice. So many a times I counseled someone yesterday and they said that, Giri, I have been trying last 1.5 years. You have been trying all your startup companies which is in US. Yes, that is the most logical, they will pay well and all that. I just asked them one thing. You would have spoken the accounting language. They only understand English. What do you think they would have done? They could have gone back to their CPA firms and asked them, can I sign up with them? And the moment they go and ask them, they will be like, it is something like the way Madam was saying. That CPA firm would have done that. Why can't I do this bookkeeping service myself? It was just right in front of them and someone had to take it up. Similarly, so financial statement preparation, financial statements preparations, schedules, disclosures, managing accounts payable, receivable, cash flow forecasting. These are some of the major examples that you can take up in financial statements. Taxation, corporate tax returns, transfer pricing, developing strategies, other tax returns, etc. Slightly this is into consulting. slightly this is into advisory, but this advisory again, your reach out should be to audit firms, accounting firms, people like them, the influencers, and not the end practice, because the time that is required would be the same. And for you, if your reach out is on the practices, then you are cultivating a kind of a process. That process is what will define your business, because we are into business process outsourcing and we are not into advisory. Payroll management, end-to-end payroll, right from your addition, deletion, F&F, your compliances, everything can be done. And today, most of the payroll softwares are kind of self-login based softwares. You don't have to sit down and understand the nitty-gritties of compliances, because if there are complaints related stuff, then there will be a job description or a kind of a memo that is being circulated by your CPA firm or your accounting practitioner. They will also help you out, because ultimately their job is what they are the client facing. You are only facilitating and solving one problem, which is skilled resource shortage. Working capital management, strategies, liquidity management, capital structure analysis, capital investment proposals, asset management, mergers, asset optimization, structuring M&A deals, managing post-merger. In asset management, fixed assets management and portfolio management is also something that we all can take up a lot of opportunities. Fixed asset, right from your fixed asset deletion, maintenance, your depreciation, fixed asset purchase or disposal analysis, etc. Portfolio management, whether to invest, not to invest, what is your beta, all these kind of analysis. These are also some of the major outsourcing opportunities that you can learn upon. Software migration, moving data from one software to another. I'll definitely share you the presentation. Don't worry, I'm just quickly going. I will definitely share the presentation. I'm available on WhatsApp and everything. Data migration, system integration, regulatory compliances, etc. Valuation. We were talking about accounting professionals, audit professionals, mortgage planners, mortgage brokers, financial planners. Another important stream of business is valuation individuals and valuation firms. Can we kind of know how many valuation firms are there in India? Let's assume it is X. Can we look at Australia, US, UK, Canada? Can we know how many valuation firms are there? It is 4x. That is the difference. The valuation exercise is much more critical and much more process oriented outside India. Here the valuation exercise is more regulatory driven. I need to bring in money, I have an FDI requirement, or I have rights issue or something like that. I need to do a valuation. Hardly we find people doing valuation because they really want to understand the intrinsic value of the business. What are they actually achieving? Outside India, it's completely different. They really see business as an individual organization, and they do a lot of valuation as a part and parcel of their business. So valuation and valuation firms are also one of the key outsourcing target clients that you all can focus on. Does anyone have any question here? The possible question that can come up here is that, should I need to be a registered valuer? And all that questions will come. Other than India, most of the other countries, valuation is more a process-oriented exercise. You don't have to really be an Australian to do a certification of valuation. There are a bit of requirements if you are on the signing side, which is not too difficult for us Indian chartered accountants to upskill ourselves. If you go to US, there's an organization called NACPA, National Association of Certified Valuers and Engineers and something like that. It is just one course away. Valuation is one typical industry that you all can launch upon. This project management, budgeting, accounting and cost control, coordination, feasibility studies. Other than that, software implementation itself is a project. Say for example, I think you had mentioned or someone had mentioned about reconciliation, so that itself is a project. So anything on F&A becomes a project, and that project can also be in part and avenue of your business process outsourcing. Anyone wants me to repeat, or anyone wants me to kind of run through any of the slides or any doubts? So emerging trend and niche areas. Why do we think that we need to be in a niche area?
More money.
Perfect. Who was that? Anything new? People don't understand.
Right,
Your
right.
hourly rate is slightly high, and your value proposition becomes much simple. Yeah, right. You will
Niche areas.
easy to penetrate. Sell is a very aggressive word. Easy to penetrate.
Early bird gets its worm, so.
Early more advantage basically. Okay. So some of the areas: ESG, consulting, financial planning, mortgage broking, paralegal, business automation, general AI. I'll just take a minute's break. Can we all know what is actually happening in India? Do we know how many people are working on accounting, outsourcing for audit accounting practices only for a country like Australia? Can we have any guesses? Australia's population is slightly above 3 crores. Overall population, including all kinds of labor.
3 crores in size of any city in Tamil Nadu.
Two times Chennai's population. That's it.
You're asking how much of that work is there?
How much of work is getting outsourced to India only on the accounting and audit profession alone by a tiny country like, okay, but humbleness, they are bigger in size, so like a country like Australia.
Say 40%.
No, let's not put it in percentage terms. 1,000 people, 500 people, or how can quantify in numbers?
I know company that's for about 2,000 people outsourcing only from.
Company's name is Beefree.
Yeah.
What is the name?
Beefree.
I visited them personally. So he's also chartered accountant.
Viral Mehta.
No.
Shah.
Not Shah.
Something like that.
So it's about 2,000 member team. They are doing outsourcing only from Australia. So it could be, even if we put together all over India, we can say 5,000 member outsourcing. It's happening from Australia.
The number is, we have crossed about 10,000 last year itself. Only on the audit and accounting professionals alone. We are not talking about companies like Capgemini, Shell, etc., where they do contract based. No, we are not talking about that at all. Only, say for example, if I run an audit practice called Girinath Co, only outsourcing of companies like Girinath Co, and I am not going to talk about probably with Bhupati and Co or PKF and Co, where they have a good mass where they can have their own GCC in India. We are not talking about that kind of structure. That is the opportunity available just in a country like Australia. Australia is slightly advanced in terms of outsourcing. They opened up a bit earlier to US, UK, etc. on the accounting and audit professionals. Now let's just mimic this with US. 10 times Australia's population, 5 to 10 times backward in terms of technology adoption. How many people have been to US? Perfect. So
I stayed for 1.5 years.
perfect. Still US is into papers.
Exactly. Even today.
Even today.
Even today. ITR we are so advanced. ITR you have to manually sign it and send it. Even today.
So yesterday, the person that I was counseling, they was like, Giri, IRS for a senior citizen also, they are saying that I do, and paper is one thing. You cannot go to Nungambakam, Uttamar Gandhi Road and you cannot submit the paper just like that. They will have a dedicated postal mailing system. On the postal mailing system, you will have to do it on the right day and time. It is quite complicated.
My perception towards India and US got changed after the recent 1 year.
You are perfectly right.
We are thinking that US is a very advanced country. We are behind. No, we are thinking bad about ourselves, about our India. We are economically weak. We are poor. We are don't know this that. But we are we are way ahead.
We are definitely way ahead.
It's good. Bureaucracy. It's worse than Indian bureaucracy. 10 times worse than Indian.
Exactly.
We are definitely way ahead. But one thing is that, are we happy with this? No, we should not be contented with this. Now let us go to the other extreme. Let's go to a country like Australia. These guys don't do paper at all. They don't do manual systems at all. If I just go and purchase this bottle, what they all will do is that they will just open their mobile phone. They will have a software called Text. Okay, I'm just naming one or a software. They will just scan this invoice. Their accounting is completed there. They don't have to do anything else. That invoice will get registered as in the form of a document, in the form of a journal. That invoice will also go and sit in your VRS also. To that extent, these guys are forward thinking from a technology perspective. So now, there are both these opportunities. One, a country like US, where skilled resource shortage, and these guys are still in that kind of bronze and stone age. Then you have this country where they also have a skilled resource shortage, but they are into kind of a Mars kind of a scenario. They are not living on Earth. So how do we cater? So we need to upskill ourselves into both these geographies because we don't know which geography will pick up for us. So as business intellects, you will have to think on these lines if you are starting on an outsourcing skill. Okay, with this, probably I just wanted to set a context that most of these could be very simple things that you are all seeing. And as ma'am was saying that you would have already been thinking that why don't I do it? But only once you get the context of, oh, there are 10,000 people working only for this industry. And just imagine if there is a labor force of around 10,000 people, to what extent automation is already there. BPO company might not be just shelling out their money to everyone from a salary perspective. They will also do automating a lot of stuff. Automation is also done. So with this probably going to emerging trend, ESG, environmental, social and governance. Many people are here, many people from the audit background, you would have all been doing some kind of consulting on the ESG or would be advising your clients from your financial statements and all that perspective. Similar ways, this is one important area that is catching up. Most of your advanced countries, they are all focusing on this area because they are getting impacted because of regulations. So have an eye on this area. Consulting advisory, as I said, that the most abused word, high scope, financial planning. Anyone aware of this industry, particular industry? So I heard few whispers, but I didn't know from which side I am getting the...
You want to financial planning part of
part of
profession.
Sir?
It's part of the profession.
above the inflation rate at all times.
Okay, that is typically the point I just wanted to drive, that outside India, it is not about how we are going to invest that money. Financial.
Outside India.
Yeah, this. Probably you came in a bit late, but the only request from my side is that we are only going to talk about outside India's borders, and whatever we know about outsourcing, we will leave it aside. Financial planning, the core objective is that it is not about making the highest rate of return. That is never going to be an objective of the financial planning. That is only an outcome. What could be an objective? What should I plan? When you plan to do something. That is called a plan. So if you are going to purchase a house, if you are going to purchase a car, or if you want to be self-sufficient, or you are doing a retirement planning, these are the core objectives of doing financial planning. Outside India, it is required that everyone does a financial planning, and that financial planning, depending upon your size and age, is notified to the government. If we are all salaried, indirectly EPFO is one such financial planning that government is pushing us to do in India. Similarly, we have SMSF in Australia, whereby anything that you earn, a part of it should be set aside to your retirement funds. We have a similar concept in US. If there is a concept in US, similar concept will definitely de facto with a different name will be there in Canada. So if these two countries are there, obviously your other league of UK nations and all that will also have. It is a wide concept. This is also one among the major untapped markets. The way we are looking at accounting, so everyone when we started we were talking about bookkeeping. In this 1 hour that I was talking, I wouldn't have even spoken 1% of my time into bookkeeping, because you all know what is bookkeeping. If I have to reintroduce what you all know, then it's a waste of time for me and you as well. Financial planning is also one major area that you all can focus upon. Preparation of SOA, which is your statement of account, preparation of your financial objectives. As ma'am rightly said, your risk weight analysis, your return to investment analysis, whether your returns are matching with your requirements and the plan. Say for example, someone is doing a retirement planning and he says that I live a different life and I need probably $50,000 on a monthly basis for my style of living. Then your financial planning should factor that important factor that this guy needs to get $50,000 on a monthly basis. How do you do that is your planning. So this is one major industry, very big industry. If rightly outsourced, then probably this can be equal to a F&A itself. Not.
Is financial planning into tax planning? No,
that's tax complaints. That's tax complaints. Again, here probably your tax planning.
Planning is different from compliance.
Planning is different from compliance. Tax planning is more to say that your objective of the tax planning exercise is to reduce your tax outflow or optimize your tax outflow. Here the objective is that whatever goals that you are setting for yourself, retirement is just one example. Many people do financial planning so that I start up my own business. Probably for me to start, I might be requiring a $5 million. Then for that, what are the plans that I need to have in place so that at the end of the period, I get that $5 million back. So, these are some of the examples. The exactly opposite is mortgage broking. Everyone is aware, if I need to take a loan and all that, then there's a series of steps, there's a series of processes that is involved. paperwork. If there is paperwork, if there is some processes that is involved, that can very well be outsourced to us. So mortgage broking is exactly opposite to financial planning. Here the financial planning, you are investing your money for an objective. In mortgage broking, you are getting or requesting money from a bank or probably a financial institution for an objective. Again, highly untapped market, high possibility, and the best part is there are so many softwares that are available. Australian market, New Zealand market, Singapore market, Hong Kong market, so many softwares are available. If you take a demo of those softwares, that itself will give you a kind of a fair idea of in terms of what this industry is about and the way this industry operates. Paralegal, I was just talking and we were talking about corporate law, M&A, contract drafting, anything in contract drafting. Business automation, so someone was talking about reconciliation and stuff. If there's a possibility that you can automate that reconciliation, that itself is a possibility for business automation. Okay, what is GenAI?
AI tools are available today. Utilization of AI.
And how do you think that will be relevant from accounting perspective?
AI can do the accounting.
Sorry?
AI can do the accounting. I mean, you just have to do, just like we said, you scan the invoice and it goes and sits everywhere.
You are perfectly right.
AI can manage your accounts.
Perfect.
Also review and analyze your experience.
So the next question is going to be, why should I outsource? I can use the AI tools. Is this not going to be a very common logical question? Answer is no, because still AI, even though that could be, it's a software driven and it's an machine learning concept, it's a fundamental strata in which AI gets developed. Point is someone has to teach it. And the way we were saying, it is going to be that effectively the way we are going to utilize is going to determine the outcome. So as accountants, be it in outsourcing or not in outsourcing, AI is something that we will have to keep slightly, we don't have to attend the institute's webinar or anything like that to get an understanding. Just go to ChatGPT and put what is AI and start doing that. You can draft your emails, you can draft your contracts, you can draft your speeches, you can draft your product notes, you can pull out anything and everything out of Gen AI. I'm not too sure if many people know there is a software called TVDLP. I could be wrong with the spelling. TVDLP. AI-based software. Point of view of the software is that will also be an AI assistant in your video conferencing or in all your meetings. It could be a Google meeting and all that. End of the meeting and within like your designated time, for all the other participants, it will circulate and minutes of the meeting. It will just circulate the minutes of the meeting, and you can trust me, it will be 99.99% factual and correct. And to an extent, could be a lot of companies are using. It is available at a very penny fractional cost.
Sir, can you repeat the software name?
I could be wrong. TVDLP. You can just put Google Minutes AI software, you will get it.
One more very interesting, just
Yeah, go ahead.
when we want to present it to any foreign customers, like first pitch, say Australian client, first time you are meeting, you just want to create the flow. If you put it in the similar chat GPT kind of stuff, it will give you how the flow should be, and after the meeting, if you upload your video, it will say where all you have gone wrong, what are the points you have missed. It gives a review also. So, no,
it is available. Even there is one AI software whereby you go and say that please prepare a presentation for me on this table of contents and detailed at these slides, non-detailed at these slides, at the infographic based this. So you will have to define to it, you will have to talk to it. It will give you a set of presentations as well.
Gamma,
Gamma.ai. Correct, you are right. So now this is all available. Do we want to use it or not? Is our kind of
right from eye contact. When you want to record something, right from your eye contact was this many phrases, this many this many words you have repeated. Beautiful report it gives.
it is good. It is very useful. Very useful.
I'll give you the software.
Global landscape, lot of data points. Probably once I share this presentation, probably you guys can have a look. So this is what I was talking about. 40% King's share we are here. Next best is Philippines, 15%. I was talking about 4 out of 10 and 2 out of 10. China is too small, and the reason China is able to make this 10% is because of this is purely BPO and KPO alone. This 10% is because Korea, Japan, this kind of countries which are language dependencies and time differences are there, goes to China. I was with Deloitte. We did an audit of, obviously it's we did audit of 150 countries, 280 entities from here, of one of the biggest software providers in the world. Their shared services is here in the OMR road. Very big, a big office. So we were clearing accounts for of around this 150 countries. AP, AR, other than GL, this month-end accounts and provisioning, we were clearing everything from here, except for this China region, because China region language dependencies are too much. And we were able to manage with Germany, French, because we were able to identify this translocators and all that. We were not able to do it for China. So that is the reason for 10%. Major competition, Philippines. Any doubts to the answer?
So how
You can call Giri, obviously.
sorry?
You can call Giri, not sir.
How do you upskill yourself to relevant country regulation, cash flow?
Cash flow is what?
Tax loss.
Tax loss, okay.
How to upskill?
See,
How do you?
let us make it a point that we are only going to talk about the process. Okay. If we are going to do something, if you are doing it for a country like Singapore, okay, you are doing it for a country like Singapore, you will have a basic set of processes. Now, if you want to implement that for a country like Dubai or anyone in the Middle East, or say let's take a country like Germany, the first important thing that we will have to, the first step in upskilling is that you will have to understand the bit of basics of that law. You don't need to really know the section number, it's not required. What are the major heads? What could be the most probable exemption? What could be a most probable complication that you might come across? If you are aware of the basic requirement, then the way the flow of jobs come is what will define your flow. If you end up getting a kind of a real estate kind of tax flows, then Section 80s would be, in the Indian context, would be irrelevant. I think you can stop that. You're reading something, right?
Sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. So section 80s would be kind of irrelevant. So then you take up only one particular kind of section and you work a lot on that. So you need to have a basic knowledge of that geography, and the way the jobs flow or the way your clients work is what will drive you going forward. The next major thing is that any client, you are not doing the front ending. That means that that client would already be doing the consulting work, or he would already done the basic structure in place. Get a hand-holding from him. That is what we usually call as job description.
You can also use that.
That's actually is fine. But the point is, in ChatGPT, what you will have to type search.
Do you feel that there needs to be a counterpart in all the countries to represent you?
Not necessarily required.
But how does
Counterpart is not necessarily required. See, probably other than
value add, right?
it is definitely a value add, but how many counterparts will you keep? Then for managing this counterparts, you need to put a chief partner in place. Then your business becomes too clumsy. If you are really able to scale, then having a SPOC makes sense. If you are not able to if your business is not scaling, but you are able to get 10-15 clients, still you don't need to have a SPOC or counterpart in place. Having that is more beneficial. Good to have and not a necessity.
How to get into these processes? She's studying number of processes are at a different process, and it belongs to different countries. So, how to get to know about the process of, because it differs from country to country, right?
I can say that with some last 6 years of experience, 80% of accounting is usually common across the globe. Accounting, tax compliances and all that is slightly common across the globe. If you are fortunate enough, if you are in any of the Commonwealth nations, tax structure and the system is kind of 95% is common. Tax system and culture is the most complicated in India than anywhere else across the globe. People make it quite simple and easy, which makes our life also easy, because we then a bit of a course or a brief, we would be able to pick it up from there. And again, your job description, your first-hand experiences will matter.
What is the extent of, suppose you make errors?
That is where your audit or your accounting or your front-ending persons is what they are going to review.
So this is subject.
You are not exactly, madam. So the point here is that we are the process torchbearers. We are not the subject matter experts. If it is, let us for a moment, let us say that we are the Gen AI tool. What you feed in is what you will get the result. That is where the process will come into play. If we more and more strong than we are in the process, there will be errors. There will be some really lame things. Yesterday there was someone day before they told that instead of Singapore dollar in their transaction, they had put US dollar. So, is this a great error, simple error, or typing mistake? It has happened. So, you will have to plan for it. You will have to live up to the show. That's it. There will be errors. To what extent? That is where if you are not taking up advisory and signing function, then you are only on the delivery side. You are slightly insured.
And any training sessions kind of thing we do for this? It's available.
Lot of things are available. So many other. For example, I can say a software called Xero. Many people would be aware. They have plethora or thousands of videos on payroll management, on fixed assets management. Now, if you take up that video, their objective is to make their product more and more understandable. No doubts on that. It is a pure corporate objective. But the point is, now let us talk about a country like Singapore where you are taking a Xero software video. There would be, the way we have TDS, they will have withholding tax. They will explain about withholding tax there. So these are the ways in which you will reverse engineer. And once you start reverse engineering, you will understand that, okay, so the way we have this year, we will have withholding tax there, and what is the frequency. Then from there you can do further research.
Step-by-step guidance is available on YouTube for each.
Very much available, and there are so many. So we, as part of Axel, we are also coming out with a learning management system. But there are a lot of companies who have also done that, and there are a lot of service providers who are doing this. Other than this, say for example, I talked about Singapore now, let us talk about CPA Australia. They really have a good set of community videos which will explain you in depth all the tax labels, all the major sections, all the major laws and regulations itself. US is still on the paper side, you can buy a book and you can read it. But most of the countries have that. A bit of reverse engineering, your target market and all that, you will be able to figure. Client needs initial consultation, industry analysis, data collection, define the scope, customize solution design, stakeholder agreement, feedback. Major general stuff. I don't want to take a lot of time in this particular module of outsourcing process. Reason is that I will quickly explain. Any doubts I am happy to take up. Types of outsourcing, this is the first thing that I was talking about, insourcing. Insourcing is nothing but there is a process and the company scale is good, fair enough that they want to outsource only for two reasons: skilled resource shortage and cost benefit analysis. They want to offshore to a country like India, Philippines or China or any such kind of a market, but they will do it as part of their expansion strategy. For example, let's take a company like Shell. Everyone is aware that they have around 6,000 or 5,000 people working in Chennai. Now, what is the reason for them to do? Cost benefit analysis and scalability of resources, skilled resource shortage. That is typically what we call as insourcing model. They will deploy or they will try to put up their own GCC, Global Capacity Center. Quite simple, not a major outsourcing opportunity here for us, but it's an expansion from the business perspective. This is the next major stuff that we want to see. Outsourcing model, which is called the offshore process model. Good scale, they want to do it, just that is not their part of business to start or run an outsourcing company. That is where they come to the likes like us. Probably you all might start an outsourcing business if that's interested. This kind of a model, what they will do is that they will define the scope. Many people were asking that how it will happen, how it will happen. First, they will define the scope. That is where your target client will matter. Who would be your probable client? Who could be a client that you want to serve? If you are clear on the target client, then obviously the scope determination and scope segmentation will also fall in place. They will define the scope, then you will have process and knowledge transfer from their end. And that is how you will start building it. But the moment you start getting first initial set of clients, It is the next phase of your business that you will have to start building a foundation for your business. Because you cannot expect a knowledge transfer from every client. Then it becomes a bottleneck or a challenge in your business itself. Instead, you can go back and offer, say that these are the processes that we follow. Do you want to tweak or carve in and carve out anything? That makes your business much more lucrative. So this is one of the major outsourcing model that usually is happening in the industry. Job by job. I am not ready to kind of outsource completely. I do not want to commit anything. Or my nature of business is such that it is not going to be perennial. It is going to be seasonal. Then this type of a model comes into play, which is nothing but your job by job model. Whereby you would have done an MOU, you would have onboarded the client, you would have understand their formats and delivery structures and all that. Now what is the next thing is that whenever job comes, you perform the set of procedures and you do it in agreement to the process and procedures that you are asked and agreed for, and then ship it across back to them. Build, operate, transfer. Let us go back to the insourcing model. Just that they do not have the capacity to build something in our country, then probably we can help them to build, set up the outsourcing unit, right from your real estate to your manpower, set everything up, run it for a couple of years, probably a year and two, and then transfer back that unit back to them, which is what we call as BOT, build, operate, transfer.
They call it as India Development Center, or we have DCC, same way. Now that speaking of in India, I mean Bangalore, I'm sure in Chennai also.
It is definitely this as a concept has been there from at least from the Citibank days. Citibank had virtually outsourced everything to Chennai. Right from their coding to your accounting, everything was outsourced to Chennai. Now they have gone back is a different thing, but
even smaller companies are coming out.
every company wants to do this. We can say that even the likes of accounting practice, which is having 10 or 15 branches, they want to have their own DCC here.
IDC, they call it.
IDC, correct,
Yeah.
something. Names will be different, but the objective is the same. Any doubts, or anyone wants to share any opinion? Compliance and regulatory framework. Please lower your expectations. I am not going to say that X, Y, Z you will have to take care. No, that is not the objective. As Madam rightly said, it's going to be different across geographies. It is going to be different across the states. It is going to be different across the business models. We are only going to list down the best practices. So if any particular industry that you are going to work on, you are going to take up to, if you are able to ensure these 10 things are taken care of, these 10 things should be your 10 pillars. Data protection and privacy, financial reporting standards, anti-money laundering laws, tax compliance and digital tax regulations, labor and employment laws, cyber security regulations, cross-border regulations, environmental ESG, intellectual property protection, industry-specific regulations. Many of this will be shared by your counterparts. Many of this are readily available if you do the right set of Google search and if you do a bit of research on that. So these are the 10 avenues that you will have to work upon if you are taking or if you are identifying a market. Kind of I have elaborated what would be the major thing that you will have to do here. I'll share this as part of the deck. Client engagement and communication. So, just to summarize, probably we are like half an hour or 45 minutes from the completion of the session. We started a bit late and all that. We still have 40 slides, but all these next 40 slides are slightly going to pivot towards We all agree that we have understood what is outsourcing to some extent. We all agree that there is a scope for outsourcing. We all agree that there is a global problem of skilled resource shortage. And we all agree that we can upskill ourselves somehow the other way, and we can make it a very successful venture. Now the point is how to start. How do you get your first client? What is the strategy that you will adopt? What are the best practices that you should people do? Where to start? So these are some of the questions that we will talk, we will dwell this second part. As part of that, client engagement and management is the first sub-module that we are going to cover. Of which 4 major things that we always say to people: what is the way in which I can enhance my client engagement and communication? And here the client might not be your existing client at all. It could be a probable client, it could be a positive client, or it could be a first client as well, or it could be your existing client. Either of the ways, and even if you are not going to start an outsourcing industry, even if you are going to carry on with the existing set of procedures, these are some of the best practices that is universally adoptable. Effective outreach strategy, networking techniques, build initial connections, client acquisition roadmap. We'll go to the effective outreach strategy. There is not one hat that will fit everyone. Everyone is unique, everyone is different. So here we are not going to list down that you do X, Y, Z and it works. Here all the best practices are getting listed down. The first major thing is you need to have a multi-channel approach. Just available or reaching out to clients on one particular channel might not be possible. The best part of the multi-channel approach is that more and more the client notices you. There is a familiarity factor that will kick in. And once the familiarity factor kicks in, the possibility of successful conversions is higher. Targeted communication. Most of us write or most of us draft or do things for the sake of doing it. Businesses cannot operate that way. That can be an individual aura or individual sphere that we bring to the business. But from a business perspective, it can never operate that way. We need to have targeted communication and the precise agenda. Next comes your value proposition. What is the value that we bring to the table? What is that X factor or what is the different factor that we can possibly value add to our clients, existing clients or newer clients? That is what people would be interested to understand. They would be still doing the same old tax return. Probably we might be doing it more efficiently. We might be doing more in a more risk-free manner or in a foolproof manner. So these are some of the things that will be helpful. Deep social media connect. Today without social media we cannot strive. We can all be talking on the pros and cons of social media, but social media is inevitable. Have a deep social media connect. Networking and relationship, obviously if you are all coming to today's session, that means you all believe that networking and relationship building is important, and that's one of the reasons why you are coming here, which is good. Follow up and be persistent. I can say that we converted our 4th US client after our 21st follow. So the reason to give some kind of a data point here is that we all need to be aware that being persistent is always the best way. It is not the speed of water that cuts the rocks. It is the persistent nature of water that actually cuts the rocks. So be persistent and always do it with a bit of belief and happiness in doing that follow-up and regular mechanisms. Networking techniques. Attending or doing networking is very important. More than that, what is more crucial is that you make the best out of it. Attend the industry event, referral programs, utilize social media effectively, leverage online directories, offer collaborative solutions. Yesterday when I was talking, these two ladies, they were saying that we are going to meet a tech company in Germany. I was like, tech la enna panna poringa? So that is the conversation that I asked. They are like, Giri, nambave maatinga, avanga vandu accounting la varanga. So I didn't understand what they were trying to say. But the point was, they have a good client base. That tech company has a good client base, and that client base, one of the clients has requested that, can you guys help us in APA and AR accounting bookkeeping? They came out from an automation perspective, but only with automation and without the human resource, it is not going to take off. So look out for such kind of collaborative approaches. Your friends, your families could be in a similar line of business, but not in the exact same business. Look out for such kind of opportunities. I was talking to one company in Bangalore yesterday. They are into crowdfunding for patients at hospitals. They are into hospital management softwares. Okay, these are the two major revenues or streams that they are into. Along with that, they wanted to tie up with us from a lending perspective. Now look this from a collaboration perspective. For them, it is an extension or more utilization of their existing base, which is hospitals. For us, it is lending. Look, these kinds of avenues might be helpful, can also help you in getting your first set of clients. Good ways to penetrate. Build trust, host webinars and workshops, participate in community initiatives, develop strategic alliances, engage in public speaking. But this is not the reason because of which I am here today. Don't mistake. Initial connections. So how do you build your initial connections? If we already have a set of clients and getting references or then bouncing to probable leads in email marketing or cold calling makes life easy, because you say that I already have a bench of 15 people, of which 10 people are deployed and 3 of them are from your own state and I know your companies as well. How will you then go and convince to a person who is actually getting a couple of emails on a daily basis to say that I will do your outsourcing work? How will you go and convince them? Some of the probable answers to it is start with a free consultation. Give them a month or two in terms of consultations. What the ways in which it will be done. Give them trial services. Many of them would ask that 2 months they will just try and they will leave. Fine, what are we going to lose? In business, it is always going to be we will gain or we will gain experience. In that 2 months, you would have done at least 15-20 tax returns. 1 or 2 tax returns would be a different complication, which is going to add to your brand. So that is the way in which you will have to look at. We cannot look at 2 months of salary cost. That is anyway sunk, because you have already given the offer letter and you are going to give them the money anyway. So local offices, I think you had mentioned, good to have, not a necessity. Cultural sensitivity, attend the relevant events, exhibit and sponsor if that's possible, and if your scale of you starting this outsourcing is at a different set of resources that you bring to the table, you can exhibit, and that's a good head start for you. Speaking engagements, press releases, media engagement. If you have any success stories, roll it out to your probable clients. Client acquisition roadmap. These are all, see, on the right hand side that you see, these are all ways in which you reach out to the client. And on the left hand side that you see is that at the various stages of client acquisition, what are the ways in which you can reach out to? If you are not even, if you are not, no one is aware of your company, then the first logical step is awareness. For that you can do online presence, industry events, marketing materials. If people have started to notice, but still interest is not yet calculated, then doing a direct outreach, reaching out, doing a kind of road show or flying to states or Germany or your target market, educational content, consultation. If there is some spark of interest that has been ignited, then considerations is like doing meetings, proposals, demos, trials, etc. Depending on the outcome of these considerations is where the decision will come into play. And in this decision, negotiation, onboarding, account management, etc. will all are part of the process. If you are onboarded and the decision is successfully made, regular client interaction and engagement is the best way, because there is no other best marketing tool other than word of mouth. And usually we accountants are conservative. If Lalita is doing outsourcing, Kamala will also be okay to do outsourcing. If they do, she might say to Raji. That's how it will keep going on. It could be different. In Austria, we say that with a beer in the hand, they just keep spreading the word. In Japan, it is a tea. In US, it is a coke. But it's always one beverage on your hand and the word that will keep spreading just like that. One happy client and a good testimonial from them is all that you have to wait and garner. It can take 6 months, 3 months, 9 months, if you're lucky, probably in a month's time. But once that rollover starts, and if you are able to engage that client frequently and well, then it is just a snowball whereby more and more it rolls, more and more weight it is going to add upon.
Just to have some hope, if you can give me whether 6 months or 1 year, I would be happy, because I'm in the process. Whatever you have put in the previous slides, almost 80% of that I have been doing in the last, say, 6 months to 7.
So did you get a client in 6 months?
No, it's just coming closer, including DCC, like smaller way IDC, but nothing concrete. I haven't cracked it in.
Which market? US, huh?
See, just crystallize itself, it took some time for me.
Yeah.
Now I am focusing, I'm clear in my mind, because with respect to Australia, I mean, after my own new studies, I had different opinions.
Very competitive.
Very competitive, and not that.
The way you would have met P-free guys, you would have understood that jambons are already open, we will not be able to do anything.
Yeah. So that kind of approach I could feel. But UK is slightly fine, and US is the one and only country where we could approach their own.
One and only country is the wrong statement. UK, US is one among the country whereby they have not done anything in F&A space for the last 10-15 years. Huge opportunity. US, Canada, US, Middle East, US, Germany, US, France. Equal to US, you have US at every corner of the world. Australia is different. Singapore is very, very competitive. The way we were talking about Australia, 5,000 people work for Singapore alone in India. And India is not a preferred location for Singapore people. It is Philippines. Singapore is extremely competitive. US is a good start.
Even to come to this level of research, it took about 3-4 months for me.
It takes time.
Because once when we attend the class, we think, oh, this location is good, that location is good. But at least only US people are coming onto the call, and once we are able to schedule a meeting,
US,
whether we are getting
UK,
or not.
and any of your English-speaking European countries is a very good best start.
So we talk very good about Australia.
Middle East, the problem is, it is again the Indians who are seated there. these guys are never going to open up.
It's overcrowded. It's already,
If you have done, it is only a matter of time. Probably you don't even know before you go.
I'm there 20 years, same market.
Okay.
Ask for some of this time.
So you are in which market?
I've gotten all BOD, all the license, we have done that.
Okay, and like so, that means you are only into BOT and GCC.
BOD, there's not a KPOs and outsourcing. From US we have acquired people and then we have offshore.
So that means you are into consulting, not into a core business process outsourcing where you hire people, upskill.
Hire people, upskill them, they also work directly to the client.
What's the company name?
We have Siemens, Atos.
Okay, so understood. So it's not like something like Be Free, Axos, Charisma, Sundaram Business Solutions, but no, not that way. Direct clients, okay, understood. So you're doing it at slightly at your individual capacity. Why didn't you do it as a business model?
Scale so that we are all here to support.
That would be good. Having a network.
Good, all the best anyway. Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to request you something. I understand that most of these people are actually getting these outsourcing business. So what I personally understood from my experience is that when you start initially, getting the first client is the biggest challenge. And especially even if you go for any of these events, getting the confidence in the client is the biggest challenge that people face. And there are lots of fraudulent things which are happening all over the world, and getting the confidence, especially for a smaller organization which is run by women, having a very small set of say 10 to 15 people in their team, it is really difficult for them to get first client. So could you just give them some awareness on how to start this? And second thing which I wanted to request you to help them on is like, when they are getting the money from the abroad, there are lots of charges and other things which will really impact smaller firms, like a bank charges, extreme contribution, etc. Is there any tip which you can provide to them so that it will be helpful for them to make their, mentally prepared when they start with the...
Answering your second question is very simple. You will definitely have to have at least a legal firm in their local country. If you are going to start one firm in US, I'm 100% sure that no one is going to, or none of your clients will be happy to pay a guy in India in INR. He will be okay if he is going to pay in US dollar, because for him the headache is kind of taken care. Have a kind of a legal firm. It is quite simple. If you are going to have one legal firm in Dallas, it's going to take half an hour for you to incorporate. It's going to be a post office firm. That's it. But you are legally compliant. Once you are very clear on that, going the SBI EEFC or SDFC EEFC route makes it very simple, because everything is in your control. When do you want to convert? Because you have the dollar, you have the INR. If you are able to ensure that whatever is the best rate do you believe, go ahead and convert. The basis point will be right from your basically the exchange commission that these guys, the banks would talk, will be as low as 0.08% if your contract is big.
Challenge is like for you and me, who are having a regular income from this kind of business, it's really easy for us. But for smaller organizations or the people who are starting for the first time, it might be like a one-time assignment, or maybe they're getting a few dollars initially for doing it. So for these kind of people, what I have seen is like too much of their, or at least 30 to 40% of their amount is actually going as charges and other stuff, which is not actually coming to the bank account. Because I know like they can't give away, do anything much about it, but is there any way they can help?
Other than the exchange commission, there is nothing that the bankers will get. To be very frank and very simple, they cannot take any, they are not supposed to take anything. Local tax in terms of whatever you have to pay, you will have to anyway pay. That is because you are taking away the work from there, else that country would have earned, you would have definitely do your pay. I don't know how I will be able to help here, but I can say one thing very clear is that 0.08 to 0.4 percentage, 0.4 percentage is the min-max of the exchange commission that any banker at any given state or any given level of association can take. Best rate is 0.08 percentage. No banker will go below that. Even if you are doing $100,000 transfer every month, 0.08 is the minimum of the minimum rate. Start with the example that you quoted, $1,000, $2,000 of repatriation. They might use 0.2 or 0.25 percentage. And the way I would, as a businessman, I would see is that if not for this opportunity, I would not have got the $1,000 or $1,500. Doesn't make sense to me. Second thing, in terms of your question, in terms of how to start and all that, slightly that's what I'm trying to cover in this sessions. If there are any specific questions, I'm happy to take. Again, there are few necessities that you'll have to have. There are lot of good to haves, but it will all be the business route or the path in which you take. For example, in Madam's case, she has very clear that she took 4 months to decide a place, but she has now firmly decided this is where she is going to put her foot down into. Then the question would have arisen to us is that, should I need to have a legal entity or not? Next, the logical answer to it is yes, a legal entity and not a physical entity. So these are some of the logical things that we as chartered accountants, and obviously the way I am seeing is that barring a couple of people, most of you are all from the practice background. It is quite doable. Specific stuff I am happy to take up. The other major thing is that how to take this route. That is, I think that's your question. How do you find? She has taken this route. Diagonally, she has taken the build, operate, transfer route. Probably someone else was saying that, I'm not too sure who said that. Probably you or someone, they were talking about doing it on a kind of job by job basis. So it will depend on your set of contacts, your set of reach, and your set of homework that will drive your business. It can never be a case that this is the way. It's not one way, it's multiple ways. Ideally, the way we will attain our final outcome is what matters.
Can I just add 2 points? One,
Yeah, go ahead.
I would like to add that it's better to get an export-import license for dealing with foreign this thing. That is a basic thing which I am just sharing. And getting money in foreign currency is better because if you want to show it as export turnover for GST, then you can charge it 0%. Otherwise, if you are taking it in INR, you would want to consider it as export turnover. These two are the.
So you are absolutely right, and because probably everyone on that side of the table, chartered accountants, we are all talking in terms of compliances should be taken care first is the approach. Perfectly right.
Business is the first approach.
Business.
Second is the compliance.
Businesses should only drive compliances. Compliances cannot drive businesses.
I'm just adding.
You are right. You're perfectly right. For example, in Axos, till 2020, we never got something called as Service Export Incentive Scheme. 3% of your revenue will be given by the government of India. As subsidy, whatever the name, incentive, all, whatever the doldrums that we want to hit. 2008 to 2020, we have not got a single penny. Reason is that our founders were always engrossed in business. We never had time to go and see if there are possible ways in which we can make it better. Now, this is one of the pitfalls that I want to come and say. When we started understanding SEIS, and usually the best part about the business is that even if we are unaware, either the regulator will come and kick us if he needs money, if there is some pendings. Obviously there will be a push. Or else, if you are big enough, then there will be consultants who will come and reach out to us. So it is only when once we started making that $1 million and above mark, consultants really came and said to us or met us. They will be like, आपको लेके दूंगा sir, 20% commission चाहिए. So it is only 1 million into 3% is $30,000. That into your INR 15 lakhs, 20%. Makes sense only for the consultant. Once we start, uska at least 3 lakhs. He is moving, he is coming from Delhi, visiting us, not knowing whether we will materialize and all that. That is when it will start was making sense. So once we started to understand, oh, this is an opportunity. We applied in 2020, 2018, 2019, 2020 we applied, we got that. 2021 scheme was rolled out. So we didn't make any money there. So the reason I am saying is that focus on your business, everything will fall in place. Ensure that bit of compliances are always taken care of. If there is a hassle, regulator will definitely kick in. Best thing is to do your homework, possibilities. Do not overdo, whereby you might just keep doing your homework and you don't start anywhere. That's probably the message that I want to try. Data points, find bottlenecks and challenges, probably with interest of time. Not too many challenges, just wanted to be very, very clear, because you are not going to produce something and you are not going to see if there is a market for it. You already are aware that that's a big problem. Skilled resource shortage is the biggest problem that you are trying to solve. If there is a problem, that means market is always going to be there, and if there is market, challenges are only cons in which you will have to you will be getting your first client. How you circumvent that is what we are going to see in terms of best practices. Evolving client needs, obviously this will keep evolving. Balancing cost and quality, never at ever given point in time, do not compromise on quality. Quality, discipline are the characteristics that will build your brand on a long-term basis. If you are doing it on a short term, that's fine. Quality can never be compromised, because many a times people, after a scale in time, they are okay to pay if there is quality. Long-term relationships are built over quality and not on quantity. Please do understand that outsourcing is not done, at least at the accounting and the audit end, outsourcings are not done for the sake of cost reduction. Outsourcing is done because of scalability. Outsourcing is done because of you bringing some value addition to the table. You are taking up an semi-qualified or an underqualified accountant's job, and under your banner you are training the people on those jobs. So we are kind of, quality should be always at par, because we are not going to hamper our name, outsourcing industry as whole, and the reputation of Indian Chartered Accountants, which is very, very, very esteemed. Operational challenges, time zone differences. One of the major differences is the time zone difference. You will have to, please, you will have to adjust yourself. One of the major reasons, one of the major factors that I say to people is that depending upon your target market is where your time zone has to work out, or if you are not you are very sturdy on that, I have to hit the bed at 9 p.m. Do not go anything on the west. Please focus on your east, and that you be contented with that. So whenever we take this US UK calls, we take calls at 12:30 in the night, 1:30 in the night, and we are back by 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning for the Australian. So that's the journey that's the hustle that everyone has to take up if you are going to take up this profession. This is just for an highlight. again, the reason why it is US is highlighted is that it's quite complex. There are 50 states in US, and every state mostly has a different time jurisdiction. It is 9.5 to 14.5, I suppose. Yeah, 14.5. Best time for us is 9.5, and the worst time for us is 14.5. I think this is Hawaii, right? Yeah, this is where the problem is. Okay, good. Quality standards, this is the error rate. Usually it is 98% and above. Cultural and communication barriers. What do we, okay, probably just taking a minute's time, what do we all think that would be a big cultural or communication barrier?
English speaking language, slang, not slang.
Sorry?
Accent.
Okay, good. You are.
The speed at which we communicate.
English-speaking countries wouldn't be a problem basically now. Other
My understanding is that, like in India, if you say tomorrow, day after tomorrow, everything is the same. You can always go back and say, "I'm sorry, I had marriage, I had my son," or something we can give there. Upfront, communication upfront, saying if it is going to be a delay, yes, you have to say that you can expect a delay in my communication.
You are perfectly bang on. That's a cultural difference. 9 a.m. in the morning is 9 a.m. in the morning. It cannot be 9:35 in the morning. 11 should be 11. It cannot be 11:35 that we start at 9:35 and we complete at 11:35. The point here is, the cultural differences might look slightly childish. And from our point of view, it might look that, yes, my child's marriage is tomorrow. I cannot deliver it today. The next logical question to it is, your child did not come running with the bride today. You would have all decided 6 months before. Why did you plan? So that's a cultural difference. She's bang on, that's a cultural difference. From a communication difference perspective, the biggest difference or the difficulty that we all have is that whatever we say doesn't need to be construed in the way we say. It can be construed in any way that the receiver wants. It is only the job of the communicator to ensure that message gets received in the way in which the communicator wants to construe it. That is when a communication gets completed. Healthy, good communication means whatever I say, you also receive in the same way. Many times we try to miss on this particular line. We might try fancy English, big email. We might try to make it more with jargons, with too many hand signaling. Finally, that's it. That is all that matter. You understand, you don't understand. What I want to tell, 5 will not come tomorrow. That's it. Sorry, 5 will not come tomorrow because of X, Y, Z reason. I am extremely sorry. We tried our level best to make it happen. However, the below neighbor had a drilling issue. There is no necessity at all. Why will they understand all this? Somewhere, while reading all this, you will say that, oh, this is a junk email. I will move. Because he is not expected. So what is junk doesn't mean that it comes from an unsuspected source. Even we sending some blah blah stuff was also junk email. He would have thought that, oh, this would have been to be sent to someone else. By mistake, he has sent to me. Understanding is also the communicator's responsibility. Onus is on us to ensure that the communicator communicates in the way in which recipient also understands. So some of the effective ways: clarity, direct sentences, active listening. Listening, how many people understand what is listening? You understand? So what is listening? Understanding what I say in the term without any bias is listening. So these are all some of the effective communication styles. Best practices, you can all go through this, not too very complicated. Before some time we were saying that someone had to put it, so I have just put it. For example, WhatsApp can never be your communication channel. We are running a professional organization. WhatsApp can never be your channel. And for your information, WhatsApp is not the most common tool either in US or either in Australia. WhatsApp is very common in Asia.
In Dubai, it is banned, only both US there, so
So this is again, WhatsApp is just an example. I'm not saying that WhatsApp is wrong, but have an official communication setup. And these are some of the examples.
What is that software you mentioned about in this communication software? Slack and Trello.
Microsoft Teams, Slack,
Slack. Microsoft Teams, basically if you have a Microsoft Teams, slightly it is considered you have a Microsoft original package, and that is equivalent to an email whereby they will also have a Microsoft ID and you have a frequent communication. Anything to say, for example, if you have a set of business that's a FT who is directly reporting to a SPOC, not everything needs to be sent through an email. You can say that, Tom, good morning, I have logged in. Tom, I am taking a break. Tom, I am logging out. These things cannot go in emails. Just for your information stuff. And probably, Tom, I am initiating the code request. Can you just approve? Like it could be a click away, or they can give you that OTP and all that. So these are some of the informal communications should be done through the channel.
So Slack is also one kind of software.
One kind of software.
Like WhatsApp with more features on this.
Could be yes or could be no. I don't know. Slack is widely used in Australia. Microsoft Teams is widely used in US. This Trello and all is slightly this Europe based. I use Microsoft Teams. We use email communication for us works well. But at the informal level, to some extent, you need to have a basic set of software. Again, these things do not need to be had in the first place. As you tick along, good to have. This is something I want to stress upon. Timely response. You might not give solution to every problem then and there, but please acknowledge that you have raised a problem. Say for example, US dollar to Singapore dollar that I gave an example. We cannot shy away to say that, oh, I'm sorry, this has happened, and you go back after 4 days to say that I have fired that guy, this is extremely wrong, employee negligence. Go back to say them, we are extremely sorry, we have noted your email, we will initiate the whatever is said and whatever is that required. You say that I will check and I will get back. But the initial acceptance and email acknowledgement should be happening. Competition and pricing pressures. Again, please do not understand that many of you will be new to outsourcing, but very competitive market. And we are all going to talk or dwell with accountants, very conservative people, good at numbers. So slightly that is going to be there. But how do you overcome that? That is where these 5 strategies will help you. Value addition. What is that you bring to the table? Specialization in niche areas. Someone rightly said in the morning that extra billing in niche areas. Invest in technology and automation because
we'll discuss that later.
yeah, pretty much. Building long-term client relationships, please focus on that. Your first client is like the best friend of your business. Keep adding more and more best friends. Transparent and flexible pricing models. So I kind of elaborated these here. Take your time. You can have a look at it. Essential skill sets. Sonia. That's right. So what is the hard stop?
Now we are breaking tea break is there arranged.
That is okay. Tea break can wait. What is the hard stop? When is your next faculty coming?
That will be
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm extremely sorry. So you are supposed to come and sit here. You will have to get the fees from other. Sorry, 11:30. I'll finish it before that. Anyway, so if the faculty is so very interested in this topic, probably I can be that maths teacher who takes that PT break also. Soft skills. So communication, we have been talking about communication at length. Very important key skill set. And one of the reasons why outsourcing is flourishing is that we Indians are good at communication, English communication, not the para definition of communication. Many a times we keep talking that we want. We don't talk what is required. So fancy English and all is not required. Basic English. Many a times if you are going to go on the western side of the world, please downgrade your English. Don't keep fighting that color means COLO you are. Color, color COLO get lost. It's fine. That's fine. There are so many, and probably I will also share the other slide. So many small things that might not matter actually. For example, pass it. In our accounting terminology in India, pass it means to pass the accounting entry. US, pass it means leave it. Do not, no further action required. So there are few such cultural differences. You will not be able to know everything in the first day. You might learn it the hard way, you might learn it the soft way, but you will have to learn it. Negotiation. So one of the important things is that in negotiation is a two-way street. Negotiation means you will have to give a bit of yourself, you will have to accept a bit of their self. So at any contracts, at any situation, always try to make it a win-win situation. Understand the client needs, be flexible, use data to support. So some of the scenarios also I have listed, probably if you have time. Client management, build strong relationships, be very proactive, have a very regular feedback. See, many a times we shy away from our clients there to take feedback. So we can all go back to our schoolhood days to say that why do we get graded? Why do we take tests? The objective is to see where we stand. What actually happens now is different. On this lot of you will have to get the first 5 ranks and all that blah blah stuff. That's fine. Objective is to understand where do we stand and is there scope of improvement. In a business perspective, client is the best guy to go and rate you. We can do thousands of benchmarkings. We can do thousands of consultations by the various best subject matter experts. If finally client says that mixi oduma odada. So that is the simplest of simplest thing, that if these guys come back and say that this is the critical feedback, go and understand, because his objective of way things work is different and our objective of the way things work is different. So client feedback is the best and the first most thing that you will have to do. Do not shy away from taking that. Leadership and team management. You are all leaders here. Team management, collaborative approach is the best way. In Axos, we call it a six-way street, whereby client, employees, vendors, government, your
Investors.
no, we don't have any investors. Not stakeholders, we call it client, employees, vendors, your support functions, then comes your regulators, then finally us. So, if all these five, first paramount, you have two eyes. Client is also important, employee is also important. Both are equally important. So you will have to order that way. Next to these two, most important is your vendor. Most of the businesses fail because we don't take care of our vendors well. Vendors are also, for your vendors, you are the client. If you are very disrespectful to your vendor, it will come back to you in a different form. Vendors are also important, take care of them. Regulators, then comes your support staff. When I say about support staff, it can be as simple as your housekeeping to as complicated as your recruitment and all that. They are also very important. Then comes your stakeholders. If these five are happy, stakeholders will also be happy. If there is a problem anywhere of this five, then there is a problem there. Sorry. Potential clients. So probably this is one module that I wanted to spend more time. I have broken this into four. Identifying your target clients, creating a value proposition, marketing and branding strategies, building trust and delivering proof of concept. We will go in detail on all these four slides in the coming slides. Identifying your target client is also identifying your target market, which business, which industry, etc. We started with this. We had that 8 slides deck. Then comes your emerging services. You will have to understand which of these services, that you want to foray yourself into. Then analyze your competitors. This is one of the important slides that I wanted to take some time. First, the way feedback from your client is important. Analyzing your competitor is also equally important. Reason is that you don't have to learn everything the hard way. You can at times learn the best from the best of the worst. It is always Benz, Daimler-Benz and BMW, they are all the biggest competitors of each other, but they also have collaborative approaches at times. So do it that way. Do the industry research, online search, web scraping, social media monitoring, value proposition. So many times, why social media is important is that we might not be communicating the best way. Someone else might be doing it. So probably learning from that will also give you a head start. And the important thing is why you have to study competitors that who are successful operating in the targeted market. The goal is not to understand your competition. The goal is to understand your competition without copying them. If everyone wants to become the next Nokia, then there is no room for improvement. Whatever is best, that is where we will get the apples of the world. Client profiling, the way we were talking about target market, which is the size that we want to target. If we are targeting SME, it is going to be a cash cow. High growth client, fast burn. Industry, which industry that we want to kind of work. Tax, then it is going to be statutory. Bookkeeping, it's going to be accounting. Valuation, it's going to be accounting. If it is going to be software migration technology. So these are some of the areas that will, if we start thinking on these lines, then most of your, who's your target market will get solved. Value proposition, some of the best ways in which you can create value proposition. Kind of self-explanatory, I don't want to put a lot of time here. Client testimonials and all that. Any further questions? Happy. Thank you.
Of which experience in CFO service, he or be implementation, training and management consulting. He is a certified Zobo trainer and he has expertise in MIS reporting, process review and compliance with direct and indirect integration. She has a significant turnover with big four accounting firms such as EY and Audit, along with the extensive experience in the MNCs. He provided strategic financial leadership. In addition to her professional pursuit, Lakshmi is passionate about mentoring and coaching students and finance professionals. She also is a certified panic healer and cartomancy leader, unique mostly approach to her approach. Thank you. I request to present Yamato short.
Join. Okay, so today's topic is virtual CFO services, as you all know, and we have a CFO sitting right next to me. So in case if there are any doubts, we will ask him. Okay, before I start my session, I want to thank each one of you who is present here. I know it's a weekend, it's a year-end for all of us. Too many deadlines, too many responsibilities, both on the professional side and on the personal side. But still you took the initiative to come here, spend the time. I know there's a CP hours tagging also adding to it, but I know definitely it is very difficult for people to take time and come here. Thanks a lot for joining us. And I want to thank each one of the SIRC members who has taken the initiative to give me this big opportunity. And I want to thank each one of them who has taken the effort to coordinate the session. It was an amazing thing. That you might not be knowing so many people in SIRC working on coordinating the things, starting from the arranging of the meeting till the CAP. So it was an amazing experience, I would say. So let's start with the CFO services. So how many of you are actually from the practicing background? Okay, I would say 50%. Okay, so this session is mainly meant for people who are from the practicing background. Sorry for the people who are from industry. Tomorrow if you want to start your own practice, definitely this will help you out. Okay, so my question to all of you is like, do you think the CFO service is something, the flashy name is flashy, I agree. Whether this is a service which has started very recently, maybe in the last 10 to 15 years, do you believe that?
It's been there for a long time.
Exactly, it is there for a long time. I would tell you from where I got this, the seed of this particular service. When I was doing my articleship as an intern, when I was doing it some 20-23 years back, there was one senior most partner of my organization who was 74 at that point of time, who was not involved in any audit or taxation per se, but he used to come there, guide the other partners, mentor the article clerks, etc. But I have seen people coming, I'm talking about an era when, you know, the internet and other things, this ChatGPT is not there, the internet was not very prevalent, and emails, computerization, technology is not that prevalent in a small city where I have done the articleship. So these people used to come with the projections which they submit to the bank, with the financial statements, they will take his guidance, how to proceed, how to take their business to the next level. Most of them will be like a family business where he will ask like, which son of mine should be placed in this particular vertical, who should be taking care of my accounting side, who will take care of the resource side. Okay, so at that time I used to look at him with an awe, because there was something which was not there, which was not a service provided by other chartered accountants in the same firm, who will be looking into audit, taxation and all. And I as an 18-year-old girl, I don't know what does this particular service mean and what is the name of this particular service. Okay, then I have completed my CA journey. I have joined the industry because I wanted to see the other side of the table, because this side I have seen, I believe that I have seen, but today I can tell that okay, I have seen only 5% as an article clerk, and after that it was like an ongoing journey and ongoing lesson for me. Okay, then when I joined the industry, I understood like the skill set which is required for becoming a CFO or running an organization is completely different from what we are learning as chartered accountants, because as per our curriculum, we are learning the accounting standards, we are learning the taxation, many other things. But on a practical front, how long or how extent what all things we are learning. And I understood like there's a huge gap between what we are providing and what is actually meant for a business. Okay, so some of you might be thinking like, I am standing here and telling like, okay, my curriculum is wrong. Our curriculum is not wrong. But the thing is like, whether our perception about providing a service is right or wrong, or whether it is up to the mark where it is actually required by a business in the current scenario. Okay, I'll tell you a classic example. Most of you are based out of industry, that is like service sector. So you must be either a partner or a proprietor in your own organization, right? So you can think from an organization's perspective. Just imagine that you don't know what is finance, what is accounting. Very clear. You might be someone into a boutique business, you might be somebody into an IT business, you are an expert in that particular field. Okay, if that is the case, if you are running a business, maybe you must have heard something about income tax, maybe you have heard 5% or 10% about the GST. But what about other things? You are importing something, whether you know anything about customs, you don't know. You might not even know that there is something called as customs and other formalities to be completed. Maybe you are sending some money from here to your counterpart abroad. You might not even know whether the FEMA rules are applicable. They won't even be knowing that there is a regulation called FEMA which is applicable for them. So currently what is happening is like, as a consultant we are going there, maybe as a tax consultant or as an audit, statutory auditor or internal auditor, we are discussing only about our scope of work. It is not a mistake on our part, because there are so many pressure on us, starting from the statutory pressure till the many other areas which is a controversial topic which I am not getting into. But and plus the price, fees what they are going to pay to us, we limit ourselves to the scope of work. As a statutory auditor, when I am going, I am talking about like these are the areas you have a concern, I will put it as an advance opinion, or I might qualify it, or maybe you currently don't have an issue but you have to look into it. Right? As an internal auditor, I will tell like, okay, these are the areas you need to improve. And as a tax consultant, I will tell like, okay, GST you have a problem, income tax you didn't do it. But where are we giving a holistic picture to the organization, telling like, okay, you are running a business, here you start, these are the areas where you might have a problem tomorrow, or this might be the areas you need to improve. These are the areas which an investor will look into when they are going for a fundraising. These are the areas where your finance team has to actually grow and do things. These are the areas where you need to automate things. Okay, to this extent, where are we giving as a consultant or as a professional a service to a businessman where he is getting a complete visibility of things? This is not happening many a times, because I work with MNCs, I work with Big Fours. I have seen that we are limiting ourselves to a scope of work. And when I was sitting in the industry, I realized that it's sometimes so frustrating. Even if we go for an opinion, it might be either looking into the tax side or an accounting side, standard side or an IFRS side, but we are not giving a holistic picture for a businessman to take a decision. Many times we tell it can go either side or that side. But as a person who is sitting in that particular position, it is really difficult for them to take a decision. So this is the area where you will be providing a service called CFO service. You will be acting like a CFO of that particular organization. You will think from their angle what is required for that organization. You will believe that okay, you are also a part of that organization and support the business. Okay, so this is the CFO services. And after this COVID has come, things have improved, people started believing that okay, virtually also we can take the support of people. Earlier that was not the case. The moment you tell virtual thing, a complete shut up. I can tell you, like, I'm also a certified trainer for Zoho, and we gave the Zoho books demo and all those things. So before COVID, even if we do something online, they were like, no, you have to personally come and do it. People were not even ready to take a virtual meeting at that point of time. Now things have changed drastically after the COVID. People are accepting it. People believe that, okay, it is possible for us to take the services on a virtual mode. So we are today going to talk about the virtual CFO service, which can really help a lot of women who has constraint in traveling because of the family responsibilities, or maybe because of the geographical restrictions, or whatever may be the reason. Because I've seen so many women starting their own practice after having a family, telling like, okay, I have to stop my work by the time my kid comes back from the school. I want to spend only this many hours because my parents are getting aged. I can't travel because my husband is always traveling, so I have to be somewhere near to. So many other reasons. Okay, so this is one service which you can look upon if you have this kind of constraint, or if you are really interested in providing this kind of a holistic service to your clients. Okay, this is not something like a rocket science where you have to learn too many things. These are things which we have learned, but we have applied it in a very different angle, which we will be bringing together and understanding how to do it. Okay, so the only thing which I wanted to talk before we start with how to do this thing, CFO service is something where you believe that you are CFO of that organization, whether you are going and meeting them physically or you are doing it online. So when you are providing this service, the first thing which you will have to change is changing the thinking hat, or the way in which you think. Okay, from a consultant who is sitting on the other side of the table, you are going to sit on the other, along with the organization, taking them along and travel with them. Okay, you have to start from the scratch, from say the admin guy who's over there. We have to get the confidence of each one of them to provide this service, because they are not going to see you physically, you are doing everything online. So online has its own shortcomings, we all know that. Even for us, if somebody is coming online and telling me like I am there with you, we will travel along, I have my own concerns like what will this person do, what is their skill sets and other stuff, right? So understand that from now onwards, whatever we are going to talk, we are not sitting on this side, that is a consultant side, we are talking about sitting on the other side along with the client and discussing the things. Okay, so we will see these many areas like what is virtual CFO service, what are the benefits of organization from this, what are the organization going to get out of this particular service, what are the services which you can offer. As a chartered accountant, what are your opportunities, what are the skill sets required, and we will talk about how you can start your own journey in this particular service, and also for every bronze there will be cons also. So we will look into the limitations and the challenges what you are going to face on this particular service. So let us start with what is CFO service. It is basically the financial management service which you are going to provide on a remote basis. Okay, that is like you are not going to that particular office on a regular basis, just like any other CFO. You will be sitting in the comfort of your office or your home, whichever is your office, and from there you are going to provide the service. So what all things you will do? All the services which a CFO will be providing in an organization, all those services will be provided by you, including the strategic guidance, cost benefit analysis, identifying the risks they have, identifying the opportunities, streamlining their processes, cost optimization, then managing their investors, how to raise the funds. All these things will be done by you. But you will be sitting in the comfort of your own organization. You are not stepping out of your organization. You are sitting there itself, but you are going to provide all the services to your clients. Okay, so why should an organization go for this virtual CFO services when there are so many CFOs available in the market? Okay, this is a normal question which will come to everyone's mind, right? So the first reason why organizations are going for this kind of an arrangement is the cost efficiency. Okay, so many organizations, they might be in their starting stage, or maybe in a better position like a small and medium enterprise. They can't afford a big CFO, because any CFO with a very good experience will come from 70 lakhs and above as their salary. So they might not be in a position to provide so much of salary to outsider. Sometimes it will be like a family business also, but they can't step in and give so much of salary to somebody where they are not very confident like whether they will get any value addition or whether the value addition will be worth to this particular salary what they are going to pay. So if the organization wants to start, especially if it is like a startup, okay, there are so many startups started by youngsters and all who wants to do everything from the scratch perfect before they grow. They have seen many organizations, they don't pay attention. If you look into many organizations till 2020 and all, they will grow in initial stages. After 4 or 5 years, only they will start paying attention to the accounting team. Till that time, some just passed out, graduate or somebody they will keep. They will post some entries, there will be some issues. Somehow they will manage to file the returns until the threshold is reached for a tax audit and other stuff. And once they reach there, they will understand like the books are completely messed. Then they have to get some accountant or a consultant to clean it up and get the things done. Okay, but nowadays people are more serious about how they are doing the business, and so many organizations are going for IPO, investors and other things. These youngsters are very much aware that okay, finance and accounting is crucial for their organization to grow. Unlike earlier, where it was like a cost center, nobody is bothered. It is like a post-mortem analysis. You come, you do whatever you want. Even to the statutory auditors, they will tell like you do whatever you want. Post some entries, give me an audit report, I am done. I am focusing on my business. That approach is actually changing. They understand that their reliability actually depends upon the efficiency and the way in which they are managing their accounts. So these small businesses which are starting in the starting stage, or maybe they are planning to go to the next level, they want somebody who is experienced enough to sit there, guide them on how to do the things, what are the best practices so that they can avoid all these cases. When they have a due diligence or something at a later point of time, when they go for an IPO or an investment, or they want to bring somebody as a director or a partner into their business. So those kind of businesses will be looking for a virtual CFO where they can tell them like, okay, you spend only say 4 hours a week, or you do us only this particular one, or until this particular issue is resolved, or maybe my auditor has given 5 points in the audit report, or as a concern to us, you help us in fixing these 5 points. After that, you want your service. Maybe it is for 4 months or 5 months. So during that time, they know like, okay, this is the cost I am going to incur. Proportionate amount only they will be charging. So they will be happy with it. On the other side for us, we are not going to render a CFO service only for this particular client. We will be having for multiple clients. You might be having some other verticals also, like maybe you are providing audit services to some other client. For definitely for this client you can't provide the audit service, but you might be providing audit service, taxation service to other clients. So this is not the only source of income for you or for your organization. So you must be also giving a price which is like a competitive one compared to full-time CFO, for whom that is the only stream of income, who will be charging a very high salary according to his experience, degree and other things, right? So flexibility is the second option why the organizations are using this particular one, because they know like, okay, for 4 months only I have to bear the cost of this person, but I am getting the maximum benefit out of it. Or maybe they will tell like, okay, first 1 year I will keep you as a CFO. After that, once our business improves and we get an investor, we will go for a full-time CFO. So they know like, okay, this is only for a time period, and also with the flexibility of doing this thing or that thing. Some organization will tell you like, okay, I want to automate things. Only till the automation is completed, I want a CFO, so you be there. So that flexibility is there for the organization to decide like what is, when they need it, why they are paying it, are they getting the proper value addition, all these things can be taken care of. That is why the flexibility comes into picture. So the organization can define in which area they want the service and what kind of payment and how the payments are to be done to this particular people. Third one is diverse experience. So when you are taking a CFO, so for example, maybe a virtual CFO, you will be looking into the background, their experiences, etc. Right? So they might have provided this service for a number of organizations. So they will be knowing what are the best practices in those organizations, what went wrong in the other organization, what all things should not be done. That diverse experience in different industry also will be there. So with a single person, you are getting so much of benefit. So when you get a full-time CFO, sometimes what happens is like, they must have worked the entire 30 years only in one type of industry. So they might not be knowing what are the best practices in the other one. Of course, they will be informed, they will be updating themselves and all, but sometimes what happens is like, they might not be knowing what is available in another industry, which can be used or modified and innovated in such a fashion that it can be implemented in this particular one. So the diverse experience will also help organizations big time. That is why the virtual CFO is appointed by many organizations. Next is the focused expertise. If you want to do in a particular fashion, for example, you want to automate something, and you know like, okay, this particular CFO has done in many organizations this particular one, you can get that kind of a skill set and get it done for your organization. And this also again, if it's like a full-time person, it might not help you once this particular one is completed. You need another skill set, or maybe you want somebody to help them on the IPO. If you know that, okay, this person is experienced enough in IPO, you can get that particular specialized service from him for getting the things done. Next one is tapping the wide capabilities through networking. So when you are a CFO, especially virtual CFO, you are not going to provide all the service with your individual capacity. So I might be good in automation, I might not be good in something else like in fundraising. Okay, so in each of these areas, if you want to get the best results or services from these people, networking is very important. So when you are putting some CFO over there, they will have their own network of people, they will have their own resources to get the things done. Okay, so CFO is required, but sometimes in some organizations they have only the accountants, not the CFO level people, who will be knowing how to post an entry, how to file the GST returns, what might be the implication if a tax return is not filed. But since they don't have a CFO, they might not be knowing like whom to be approached for fundraising, what are the options available for fundraising, or maybe a treasury guide who can help them on it, or maybe something is getting imported, you don't know how to get that clearing forwarding agent for getting the things done, etc. But this CFO service, the people who are providing the CFO services, they will have a wide network, they can get you the right person to do the things. It is not like you are appointing me as CFO, I will know how to get the things done through a clearing, customs and all. I will get the right person to do it. It might not be like it is my, I know everything in all the areas. It is not the case. I will have the right contact with me who can help the organization to get these things done for you. Maybe I am an expert in income tax and GST. Maybe I am expert in automation, but I might not be knowing very well about the FEMA regulations and how to do the things. So I will get you the right person. I will introduce the right person, or I will get the service from that person, telling like, okay, this is the person whom you can approach for getting the things done. So that kind of a wide network will be there for a CFO, and as a result, the organization can get benefited with that particular service. That is why organizations normally keep a CFO virtual CFO for getting these things done. So next one is like, what are the services which you are going to offer as a virtual CFO? All these services are not like an exhaustive list. It will change from organization to organization. From the size of the organization also it will change, because all the organization might not need an IPO or a fundraising. All organization might not need a streamlining process, maybe it is already been done. Okay, so first one is like financial strategy. So strategic in decision making, you have to guide them on what are the your risk analysis, what is the strategic management, decisions to be taken, what all things have to be done strategically. All this guidance you need to give to that organization. It is not like, okay, you have done a bookkeeping, you have done an MIS reporting, this is your MIS report. That is not what you are going to provide as a virtual CFO. You have to guide them at a strategic level. That is like at a higher level, one more step ahead you will go, you will guide them on what all things to be done at that stage. You think as if you are the owner of that organization, what all details you need for taking a decision. You inform them what all things are critical for them, what are the new trends which is coming in this particular industry which might have an impact on you. All these things should be guided and informed by you. It is not like, okay, you prepared an MIS, you shared it with them on the 5th of a particular month. That is not the case here. That is definitely required, but that is not the end of your responsibility. You will be going to guide them at a strategic level. Next is budgeting and forecasting. It is very important. You have to make a budget. In most of the organizations, especially the small and medium ones, bigger organizations, definitely they will have their own CFO, so we are not focusing on it. And since you guys, basically most of you are into service industry, you might be starting your own practice on this particular area, so you will be focusing on small and medium enterprises. and the ones below. We are not talking about the bigger organizations where the CFOs will be there. So for the budgeting and cash flow and the forecasting, if you look into most of the organizations, they might not be having the enough knowledge or the resources to prepare this one. Why this is very important for many organizations? I'll tell you. We'll take an example. Suppose if an organization is making umbrellas. So what will happen to them? They will have the maximum sales during the monsoon season, right? For example, if they are focusing only on Kerala area, okay? I mean, they will be bad in there, but for example, they are focusing more on Kerala. So in Kerala, the monsoon is ending by August. Okay, if this organization is having a policy where you will be paying bonus to all employees during Diwali. Okay, there are two ways in which they can manage it. One is like they have to do proper planning of their cash flow in such a manner that when this, before August, they have to make enough reserves and keep it in a separate bank account, which will be utilized only once the bonus have to be released. So you will have enough money to pay this bonus amount. Another option is like ask them to revisit their policy, employee policy. Tell them that instead of paying it in Diwali, you push it to Onam, which is coming by August or September, when you have enough cash flow. Okay, so this kind of an informed decision can be taken by an organization only if they are doing this budgeting and forecasting. Okay, otherwise what will happen is like they will look into the turnover, they will tell us, see, I have enough turnover. But by the end of October or November, when this Diwali is coming, we are not sure like whether they have enough cash balance. Okay, so budgeting and forecasting is very important for an organization, and in most of the organizations which will go for this kind of CFO services, they won't have a proper team or skill set to prepare this one. So this budgeting and forecasting is very important as far as CFO service is concerned. Third is the financial reporting. Just like this budgeting and forecasting, most of the organizations don't have the habit of preparing a monthly MIS report. Okay, I'll tell you an organization what we have seen. This organization had two verticals. One vertical was having a lot of turnover in a particular quarter. Okay, so they are under the assumption that this organization is making a lot of profit in this particular vertical, and they have even released an incentive to their sales people in that particular vertical. Okay, so they were not under the habit of preparing the financial reports and other things. So when we started doing the financial reports, we found that the profitability of this vertical is actually lower than the other vertical, though their turnover was higher. Okay, so when we were evaluating it, we found that in order to boost the sales, they were actually providing a lot of discount in this particular vertical, which has resulted in a lower profit compared to the other vertical. But the problem here is that they are just looking at the turnover, they are not preparing a monthly financial report, each vertical wise, to understand that this is what they were doing. Okay, so when this was reported to the management, it was actually a shock to them, because for the last 6 months, the management believed that okay, turnover has increased, this profitability is because of this turnover, this particular vertical, they have even released the incentive to the sales people. But in reality, that is not the case, which they can know only once they prepare financial report. They do a proper financial reporting on a month-on-month basis or a quarterly or a half-yearly one to do a reality check to understand where they stand. Okay. Otherwise, what happens is like during the year, definitely they will prepare the financial statement for the statutory audit. But at that time also, if the segment reporting is not required, they are not going to dwell into vertical level or geographical level P&L or the product-wise data to understand like from where they are actually making the profit and where they are actually making the losses. So this kind of financial reporting is extremely important for this organization to make a decision. Okay. Next one is a board meeting presentation. So many organizations don't know how to do a board meeting presentation, and you must have seen many organizations like a paper document and they are not even actually doing it. Okay, and especially when you go for a new business, you have to present it to the board, or maybe an investor is coming, you have to provide them the complete details, or maybe you are into a CSR initiative. In those cases, this board presentations are very important and you can help them out on preparing those kind of reports. Next comes the financial systems and processes. So when you look into all the small and medium organizations, most of the cases it will be like 2 or 3 people in the finance team and the other team, and it will be like a one-man show. He will be posting it, he will be deleting it, he will be processing the payment. Everything is happening the same way, but this can't happen for a longer run, especially when an investor and other people are coming into picture, because there is a make or checker concept required and lots of other specifications which are required as per our internal controls, right? So in order to help organizations in fixing all these things and getting the things done, automating to the extent possible so that all the redundant activities can be removed, we can help them out through the CFO services. Okay, next one is liaising with external stakeholders. So when you look into many organizations, they might be having one or two accountants, or maybe maybe a seasoned accountant who has elevated to the level of head of the department, but still thinking from the accountant's level. They might not know how to talk to an auditor, to an internal auditor or a statutory auditor, or maybe an auditor which is coming from the tax authorities, or even to the banker for negotiating the rates and other stuff, right? So in those areas also you can help them out, because we know how to talk on financial terms compared to these people. You must have experienced, like when you go to as a statutory auditor, and if you ask for some report, they will jump, right? Now, you can't understand. I've seen people telling me, like, last year also this lady asked me the same procedure, this year also she's asking, she's not getting it. They won't understand even we are doing a walkthrough of the entire process to understand is there any gap, right? So helping these people out, especially the statutory auditors, internal auditors, the external agencies who are coming for the credit ratings and other things when we are going for any fundraising, or maybe to a banker to negotiate the rates. Like there will be lots of bank charges which you can negotiate and get it reduced. And those areas also you can help them out, because you can talk at their level, you can talk in the terms which these external agencies talk and help them out. When these people are, I'm not telling like all are inefficient, but many organizations, they keep, in order to reduce the cost, they will keep the fresher or somebody who doesn't know how to interact with them, how to provide it, how to put it in a very polished and professional way to get the things done, etc. So there also you can help them out. So these are the services you will be providing as a CFO, virtual CFO, but it is not necessary that you will be providing all these services. It will be a combination of one or two, all the things, whichever way. Now comes our interesting area, which is what are the opportunities available for CAs in this particular area. Okay, so as I told you, the startups is the right place to start with, because many organizations nowadays, especially run by youngsters, they want to do things from the day one in the proper fashion. So it is easier for you to explain to them like what is the best practice available, and many times they are open enough to take it and implement in their organization. And also they might also tell you like, okay, these are the challenges as an industry I am facing it. You should be open enough to understand that and think from their angle. If you talk to somebody, this is the best practice, you can see that in some type of businesses it will never work like that. It is very difficult for them to implement it. So in those cases we should find what is the other way for doing it. Is there any innovative way for doing it within the parlance of our compliances, or if it is not possible, what is the maximum damage that can happen to the organization and how can we mitigate it. So we should not be going to anything which is illegal side. We will be standing in the legal side with integrity, with professionalism. We will guide them in case if it is not possible in any way for achieving that particular one. We will tell them like, okay, this is the risk you are taking. This much will be the maximum implication of this particular risk which you are going to take, and if they are ready, we will take that particular step for continuing with that industry. Okay, next one is the small and medium enterprises. As I told you, there will be some organizations which are there for the last 5 years. They might be thinking of going to the next level. Maybe they are going for a fundraising, or maybe they are going to a new geographical area. Maybe they are focusing on South India, they want to move to the North India, or maybe they are going to have some export business which they are going to do, or maybe it is like they are opening a new vertical. In those cases, they need your guidance for strategically doing things. It is not like you will be sitting there and telling like, okay, you go with this, go with that. You have to study it in detail, you have to do cost-benefit analysis, see where they stand, and then we can guide them accordingly. Third one is the growth stage companies. What are growth stage companies? These are the companies which are there for a long time, maybe last 20-25 years, run by 3 generation, 2 generation, like a business, family business. Maybe the 3rd generation or 2nd generation is coming into picture. They might have done their higher studies abroad and all. They have, or in India itself, have a very clear idea, like I want to implement the AI technology and I have to remove the redundant processes, or maybe I want to streamline things, I want to automate everything, I want cloud-based ERP to be implemented, etc. For those kind of organizations, you can help them out, because in that organization, those new generation people, plus we are the only people who will be talking one language, all others will be still stuck in those old 20 years earlier stage. They have their own insecurities, they have their own apprehensions on doing things. So it is not easy for you to do this, provide service to the growth stage company, but it is possible for you to do it. So I'll give a classic example of one experience with a growth stage company. So we went there for implementing Zoho books. That is like they want to automate the thing, okay? So we explained everything. The last stage when they were agreeing for implementing it, this new generation, the current management guy called this accountant and asked like, what is your opinion for moving from Tally to Zoho books? Okay, could you just imagine what is his reaction? This is before COVID, okay? So, all can understand Tamil, right? My Tamil is not good, but I'll tell you what he has told me. So, he told like, mudiyave mudiyadhu. இது வந்து cloudல தான் போடுறோம், entry இங்க போட்டா tally இங்க தான் இருக்கும், ஆனா இதுல போட்டா அது cloudல போகும், அங்க இது எப்ப வெடிக்கும்னு சொல்ல முடியாது. My reaction was like, I can only visualize a situation like Tom and Jerry, where Tom is going up with the balloons. Okay, he's going in the cloud, a sharp thing, keep on it and he will fall down, right? So I was wondering like, how can somebody can visualize something like this? Like entry will go to the cloud and it will come back. Okay? So these kind of weird, I'm not exaggerating, this really happened before COVID. That time cloud-based ERP is very taboo in India. Okay, so these kind of weird experiences also you will have even today when you go, because they are doing in these kind of growth stage companies, they are doing it for ages, say 25 years, 35 years. They were working with the earlier generation also. So they will find it very insecure to change the processes, to implement things. If we tell them like this is not the way to do things, it is very difficult for them. So many a times they will resist to the extent possible. They tell it's not possible to do at all. Okay, and I can tell you another example where we went to an organization, we were doing a CFO service. So we have given, there's only one accountant. Everything is done virtually for them for a long time, like 8 to 10 years. But this accountant will never have time. So whenever I ask him like what the things are, he will tell me, madam, I am processing the payment. So this was happening for a long time and our project was getting delayed. I asked him one day, how many payments are you processing on a single day? He told me like 5 payments, on an average 5 payments. So I was wondering like on an average 5 payments, why he is taking from morning 9 o'clock, it's 6 o'clock. He is religiously working because in the chat I can see like he is always online and all those things. So he's not running away anywhere, he's sitting and doing it religiously. So I asked him like, how are you doing it? So he told me like morning 9 o'clock, madam, there will be one payment which has come from last day. I will process it. I'll call the stakeholders for approval, they will process it. By the time it got completed, by 9:30 another email will come. I will again start processing it. So this, as and when an invoice comes, this is keeping on happening in that organization. So I told them like this is not the way you have to do the payment processing. You keep a particular day in a week and process it. Anyway, it is around 25 to 30 payments a week, you process it. You don't believe, it took me 10 days to convince a salesperson telling that this can be done. He's like, this is not possible at all, I will lose all my vendors if I do it. Okay, I told him that I personally, as your virtual CFO, I will talk to them, tell them that this is our payment policy, we will process only once a week. And after so many rounds of discussion convincing them, for the last 3 years they are doing it very successfully. Now it has gone to a level, if we ask them to pay any tax payment, say on 28, today is what, 28, right? If I tell them like GST online, you have a liability, you please pay it on 28, he will drop me an email telling like Tuesday is only my payment day. You can pay it only on Tuesday and you're not before that. To reach to this level, I have spent 10 days, 1 hour convincing to make them believe like this is possible. We have tried for 2 or 3 vendors. It took really a lot of time to reach to this level. So what I'm trying to tell you is like virtual CFO service or CFO service is not an easy job. There are so many people who used to ask me like I am also providing this service as a management consultant. Okay? I am providing this service as a part of my statutory audit. One chartered accountant asked me, what is the difference in the service what you are providing and me providing it. Only difference I could see is like I am taking the risk and you are not taking the risk. Trust me, on statutory side there is no risk. As far as I am concerned in my this thing, unless there is some fraud, I was part of it and all those things, I am nowhere involved. But you have a bigger responsibility to the management. They are not going to leave you alone if something goes wrong. And managing these kind of people with your thinking, changing their attitude, changing their mindset is not an easy job. There are efforts required in every job. It is not like, okay, once I provide a CFO service, statutory authorities won't run behind me, but you definitely have your own, list of risks and challenges which you have to take care of. Next one is the seasonal business. As I told you, there are certain businesses, their revenue will be there only for a certain period of time. For example, like the General one I told you, they will have the maximum turnover only during a certain specific period in that particular year. It is not like the entire year they are going to have their turnover and the business and other things. So in those cases, the management, cash flow management is very important, where you have to tell them like where you should spend, where should you save it, how you should plan the things, where should you, there should be a sweep account where you have to log in that money and all those things. There also you can help them in providing the services. Next one is that businesses with special projects. For example, if some organization is getting into Chennai Metro project, it is new to them. So they will assign that work to you. They will ask you to guide them strategically on the resource allocation, the planning the entire thing, for checking the profitability at each stage, recoverability at each stage, how the payment has to be done to their vendors based on the credit terms with their customers, etc. In those kind of projects also you can use it. And there are organizations who are moving to new verticals. They want to do a close monitoring to understand like whether they should proceed with this, because nobody is going to do it at a mass level. They will do the first step. They want to analyze it, how the things are going, then only they will proceed. So during the first step when they are keeping, they need your assistance to guide them at each level to tell like whether you are going in the right direction, are we making any blunder, is it really the profit which you are making, and etc. Okay. So what are the skill sets which you need for doing it? Definitely first one is the technical skill, which we all are having it. It is basically your accounting knowledge, your income tax knowledge, the FEMA rules, all the, at least you should know what all rules and laws are there in our country. Not maybe it's section wise, but at a holistic level. Okay, so you should at least know like, okay, these are the laws in our country, this will have an impact. Then only you can tell them like, okay, there is another law which is available here, we need to evaluate it. If you don't know what are the laws prevalent in your country or the area where you are providing this service, it is not easy for you to know that. You might even miss that. Later on, if somebody is telling you, you will realize like, oh, it will have an impact on that particular organization. So keep yourself informed about the basic rules and regulations of your organization. There is nothing wrong. You can tell always them like, I think there is a provision in the income tax which will have an impact on you. I will check and get back to you. There is no need for you to tell like, okay, this is the section number, this is the provision, this was this as per this notification. No one is expecting you to provide to that level, but you can definitely tell them that there is a notification which has come. I'm not sure whether this will impact your organization. I will check and get back to you, or I will take the support of a technical guy and come back to you. You can always tell it, but for knowing that, you should at least know what are the prevalent rules and regulations which are existing in your organization. Second one is the strategic skills. You should know how to do the strategic management, risk assessment, those kind of strategic level knowledge should be there, or at least your team members should have it. In case if your team is very small, you can take the support of any of the organization with whom you can liaise with, or who can support you on these kind of things. Because if you look into many organizations which are run by these MBA guys and all, there too would be strategical presentations and other things which can help you out. So if you feel that okay, you are not having that particular skill set with you, you can liaise with these organizations and get it done. But the only thing is like, it should be like a proper arrangement with them where they can help you on a regular basis. It should not be like today they have provided a service, tomorrow they are not picking your calls, because you are trusting them for a certain level of things to be delivered to you for providing the service. So you make the agreement properly with them and ensure that you are assisting with somebody whom you know very well and their credibility is not at stake. Okay, next is the analytical skills. You should be able to do a cost-benefit analysis. You should be able to analyze the data on different ways in which it is required for you to provide the opinion to the client. Again, this is like, it is recommended to have it within in-house, but if your team is very small and if you are a chartered accountant lady who is providing it from your home without having support system, etc., it is recommended to have it liaisoned with other firms or with other people who are into this business. There are so many ladies in other profession also starting their own practices, right? So you can associate with them, you can have an arrangement with them where they can provide you that particular area of service and you can consolidate it and provide for the clients. And in our case, whenever we are having this kind of an association with other organization, we are very transparent with our clients. We tell them that we will guide it, we will be the face for you, but this portion will be done by another organization. This is the credentials of that organization and the profile of that organization. So if we are very transparent, we tell them upfront like, okay, this is what it is, because ultimately the transparency is very important. Tomorrow if they know that, okay, this is done by somebody else, or maybe you have signed an NDA with them, this other person also have to sign an NDA with your client, because they are sharing their confidential information. So if to the extent possible, it is better to tell them upfront like, okay, this is what it is, we will be providing this, this is the organization which is providing for other clients of ours, we will be taking their support. Maybe out of 10 clients, you will lose 4 or 5 in the initial stages, but this will create a credibility for you, and that matters for both of you, and they will have more confidence on you when you are very transparent and tell them like, okay, this is how it is. I can definitely tell you the first 2 or 3 projects you will lose definitely if you tell that, but over a period of time it will build some confidence on them and they will know like, okay, if something you are outsourcing or something you are getting it done from others, you will always keep them informed. So they are not going to have any last minute surprises like normally all the consultants provide them. They will know like, okay, if you are doing it, lots of integrity will be there are transparency and they can rely on it. Okay, next one is the interpersonal skills. It is very important when you are providing a CFO service. As I told you, different type of people, different set of departments, they will create your lots of fuss and fun with you, especially when it is virtual one, because it's very easy for them to pick up a phone, call you, tell you whatever they want. They will be a bit hesitant when you are facing each other. But if it is a virtual thing, sometimes people will call you, blast, tell all nonsense, somewhat, especially in an automation process or a process streamlining. Okay? And I have seen the other side also. Since we are women, people have the feeling like we are like an emotional call. The accountant will call, ma'am, they are not paying me salary, blah, 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 making me work for 12 hours. Cut them short. That is not our job. Okay, we are not sitting there to provide emotional balance for anybody. Why I am telling this is like we have seen all these things for the last 8 to 9 years. So they will call you, and since they are not seeing your face, it's easier for them to grip for hours and hours. So cut them short. Tell them that this is what is required. And you can see many cases like we will tell them like, okay, you have to provide this report by say Monday. Monday morning, as usual, just like he told. In the last session, they will call, ma'am, my son was not feeling well, my in-law was falling down. That is not your problem. Communication is very important, and be assertive, don't shout at them. Be assertive, tell them that if 9 o'clock you want a report, it has to be on your table. That is right, it should be in your email box. If they can't deliver it, they have to tell you upfront at least by Friday. I used to tell them like, it is not going to work. There are so many people in my office who are waiting for that reports. Their work is getting impacted. So everyone's time is important, you are wasting your time and my time. So don't give me the entire gyan of who fell down, where they fall, which hospital, and I am not interested in it. See, I am not telling like I am a, person who doesn't understand the emotional side. I understand, but the thing is like when the work is coming, for me I have my own issues, you have your own issues. You manage it, you are not coming here for doing it. So maybe it is a bit hard way to do it, but I have learned it during my architectship days from the same sir which I told you earlier. He told me when I entered his office for the first time, showing me the door, he told me like when you are entering this door, keep all the things which you have brought from your house there and come here. So I was of course 18 when I had just completed my foundation. So my first question was like, should I bring the lunch bag inside? Because I couldn't understand what he was talking about. But once I completed my CA, once I started to work, I understood what is the meaning of what he has told me that day. We all have our own share of problems. Keep it near the door and then enter. And similarly, he told me like when you are leaving the office, keep whatever you have taken from here till the door and then you leave it. Okay, so that has to be practiced by you and it has to be expected from others as well. If you have 10 members, if each one of them are sitting and cribbing about their life, nothing is going to work. And everyone feels that we women are sitting for understanding all these things. And unfortunately, in my the profile they see the mentor, chronic healer and all, they feel like, okay, this is the place, they have to put all the emotion on it. No, I'm not going to take any of these things because as far as work is concerned, I have to deliver it on time. That is why I am taken by that management, right? So same thing is applying for you. Since it is a virtual mode, there are chances more for this, especially, I mean, I'm not biased, but especially women accountant, they are very comfortable, they will call you. They are like, ma'am, this thing, that thing, salary is not enough, can I get a job in your office? Cut it short. At the end of the day, your arrangement is only with the management and you are going there for delivering something. It is not like you are going to make a friend over there, you are going to get employment for the 10 or 15 people sitting over there. That is a different story. But when we are going there for doing a work, ensure that we are getting it done and coming. Okay, so interpersonal skills are very important. For negotiation, when you are going, you should negotiate it, you should know how to negotiate. If you have a very good member in your team who is good with negotiation, you send that person. There is no need for you to be available in each of these meetings. Second thing is like you should know how to manage the team. Especially when you are going for an automation and all, lots of insecurity will be there in the team. And if you are, as I told you, if you are going to a cloud-based platform from a tally perspective, you have to sit with them, understand, make them understand that you are not going to lose your job. It is only going to make your life easier. And there are people like, there will be diverse population in every organization. If there are like this second generation organization and all, there will be people who will be in the late 50s. Okay, they have seen only tally from the day they have completed their BCom. For them, it is a matter of like whether I am losing my job, where will I get for the next 3 years. There are lots of emotional things they are going through. So make them understand that this is only to make your life easier. It is not for removing you or anything. Tell them that these are the things to be done, handhold them in the process of understanding how the things to be done and then take it. So you should know where to cut their emotional thing and where to provide them the emotional support. That kind of maturity should be there before you proceed. Okay? Now we will come to certain myths relating to CFO services. Okay, so many people believe that okay, CFO service means just like a consultant management support guy or an internal auditor, I will step into the office, they will tell me this is what I am going to implement in the next 10 months. I will be sitting on the other side of the table, I will listen, and wherever is my job profile, I will contribute. That is not the case. As I told you in the beginning, you are part of their business. So you are providing this virtual CFO service, you are part of their business. So you need to contribute, you need to look into each and every area and tell them like whether this will work for you or not. Starting from the project stage, then you need to know like whether they have enough resources, whether they have to recruit it, whether they have to take it through consultants, how it will be implemented, how much cost will be incurred in case if you are going for a staff loaning, how much you have to pay for them. All these things you should be involved as if a full-time CFO and provide them the service. It is not like, okay, it is not part of my scope, or maybe I am a consultant, I can only provide you guidance, I am not helping you out any further. That kind of a thing can't be done when you are doing a CFO service. Okay, second one is this. Many people believe that if you provide an accounting and taxation support, that is like you send your people to do their accounting job, or maybe for filing their tax returns you are helping, that is CFO service. No, that is not the CFO service. We are actually going one step ahead and we are actually helping the management at a strategic level and not at an accounting level or a taxation level. We definitely will do in certain organizations, it's very small, there are lots of mistakes, we can't take the data for your analytical things. We definitely will guide them, this is not the entry to be posted, this is the additional entry to be posted, this is what is required as per the law, etc. You will definitely do, but that is not the end result of your service. It is only a ancillary service you provide for getting the actual report from the system. Okay, next one is like many people believe that I have a set of team, say 10 or 15 people who have completed the articleship, that is more than enough, who knows accounting, taxation, etc. I can manage with them and do a CFO service. No. The entire objective of CFO service and the accounting and taxation and auditing is completely different. Auditing, taxation, etc. you are providing as a consultant on the other side of the table, and whatever you are providing as a CFO is this side of the table. So you have to learn how to do a cost benefit analysis, you should know how to do strategical things, you should know how to prepare the presentation, work to pull out the data, industry knowledge. Industry knowledge is very important as well as CFO service is concerned. You should know how a particular industry works, how a particular organization works. If you have worked in industry at a certain level during your entire career, that will really help you out. It will help you to understand many things. It is not that, okay, service industry experience is not sufficient, it is sufficient. But the thing is, like, the skills you acquire as a person who is sitting in the industry side and as a person who is doing a service sector is completely different. For me, I have worked on both. I have worked in an MNC in the finance team as well as I have worked in Big Four in the service side also. So I can easily tell you that the skill set which is required for service industry is completely different and what is required for the industry thing is completely different. Okay, both the base is same, both can be built. It is not like it is not possible to build, but the way in which we will think is very different when you are in the service industry and in the service sector and the industry. Okay, I will tell you the very minute difference, but which makes a lot of changes. Okay, when you look into any particular initiative which an organization is taking, okay, when you are in the service sector, our immediate response will be like whether the compliance will be a problem, whether tax will be a problem, whether GST will be a problem. Okay, when you are sitting in industry, okay, your first question will be like, will it bring me profit? How much turnover increase will be there? What will be the cost efficiency we are talking about? Is it really worth to go for this particular business? Okay, it took me some time to get this into my brain when I joined the industry from the service sector. And I still remember when I was working with the Big Four, I was in the taxation department and I went with my boss to our client's office. I'm not mentioning the name, very big MNC in Chennai. Okay, initial days after I completed my CA. So we were explaining, we had a presentation of 25 slides. We were explaining like how that time service tax and all is prevalent, how this will have an impact on service tax, PEMA, then direct tax and all. After 45 minutes of presentation, only one thing that CEO told us, I don't care about any of these laws. I want to run this business, you tell me how it will happen, okay? At that age, I thought like it's so rude for somebody to tell, because how can somebody put our efforts for 3 days like this, telling like I don't damn care about your laws, you tell me how to run the business. But today I understand that he's right. For a businessman, he has invested money, he has to get the return. He is not bothered about our laws. It doesn't mean that they should not comply with it. Right? In certain situations, if they can't comply, we will tell them like these are the interest you are going to pay, these are the penalty you are going to pay. This is the informed decision, you decide whether this is a calculated risk. You decide whether you want to take this chance or not. I have seen certain situations like maybe the interest and penalty what they are going to pay is around 2 lakhs. But the business benefit what they are going to get is like 50 lakhs or 60 lakhs. So as far as a businessman is concerned, which is more important, he has invested the money. I'm not telling like, okay, non-compliance is something to be glorified. No, that is not my intention. But when you are sitting in that position, certain times you have to step into their shoes and understand what is important for them. If we are investing, what will be our response? The same chartered accountants who are sitting over here, we also will tell like, okay, 2 lakhs, right? Out of this 50 lakhs I'm going to get, I will pay that 2 lakhs additionally. I'm not 100% non-compliant. Maybe 2 days of GST filing I have delayed. It's fine. I will pay the interest, I will pay the penalty, I will pay the late fee. But the kind of comparison like 50 lakhs versus 2 lakhs is, where is it? It's completely different, right? For this 2 lakhs of non-compliance, I can't give off my 50 lakhs of benefit which I'm going to get. Maybe it's a new business, maybe a new venture or a new customer which can open a lot of new opportunities for me. So when you're thinking from that angle, it is important that you have to strategically think. So your accounting, auditing and taxation knowledge is definitely required, that's your base. But more than that, there are certain skills to be developed. So either you get it developed within the organization, you can have an in-house training, or if you have your friends who are running to the CFO services, you can get your resources, work with them if they agree, or you get a separate team for it who can help you out in this CFO services. Okay, next one is, we many times believe that okay, I have done audit of 25 type of industry and that is enough for me to run or CFO service practice. That is not the case. You should know the objective of that organization. Even the industry may be familiar for you, but you should know what are the processes, what are the new trends coming up. what are the objectives and the principles of those organizations. Because every organization has different principles. If you are working with Tata Group, they have a different principle compared to Reliance Group. Maybe the organization with which you are going to work might not be of that level, but they all will have different principles. We normally tell them tone of the top. So what is important for the management is what is going to drop down. So if the management has some principles, that is what is going to get reflected in that organization. So if an organization is giving importance to employees, people, and I have the same kind of industry which is focusing on the profit, I can't implement the same strategy over here. It is not going to work. Management is not going to support me. So I should understand what is important to the management for implementing it. Now comes the interesting part of challenges. We have seen what service we can provide, where we can provide. Now let's understand the challenges. So building trust with the client is the biggest challenge. As you know, in a virtual platform, it is very difficult for building the trust of management as well as the employees. Okay, if you are a new person, if somebody is introducing you or you know this client earlier, then it is fine. Otherwise, if you are a new person getting introduced to this particular client, building trust with them is a very difficult process. Okay, my recommendation is that either you go in person and meet them at least once, or during the initial meetings at least put on your video and talk to them. Maybe the bandwidth is an issue, you get somehow fixed it, or you go to a place where there's a proper bandwidth, put on your video and attend the session so that a face-to-face contact will help. But my personal experience is like at least once if you go and visit them personally, that rapport is far better than even the video one, because you are seeing that person physically at least once. That will really help. It is not required that you go every time, but before you sign that agreement, go and meet them. In two ways it will help you. One, they can get a confidence on you. Second one is that you can also feel the pulse of that organization. We all are chartered accountants. We have a sixth sense which will tell you like, am I going in the right direction or not, right? The moment you see somebody, the moment they talk, you will know like, okay, is something wrong, something okay. And I can tell you all the organization which comes for CFO services might not be a straightforward organization. They have their own hidden agendas as well. So you should be able to know like which one to take, which one not to take, how to proceed with an integrity, and all is your responsibility. So once you go and meet them, when you see their premise, you will get an idea like where you are heading to. So at least once you go and meet them before you sign the agreement with them. Next one is resistance to change. As I told you like that accountant earlier, many times they are not ready to even get into all these things. They will feel like, okay, I'm going to lose my job. They will feel that, okay, that lady is coming and trying to tell that whatever we have done so far is wrong. I've seen people telling me like, see, you are not doing any value addition. As an accountant, I am getting half your pay and you are making me do the work and you are getting a higher salary. Because they won't understand what value addition we are providing to them, because management will be the people to whom we are reporting and not to these people. So getting a lot of resistance from the team is a quite normal thing. The first 1 month, definitely you will have a challenge with them. But after that, they will come into your thing or be a bit assertive. Many times we women are so soft, they feel like, okay, they can sit on our head and dance. So don't leave it. Be a professional, show your integrity and put your foot down when it is required, so that they will know like, okay, you can't mess around with her. And that level of respect is required when you are doing these kind of things, because there they will listen to you only when you are maintaining that standard with them. Otherwise they will feel like, okay, I can do whatever let her do. That is not what is required, because we have to deliver, we have to show the results. Then it will happen only if you are maintaining that clear, clean line which is required over there. Next is the clear understanding of requirements. So sometimes what happens is like, we will be talking to the stakeholders, the terms what they use and what we normally use in the accounting language is completely different. Okay, they will talk about funding. We will think of treasury related, there's commercial papers, promissory notes, IPO and all. They may be talking about just an only overdraft account. Okay, so these kind of differences will be there, because that might be what they are using in their business for quite long time, and we are not sitting face to face for understanding this. So make it very clear what you understood. Drop them an email, ask them whether this is your requirement. If they are telling about funding, put it in the bracket IPO, blah blah blah, etc. Then they will tell it, no, I am not talking about IPO, I am talking about overdraft account. Or maybe they will talk about like, I am taking a loan from my own family members. So make it very clear what you understood and agree to it before you proceed, because sometimes they will come back and tell you, from day one I'm telling you this is my requirement and see what you have delivered. So be very clear what you understood so that they will confirm it. Okay, next is the data security. Many times the data security is a big challenge, especially when you're dealing with a new organization or an SME or even the age-old, the new generation, old generation people running the show. They don't know that how to send a confidential data through email. There won't be a passport. They will mark the entire board. And the other data security issues like antivirus and other stuff. Okay, so you have to educate them and tell them like, okay, this should not be done in this way. This should be the way the password has to be put. This is the way it has to be shared, and who all should be marked in an email. All these things you have to mention once you understand that okay, these people are not very accustomed with what we are talking about, so that it will be easier for you to deal with them. Next one is the remote coordination is a big problem, especially for this highly disorganized organization where you are going and trying to implement the processes. You will call for a meeting, I can tell you the first 2 meetings, if you got 10 people on it, 2 will turn up, that also after half an hour delay. Okay, this you can expect in most of the organization. So the remote coordination will be a problem, but you have to tell them like if you are keeping a meeting at 9 o'clock, sharp 9 o'clock they have to be there. If out of 10 people, if 8 are not turning up and not informing, you just cancel the meeting and ask them for another meeting with the stakeholders. Okay, next one is the implementation delay. As I told you, many times it is easier for them to escape from the deadlines because you are not sitting over there. If you are physically available, you can go and ask like, why didn't you deliver it, why didn't you do it? Now it is physically, you are not physically available. What they will do, they will switch off the mobile, they will block your number. When you call for a meeting, they won't turn up. They will tell like, I didn't see the email. So many confusions will happen. So always tell the client that you need a single point of contact for all this coordination so that it will be easier for you to deal with these things. Because when you are physically available, it is a different story. They will be a bit scared that, okay, you will come and chase them. Here they are not getting that, I don't know, like, they are free, you are not going to come behind them. You can see that they won't read your WhatsApp messages, they won't pick up your calls, they won't respond to your emails. Those kind of people will also be there. And we have done for certain organizations where the people don't know how to use an email also. It's a common email for 5 people. So they are not sure to, even if we are mentioning this person, they will be like, ma'am, so make it sure that there is a single point of contact to whom you can escalate if these kind of things are happening. Next one is the scope creep. Okay, what is scope creep? When you go to their office or when you are having the initial discussion, they will tell like, see, I have a good project which is coming up, I want you to help me with this particular project. Okay, once you start it, they will tell like, see, these processes are not okay, could you just help us in streamlining these processes? Okay, like that they will keep on adding the things to the scope, but they have already told like my requirement is this particular one. So they ensure that the scope is clearly defined and the fees is agreed upon, and in case if something else is coming which is not part of it, you have to include it. It is not like, okay, as I told you, you might feel like it's a contradictory of what I told earlier, what all services CFO is providing, you have to provide it. But the thing is like, in certain cases they will clearly tell you like, I need your support only for implementation of ERP in my organization. In that case, there is no question of correcting your books, cleaning up your books, then streamlining your processes, even your admin and sales process, that is not in your scope. So those kind of things you have to stop or tell them like this is not part of your project. Otherwise what will happen is like you will be all over the place and things, the deadlines, everything will get go on a toss. Next one is the realistic goals. Okay, many organizations have a habit like once they give to CFO services, everything is finished. Their issues are not taken into consideration. How many resources they are having? No, none of these things are considered. The last question before the winding of the meeting will be like, they haven't implemented it for the last 3 years, okay? But the moment you are in their premise, their expectation is like, next 1.5 months we are going to finish this entire show, which is not going to happen. It's an unrealistic goal. So they believe like, okay, that person told like, if you put the CFO services, it will get done. They told it will get done, but they haven't given any timeline like 1 month, 1.5 months, or you have taken 3.5 months, 3.5 years and still not done. Okay, so make the expectations very clear. Even if we tell them 1.5 months, many times by one month they will come back and they will start putting the pressure. So if you feel that okay, 1.5 months it is not going to happen, tell them upfront. Otherwise they will tell like, see, we have agreed on because you committed 1.5 months, now you are extending it, you for collecting the money, blah blah blah, and all. Sometimes it will go to very nasty level. So make the communication very clear, tell them upfront like, okay, these are the processes, these will be the steps we will be following, and as a result, this is the estimated time we are expecting. Before that, it is not possible to do. And when you are giving the timeline, ensure that you are keeping a buffer of 10 to 15 days minimum. There will be unexpected issues and challenges which you have to take care of. And over a period of time, you will understand like, okay, this kind of industry, that delay period will be like 30 days, 60 days, like that you can use. Now, how to start your journey as a CFO, virtual CFO, okay? So, just like that outsourcing thing we have told, where to start with. That is the biggest problem, right? Once you have 4 or 5 clients in your kitty where you can show their credentials, it's very easy to pitch. That first 2 or 3 clients getting is the biggest challenge for anyone in any business. Here also you have the same challenge, but the easiest way, when you compare to the outsourcing work, here the easiest way for getting it is like, there will be one set of clients for whom you will be providing only the tax consultation and the GST filings. You are not touching their internal audit, they are not touching their statutory audit. As you know, for statutory audit and internal audit assignments, this will be like a prohibited service. You can't provide it again because independence issue will come. But for clients for whom they are sending you the data, you are filing a TDS return or a GST return, if you feel that every time they are delaying the things, and when you ask them, they will like too much of messy data, accountant doesn't know, that is a place you can go and pitch. Ask them like, shall we help you out, okay? Start with it. Maybe it will initially start as a management support function because it's a very thin line between management support and the CFO services. For a bigger organization, I agree that the strategic things and all come into picture. If it's a very small organization, it doesn't make a difference for them. You have to start from the scratch, like cleaning up their books and all those things. So you start from there. Tell them that, okay, I will provide the service, you look into it, if you're fine, we will take it up. Okay, so that is the first place where you can start doing it. So once you get that particular comfort as a CFO service provider, then you can pitch for other clients. Because many times, as women, we have this conservative approach of only if we know 98% or 100%, then only we will put our first step ahead. Okay, so when I was working in a particular MNC there, if you look into the accounting team, there 95% are women. Okay, only 5% is a guy. Are guys. So I once asked my boss who came from Germany, like, why you have this much of a disparity? In all other departments, it is like other way around, 95% guys and 5% women. So he told me, when you interview a woman or when you ask a woman, if they know 98%, they will tell like, I know only 90%. Very conservative. But when you look into a guy, even if he knows only 40%, he will tell like 95% I know. And this is a listed company, and he told like, I can't take a chance on accounting and the other reporting part. Work, he tells like, I have 95, I know 95%, and when it comes to the work, he knows only 40%, and I have to invest so much of time in doing it. Same thing happens for us also.
Website of this is we are not able to grow like men.
That is also there. I understand, I completely agree. So my point is like, if here you are having a jittery like, whether I know the laws of this country, whether I will be able to do it, you start with this particular existing client where you know like who they are, what are their issues, where they will go back, and then you know the pulse of the management also. What if something goes wrong, to what extent the things will go up, whether they will take a legal action against me, whether they will come and blast me, or whether they will tell like, okay, it's a joint issue, we will sort it out. Right? So you will know that before when you start the work, so that it will be easier and more comfortable for you to deal with. So if you have that set of, definitely there will be one set of clients who will be like the last minute .com, who will come only on 11th to file the GSTR one, they will come only on 31st to file the TDS return, that set will be always there. Try and do a pitching for them. There is no independent issue there because you are only filing their TDS and GST, which is a management support function again. So you can ask them like, shall we support it? Even if the price is lesser, you do it because you are testing the water to understand like whether you have that particular capability and also whether you are liking it or not. It is not like it is everyone's cup of tea. Some people will be only interested in looking into the taxation, analyzing the data, dicing the laws, accounting standard to do it. For certain people, it is like, okay, as long as I am doing some analytical job, I am fine. So these kind of things are only for the second category of people. So if you want to test the water, first you try with the existing clients. So there is nothing wrong for you. There is nothing for you to lose. Maximum they will tell like, pay பண்றதுக்கு எனக்கு ரிசல்ட் கிடைக்கல, so I'm leaving. Maximum that will happen that 1 or 2 months effort is a loss for you, not more than that, but you will get a confidence. Second thing is like this is your first client. So next time when you're pitching, your credential you can mention this client as your first client. That getting the first and second is the problem. First you have already received it, so you don't have a problem. Without much issues you got it. Okay, next option is like partnering with some virtual CFO firms. So if you have very good contacts, there are so many CFO firms like CFO Bridge, CFO Suites, startups and all those things.
CFO Bridge,
CFO Bridge, CFO Suite, SUI. Okay, so there are so many firms like that. If you have any contact with them, start with them. You are not going to provide any CFO service per se there. Tell them that I will help you to clean up their books. There will be challenges. I will help you to implement the ERP for them. I will help you in process implementations. Okay, so when you are going there, when you are attending their meetings, you will understand like how they are approaching the issues. Okay, it is not like they will shout, hey, why didn't you do no? Very positive, very productive way of approach of handling things. And these are led by people who are like seasoned CFOs for a long time. So you can learn a lot from them, especially people who are done their service industry alone. That is like you have no hands-on experience from working in an industry. It is recommended to have an association with these kind of people. Maybe your pay will be very less compared to what the CFO is getting. You might be providing the basic level work, but doesn't mind it because you are going to get that level of insight into this particular service which will help you big time. Because you will really understand where they are going, how they are implementing it, how they are grooming the team to that particular level, what kind of guidance they are giving to the management. Okay. Okay, next one is like network with professionals having complementary skills. So we all, most of you are practicing, so we all will get associated with the company secretary, the cost accountant, with the lawyer, many times, right? Or maybe with other people who are providing similar kind of services like fundraising, IPO experts, treasury related things alone, the consultants for treasury related work alone, etc. So if you are associated with these kind of people, they will know which organization has a problem in which all areas. Okay, so those kind of organizations can also give you a lead, telling like, okay, this particular organization is looking for a virtual CFO to get their things done before they go for an IPO or before their due diligence is done, or maybe a credit rating agency is coming for rating, they have to retain their rating, so they need a help. So these kind of organizations can also help you out. So networking is very important, and for people who are in the service industry, they will have their own circle of these kind of people like lawyers, treasury, fundraising guys, company secretary and all, who doesn't have this capability to provide it. Okay, and also even your own friends who are doing a statutory audit can also help you out, provided you have very good terms with them. Because statutory auditor can't provide this service since it is a prohibited one, restricted service. So they might be knowing like the books is completely mess, they don't have any process in place, he has a very tough time signing it, it is going to a disclaimer of opinion. Next year if they want to collect it, they must have given an ML points, they have to close it, you can associate with them and get this done. So within your circle itself, actually the first three will help you in doing it. So even if you don't know the virtual CFO firms or even associated there, they have their own terms and agreements and other stuff, which you are not very comfortable, you can try the first and third one, which you can do within your circle itself. Okay, and as chartered accountants, I believe that we can complement each other. If you are providing the statutory audit, there is no need for you to stop other person from getting the work, you can pass it on. There is no need for us to be unethically doing the same service through some other brand. I don't believe in it. It's completely up to each professional, but personally I don't believe it, because when you're talking about integrity, you have to show integrity in your action. If I'm running two organizations and I'm telling the business like you do it in an integral way, how will it happen? If I tell my resources like you have to follow, preach integrity, and if they see that okay, one billing is happening from my one organization and another billing is happening from another organization, am I making fool of myself? So I personally don't believe in, and we normally provide this kind of support to our circle of chartered accountants, because when you are providing one service, you can help the others. Actually the business is also benefiting, your counterparts are also benefiting. And the next one is like a built-in focused consulting practice. Just like what we have seen for this outsourcing one, he's focusing only on outsourcing. Like that, if you feel that, okay, this is my cup of tea, this is the way I want to do the service, I want to do only this kind of a service, you can create your own focused practice on CFO services. So what you will be doing is like you will upskill your, you will upgrade your skills, you will train your team on the financial management and other stuff, strategic presentations and other stuff, and you will mention that the service what you're providing is only CFO services. It is not like, okay, I have handful of audit, I have handful of taxation, on the top of that I am providing it. Instead of that, you can focus it. Nowadays it is a matter of expertise everywhere, right? If you are an expert, people will come to you. Generalists are not that much welcome by everyone. In that case, you can do a focused practice also in this particular area. Okay, now there are certain things to be taken care of before you start your own CFO practice. One is that your mastery in every domain is not required and it is not possible. If I am talking about accounting, I might not be knowing on the legal side, I might not be knowing the FEMA side. So there is no need for me to know each and everything. I should know that, okay, this kind of a law exists. I can very well connect with the client, with the lawyer, with whom I am associated, and tell them like, okay, he is the right person to vet your agreement, which you are going to have with an exporter. There is no need for me to tell like, okay, I will do it, I will scratch my head, won't sleep for 3 days, put it in ChatGPT, ask it to vet it for me. No, don't take these kind of risks. As long as you're telling like, okay, I don't have the skill, I will get the right person to do, they will be happy to do it. And when you're drafting your agreement for your CFO services, you mention it clearly that anything which is a niche area, you will be consulting a third party, and whatever payment has to be done to them, they have to bear it. That clause you have to add in your agreement, otherwise what will happen is like, you might be getting say 1 lakh rupees, and if that lawyer is asking 3.5 lakhs for vetting an agreement, what is the point in you doing it? So make it very clear in your agreement stating that any niche area where you are taking external party support, if the agreement will be between the external party and the company, and the payment has to be made by the company directly to that particular external party. Okay, next one is like understanding of industry and how the company's work is very important. Okay, as I told you, you might have seen so many organizations in your audit experience. You must have seen a walkthrough of their processes and all. But understanding how the industry works by sitting over there and understanding their each and every operation is completely different. So if you have industry experience, well and fine, it is an added advantage. If you are coming from a complete taxation and audit experience, my recommendation is that first time when you are having a client, go and sit with them for some time. Sit with each of these people, accountant and other people. You will understand the real challenge what they are facing many a times. And for each industry, the challenge will be different. It is not like, okay, this particular industry is having it, so it will be there for all. It is not the case. We can see so many different dimensions of things. For example, if you go into service industry, okay, you must be slicing and dicing the data based on the in the geographical locations and other stuff. Okay, when you go to a logistic company, there everything depends upon the track ID. Okay, track ID is nothing but when they are sending something to logistic, there will be an ID for it, and for them each of these costs should be identified based on the track ID, and the profitability of each track ID is very important. So you should understand each business accordingly. So if you have seen financial statement of this logistic company and this particular organization, you will be able to tell like which accounting standard is applied, which thing is done and all. But when you are not going to the operational level and understanding this particular industry, you might not understand these kind of small things which makes a lot of difference. Because if you are putting slicing and dicing and data and sending to the management, the first question in a logistic company will be like, where is my profitability based on track ID? And if you're clueless, they'll ask like, what kind of service are you providing? So you have to understand the industry in depth. So before you take any assignment, especially when you are a newcomer into this industry, study the industry properly. So even today when before we go for any meeting, we spend at least 3 to 4 hours understand the industry, the latest trends, how the things are, what are the latest softwares which are available which will help them out. Study it in detail and do, because somebody is paying you for a service, so we have to provide them 100% proper service with integrity. So ensure that you are spending enough time on understanding the industry properly, then only you can provide it. And I can tell you one more thing, when they feel that okay, you are not confident enough, I have seen that people put some questions on you to test your knowledge and confidence. Okay, so you can answer it confidently only if you have done your own homework properly. Otherwise, you will be already a bit tense because you are going for the first time for this kind of a pitching. On the top of that, they will put something like this. So what they will do is, like, I can tell you, like, if you're going to a logistic company, so out of blue they will ask you like, track ID track பண்ணுவாங்க. So if you don't know what is this track ID what they're talking about, you will be shocked that you don't know what to answer in a split of a second, right? And you are on a virtual mode, your face is so if you are getting any shock kind of expression, that will be captured. And I can tell you, like, many times I've seen if the number of people are less on your side and more people on that side, and they feel like you are not confident, they will do left, right, center. So ensure that you are confident enough and you have done your own research before going there. You are not going for something smaller like bookkeeping work, which will be like there in your mind. Even in the midnight, if somebody asks, you will tell. But when you are going for these kind of things, you should have very detailed analysis and you should have a clear understanding of work it should be heading to. Okay. Next one is like, as I told you, strategic thinking capacity. So whenever they are asking you any question, you should be able to answer it at a strategic level. It should not be like, okay, the accounting standard told this, GST is telling me this. No, they are not asking you anything regarding this. When I am going and exporting this to a particular country, what is your opinion on it? You have to tell them the strategic level, how it will help you out. There is no tax on that, this much amount will come to you, exchange rate, exchange fluctuation can impact you. Then bank charges might be higher, so that you have to tell them that the bank charges have to be borne by them. Then all the 15 CAs-KPOs has to be there. This will be the additional cost you are going to bear. In case if you are importing something for it, F&A agents have to be paid. What will be the amount for it? So maybe 20% or 30% of your additional expenses coming. Whether your profit out of this export is really helping you out. So that will be the thing. That should be the thinking capacity of you, and it should not be like, okay, GST. There is you take a letter of undertaking so that there won't be any GST. They are not asking you that. That will be provided by an accountant. When you are providing a CFO service, your thing is like, you should think from a higher level, think like you are a businessman, what all things are important for you when you are doing it. Then you give an answer. So strategic thinking is very important as far as this particular thing is concerned. Second one is like, mind shift should be there. So when we are a consultant, the way in which we are groomed from the artificial days is like, we are the problem solvers, right? They will tell you like, see, I am doing an export business, what should I do? Take an LUT, do it. Take this particular amount, you add the LUT in the invoice, do it. Or you will tell like an agreement should be there, it should be better. We are always there to help them when they are having a problem. But in this case, you have to be more proactive and you should be a part of their organization and take the joint responsibility for fixing it. Okay, so normally what we do, if you are an auditor on some page like statutory auditor, internal auditor, corporate auditor, whatever that is, we will tell you these are the areas you have a problem. And if you are on the management side, management support side or anything, we will provide them a solution. But here what you are going to do is like, you will do a combination of both. You will do a health checkup for that organization first. You will identify where are the gaps. You will tell them these are the ways in which it has to be mitigated, and it is your responsibility to ensure that it is mitigated within the timeline. Okay, you are not just telling them like, okay, I have given your team this 5 tasks to do, they didn't do, no results, next year's ML point it will be there. No, that is not your responsibility. You have to ensure that I have identified, I have told them these are the 5 points to be fixed. Sit with them, get them on call every week, every day, ensure that you are sitting with them and closing it before the next audit comes or whatever may be the next criteria. Okay? Next one is the time bound. This is the area where we women always have a problem. You have to understand that the virtual CFO service is like, it's for a limited period of time. Maybe till the time a particular project is over, or maybe till the time they get a new full-time CFO, or maybe on some other criteria. I have seen women telling like, I have provided such a good support to them, I was there the entire day, but still after 1.5 years they got a full-time CFO. I think I am not, they were not happy with my service. That is not the case. You should understand that virtual CFO service is provided only for a limited period of time. You are not going to be there endlessly. If you are lucky enough, they will keep you for 5 or 6 years. But that kind of situation happens very rarely. Either they will grow or they need a full-time CFO, or maybe the purpose for which they have kept you us over so that they must be sending you, telling you like, okay, this is over. Okay, so before I wind it up, I want to tell you some other points also. One is like the biggest challenge what many times we face as a consultant is that we have a habit of telling like, I am quite busy today, I will ask my manager to join the meetings. No. In case of CFO services, you can do it once or twice when you are extremely busy or some unidentified reasons or an exceptional cases, okay? In all other meetings, you are expected to be part of the meeting. You can't send your manager telling like, my manager will run the show. No. This is not a statutory audit, this is not an internal audit, this is not a management support. You are given this assignment based on your capability. So they expect you to be part of that particular meeting, okay? Once or twice, very rare situation, exceptional situation, of course you can do it. We are all human beings, it happens very, in everyone's life. But making a regular practice, I have seen people telling like, this entire month I can't attend, I have GST filings, I have income tax returns to be filed. No, that is not why they are paying you for this service. You have to be there, you are part of their organization. If you are the full-time CFO, will you tell that, okay, I have a GST 9 to file, so I won't come for the meeting? No. Once in a while you can do. Maybe 28 days, 28, 31st you have to file GST 9, you can tell them that, can we postpone it to Thursday? That is quite okay. Or tell them upfront like you can't join. Keep the meeting, you won't turn up, your junior will tell something, they will blabber something, that is not going to happen. So when you are providing a virtual CFO service, ensure that you are physically, you are available in the meetings even though it is not physically. Okay? Second one is that many times what we see is like they will drop an email telling you their concern to you, telling like this particular thing is not happening, they are not able to get a fund which they have transferred from abroad here, it is not happening, the banker is asking for some document, we are not clear. I've seen people doing like, they won't even respond to it, telling like, see, they have this GST date, why don't have time for all these things? And there are certain situations they will send even in WhatsApp. I don't recommend doing anything in WhatsApp, but I don't entertain my clients to send anything. I normally don't read any of the professional things in my WhatsApp. So, but still the thing is like, at least I will pick the call and tell them like, I am busy, I will get back to you. Or I will tell like, today it is not possible, tomorrow I will give you a response. Or I will tell like, this is not my area, I will check with the respective people and come back. Okay, that kind of a response is mandatory because you are recruited by an organization to provide them a CFO service virtually. So they expect, just like their CFO who is sitting next door, they will go walk to them, tell like the bank is not raising the fund, what should we do? The same kind of seriousness is expected from you. It is not like, okay, I have some other work, I won't respond to you. When I see your email, I have to respond. So I won't even respond to, I won't even look into your email. That is not the right approach. You should be always available for them. So you can make it very clear, telling like Saturday, Sunday, I won't work. After 9:30, I won't, after 7:30, I won't take any official calls. You can make the rules very clear. Okay, I won't take any official calls after 6:30, very clear. I won't work on Saturdays and Sundays. I make it very clear on the day one itself, I will tell you this is my office hours. You call me at this time, I will be available. If I am not available, I will just drop a message, tell it, I will call you back. But that kind of courtesy is required. Many times we lose this thing because we won't respond to them on time. When we come back, we'll tell like I had that issue, I had this personal issue, that official issue. No, that is not why they are paying you. They are paying you because they expect you to provide the service, right? So if you can't provide it, if you're going on a vacation, well and fine, no one is going to stop you. Tell them upfront 2 days before you drop an email telling like such and such a date from this time to this time I am not available. This entire week I am traveling abroad. You can contact this person in case of emergency. Or you give another alternate number. If you are not available even on calls, mention it clearly and respond to them. They should know where you are. You are their CFO. It is not like they should look everywhere for a CFO. They have recruited you. Only difference is like you are a part-time one and you are providing a virtual service. It doesn't mean that you can just vanish whenever you want and come back and tell like I also need a family time, I also need vacation. You can go for vacation but tell them upfront. Okay? Next, another thing which I wanted to tell you is like whenever you are providing a proposal for these kind of things, ensure that you are mentioning it as a payment on a monthly basis. So what we have seen is that for certain organization, first 3 months and all they will go very regularly until their things are done. Towards the end of the assignment, sometimes they will start showing delays. If they know like 95% of the work is done, then they won't respond to your payment calls and all. So don't do a blunder of if it is only for 5 months, I will collect the money after the 5 months, because out of that enthusiasm of getting the first this thing, we will have this what do you say, that instinct to tell like, okay, I'll collect it once that particular project is over, especially for automation projects and all. Ensure that you are collecting it on a monthly basis. Make the terms very clear. Otherwise, sometimes there are chances like you won't even get the money. So ensure it is clearly mentioned in the terms and the agreement and follow up regularly. It might be like every day I am talking to them so they will pay me. No. If you are not getting with the terms and with the credit billing mentioned on this, please do a follow-up, because I have seen many organizations, they will be very much interested in paying other vendors. CFO, you are sitting here, we will provide you. Tell them very clearly that you have to pay, you have to stick on the terms and conditions. If I am strict and telling you this is a process to be followed, that strictness will be there in my payment also. It is not like, okay, in my payment you pay whenever you want to. I mean, we can understand if they are going through a very bad cash flow situation, if the management is suffering, that is a one-off case. But on a regular basis, ensure that for your CFO service, we normally charge it on a monthly basis, collect the fees on time, raise the invoice on time. Especially if you are like a smaller organization, don't have much team members to support you. I have seen like people telling, okay, I'll raise the invoice after my GSTR 3B return is filed. No. You have to get the money for running your organization. Ensure that you are raising any invoice before 5th of every month, or do the last week of the previous month. Don't wait till 20th of next month when the GSTR 3B return is filed. Then when are you going to get the money? Your cash flow is going to get impacted. I mean, you are seasoned professionals, it is not a problem, but the people who are starting fresh, they have that excitement of getting a new work, too many things on their hands. So billing, anyway, the CFO service is going to be there for a long time, so billing can be done. So for those kind of people, ensure that you clearly mention in the agreement that you will bill every month and mention a date, maybe 5th of every month or whichever it is, with the payment terms clearly, so that it will be easier for you to get the payment also on time. So that's it from my end. If you have any questions, I can answer.
I had noted down and just writing it down one by one. So apart from that, I have a couple of questions.
Okay.
One is that what is the best way to engage with, because some of the cases like, they say we want it for few hours. So should we model it as a hourly basis or day basis or on a retainer basis? Like,
see, if for the first time it is really difficult for you to evaluate and see how many hours it will take. So you check with them whether this hourly thing will work for you, but will work for them. But most of the Indian organizations are not very keen on doing for hourly thing. So what you can do is like you take say 22-25 hours a month as an 1 day, 1 hour per day. Definitely there will be some overrun during the first 2 months. Because they are new to it, you are also new to it. So for the first client and all, you can take 20-25 hours. Then you charge a month, apply a monthly rate and leave them. Or you can tell them like, okay, we will charge the standard amount of such and such amount, which will be covering say 20 to 25 hours. Beyond that, if it is going 10% increase or something, we will charge you additional.
because this meetings with the bankers or any other stakeholders, it happens on an ad hoc basis. Suddenly they call, we find it difficult.
Client sheet booking is very important because you need to know how much time you are.
So that is where the miscommunication comes when we say, okay, this is what my fixed time, over and above that, whatever I spend in clients, customer needs, or some venture capitalist comes. So those times when we involve, the time is not in our hands, neither in their hands. So, but at the best interest of the organization, we spend time.
So you can mention amount and you can mention this is limited to this so many hours. Beyond that, I will be charging you. But that also, it is better to mention that we will charge you after having a discussion with the management. Otherwise, what will happen is like you will raise an invoice for say additional 50K. They will hold it till like management is not approving. So it is always better to have their confirmation before raise the invoice. Otherwise, unnecessarily you will pay the GST. We are waiting for 2 months, then you have to raise a credit note and get it done.
That is one part. Out of your experience, which model does it suit better? Like whether having the in-house, taking up the accounting services ourselves and then we oversee and then subject it to the management, or completely give it to somebody and we act as CFO. Only CFO. Which model works out better?
So yours is CFO.
I am a CFO. I do CFO services also.
Okay.
So out of your experience, which model?
See, I would say it depends completely on the skill set of your team members. Okay, if you have a proper team available and out of that you can spare a resource for 2 hours or 3 hours, do the accounting and other stuff from in-house, and the rest only you governance. I'll tell you the challenge of having too many parties involved in it, okay? If it is your resource, you have a control on when you will get the data and other stuff. If the same level of maturity and integrity is there with the counterpart with whom you are associated, then you won't have much of a problem. But sometimes what happens is like that match won't be there. They will be like, okay, whatever comes up a that kind of an attitude people, then your team has to always wait till they give the data. Okay? So if possible, if it is available, you use it. Or in the initial stages when you are testing this thing, then I would recommend that you build everything inside because it will be too much of cost, and after that if it is not working for you, then it will be a problem. So for the initial period you can identify somebody, but over a period of time if you feel that okay you are getting so many this kind of clients, then you make it in-house itself, so it will be easier for you to manage things.
So the third question is that how many CFO, because I hear people saying I am a CFO, virtual CFO for 5 companies, 6 companies. So, I mean having my own CFO services and parallelly handling my own team, I am finding it difficult handling more than 1 or 2. So, but others, my peers are saying like I am handling 5 or 6. Is it feasible? Is it possible?
Okay, it again depends upon your work style. Okay, I'll tell you what. As women, we always have the habit of cross-verifying, cross-checking things to ensure that things are in place before we get back to people. But there are so many people who completely rely on their managers. Managers are running the show. They will bring only the last end product to you. They will just verify it and send it to them. In those cases, 4 to 5 will work. Okay, but again, if you ask me like to what level you are involved, I have my own concerns, but I would say up to 3 to 4 maximum clients you can handle it at a time, provided you have other services also in your organization as an individual. If you have other partners to take care of other verticals, then it is possible. Otherwise, if you are personally handling it and you have other things in your portfolio, maximum 4 clients at a time, not beyond that. Because you won't get enough time to contribute to it. You should look into all the areas. Tomorrow they should not come back like, see, I have an issue, my statutory auditor reported it, why didn't you tell you? It is like an embarrassing situation for you as well, and you are not providing a service properly, right? So I feel maximum 3 to 4 clients, not beyond that.
So the last question, when it comes to legal side, the companies expect the virtual CFO or full-time CFO to handle certain authorized signatories, say for example GST registration. I mean, if they have not done, so what position should we take? I don't want to sign on their form.
No, don't take it. I will tell you why. Because you are providing a virtual CFO.
So
okay, and how will you provide it? If you are authorized signatories of the organization, you should be an employee of the organization, and you are not. So still people are doing it, but my point is like it is not recommended. We normally tell them that any bank transaction we don't get involved, since there are lots of issues. One is like you are providing everything virtual mode. Tomorrow if some fraud happens, you are answerable for that also because you have digital signature, their digital signature, dongle, all kind of unnecessary confusion. So to the extent possible, the finance side it is better not to do. That is a banking transaction, you exclude it, tell them that it has to be done in-house by their team, in their premise where the proper security, data security is there, and it is not done from our office to a virtual. That is a stand at least we are taking, we don't take that responsibility on us.
Banking is one side.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the simple form 16A side.
No, you can't do it. You can't do it.
If they create an email ID in their domain, is it okay that we use?
You can have it. See, many organizations they have
represent their company, they will create an email ID.
Yes, that can be used. See, that can be used. Many organizations insist on that because their data has to be in their server, those kind of things. So that is fine. But the thing is like giving that email address to your GST portal, getting the email to this particular one. Tomorrow you might not be providing them the service. They will tell like, see, you have done it. And there are also many case laws which says like if as a consultant you have registered your email address and notice has come, it is your responsibility to inform the client. So you might not be using that email address tomorrow. Why should you will be in a position to tell them that sorry, I didn't check the email. So email is fine, but registering this email for any communication or point of contact in any of the portals or the other compliances, it is not recommended because we are providing CFO service only for the winter period. After that, we don't know whether we will be associating with them. We don't know how to do it. And since we discussed about it, I will tell you one more thing. When we are leaving this particular association, that is the CFO services, the constant thing which you will hear from them is like, can you take the internal audit, can you take the statutory audit? Please understand that we are not allowed to take that services for the first 2 years, okay? Because we have provided them the service for some time, so it is not recommended. I know like that exiting time is the best time for you to get some work from them, but try to understand that there are certain restrictions in our code of ethics which says like where there is any conflict of interest or like anything is there, certifications, audits should not be done. So anything which is not falling into that particular one, definitely you can reach it. But the most of the organization will ask you either internal audit or statutory audit. Unfortunately, we can't take it. Anything else which can be monetized and contractized into your business, definitely you can do it. But these kind of services, be careful, we are not allowed.
Yeah, but there is standard rates for hours.
No, standard rate is not there. If you look into the range, it is like
From the range can be, but the minimum, bare minimum. So it depends on your years of experience. Yes. What can you charge? First for a virtual seat.
See, what I asked, what is my stand on this is like, first, whether you want to get into this particular one. Second one, you can't charge the same price for a very small organization as well as very big.
Yes.
So you look into their turnover, level of scope of work, and your level of
But
experience.
that's something you cannot go down also. So what is that?
We have guidelines that not the minimum
No,
fees.
that's for fee signing, you have a virtual. No, there is. Virtual comes under management.
I can tell you like it is per hour if you are taking, whatever you are charging for the management support, you can charge at minimum 2,000 to 3,000. That's per hour. Minimum.
For experienced person, you're like.
You asked me the bare minimum, right? So I'm telling you, whatever you are charging for your management support, bare minimum 3,000, 2,000, 3,000, you can charge additional. And for bigger organization, bigger responsibility like what is from negotiation with the banker and other stuff, you can charge your own fees, which is a very good amount because it is not a small amount.
Because they need that kind of support. That is what they are asking from me.
Yeah.
They are not
You
providing.
will ask me something.
So supposing we are not doing any bookkeeping services, no, it's not a processing, only few virtual. So we will be asked to provide MIS and other analytical data. So how do we ensure that bookkeeping is done by the internal team? How do we ensure that?
Review is managed. You have to review their data. Then only you
we are
can.
partial with this, in the shoes of an auditor, like we have to check what is the correct.
Whatever you are doing, you need to check, especially the bookkeeping. I'll tell you what the biggest mistake what we have done. We as standard accountants will do, okay? I don't have anything against standard accountants, but many times we are under the impression that bookkeeping is like very non-value added work. It is good for nothing kind of a thing. But I am telling you, every data, every decision is taken by the organization based on numbers. And where are these numbers coming from? Bookkeeping. So if your base is not okay, your house will never stand on it, right? So bookkeeping is very important and review of books are absolute necessity. That is why I told like, even when you are taking some CFO service assignment, health checkup of the organization, that is basically the review of the books are required. And since I work in industry, I can tell you, I always used to challenge people telling that, I don't know how many of you believe in horoscope, the books of an organization is like a horoscope, okay? The books, I am not talking about the books which is provided to a statutory auditor, that is a very controversial topic we will deal with. But if you are working in an industry, if you are sitting in the bookkeeping department, I can tell you whatever is happening in that organization, whether it is done by the finance guy, sales guy, HR guy, whatever it is, it will be clearly evident on the books. Whether they are telling you, whether they are hiding, whatever may be, there will be indications of that in it. So when you are starting any CFO services, whether it is in your scope or not, it is mandatory to go through the books. It will give you indication to many things. I will tell you the flip side of this one. Okay, many times they will tell you CFO service, I want to implement things. I have seen organizations coming to you to convert black money into white. You don't know where you are ending up because it's a CFO service, you will do a basic background check, but we might not be knowing all these things, right? So in certain industry, this is very prevalent and we don't know. And initial days, I mean, I came from industry, I didn't know that much about those kind of industries, how it works. But the moment you put your fingers on the numbers which are there on your financial statement, you can easily figure out like things are not going in the right direction. And you have a consciousness, you have a sixth sense which will tell you like something is fundamentally wrong. Stop then and there. You need the work, but you should understand what you are keeping your legs also, right? It is not like, so some organization will have the fortunate opportunity of having a big team, you will do a background check and other things. Some will be very small organizations, and sometimes it will be like a desperate need. You want to do a CFO service, somebody is putting it on your table, you will be interested only in taking it, you will be shutting down many indications which are coming, which will be very evident in front of us, but we might not be looking into it. So in those cases, maybe your friends are getting CFO services, you desperately want it and sometimes somebody is offering it, you might take it. But we don't know what is their real intention. Sometimes, I'm not telling you in every case, but very, very rarely that kind of things also happen. So when you do an account, the proper health check, finance health check, you will get an indication like is it the right organization. Maybe sometimes they are messy, but they are not into all these unnecessary things. Messy thing is fine, we can work on it, we can clean it up, that is our job. But if they are into something else, they are, misappropriation of funds, those kind of things, no? Two sets of books, those kind of things is an alarm to you to tell that, okay, if you don't provide this service, it's better that you don't have the CFO service rather than getting associated with these kind of organizations. So, review of financials is absolutely necessary. I will tell like more than financials, you go through the books. That time you will get a lot of indications. You can see if there are too many transfer entries from one account to another. And especially nowadays, it's like most of them are cloud-based ERPs where you can get the activity log and check like where the things are going. So it will give you an indication like what it is. But either if it's a messy account, you will have a problem. So either one you will understand like when you talk to the accountant, he doesn't know which is debit, which is credit, they are posting some entries and proceedings. If that is the case, it's fine. You know like it's a non-double to what extent we can fix it. But there are certain cases when you ask, they will tell you one reason, next day they will another reason, then you will know like something is cooking up there and it is not our area. Let them deal it, we won't do it. So review is always required. Anything else? Waiting for lunch.
No, I just asked.
Okay, thanks everyone. Thank you.
Cost accountant with over 27 years of experience in manufacturing and service sector, and his all-round experience. He has active in forex management and played a pivotal role in merger and acquisition. Currently, he is associated with CFO Technology Limited, a prominent ICT player in India, as Senior Vice President Finance and CFO at CFO Infinite Phase Limited, a data center company, besides being a data in CFO Group companies. In his previous shift, he was CFO of Paris Jewel Refinery India Private Limited, and he got a lot of awards during his tenure. The Inspirational Finance Leader, CFO Dynamic Leader of the Year, and Top 100 CFO by CFO 100, a Best CFO by India CFO Summit, a winner of CFO in Innovation in Merger Acquisition.
Last name.
Yes. I request Lakshmi ma'am to present memorandum.
introducing the speaker, because after ending the session, people come to know that okay, somebody is speaking. I don't know about history, where he is from, and all. So I used to keep this slide open so that That doesn't require 3 minutes of her time. Okay. Anyway. The topic that has been given to me is very lengthy topic. Emerging trends in ESG consulting and social audits, learn about the niche practices of ESG social audit, including business responsibility, sustainability report, assurance services and integrated reporting. That itself will take about 2 minutes of time. So I have only 1 hour 8 minutes now. Very lengthy topic, and there are some basic things we need to understand here. Before speaking, I have some challenges before me. The challenges are, taking the subject of ESG is very difficult to say because it has a lot of jargons and something repetitive in nature. And there's a question of whether it's ESG or sustainability, which one I need to take, what is the understanding this. Second, having a session after lunch. Third, session after a good session, an interesting session. That itself is a very difficult one. On top of it is the last session of the day. So amidst all these things, I am going to cover something. Let me cover as best as possible. I have drafted this presentation into 2 major categories. One is something theory about it and something practical about it as well. Because few things are all understood by theory, and then how we are applying the theory in the practical case is what I like to cover here. Sustainability ESG reporting is a topic. We'll cover what is sustainability, what is ESG, and what are the theories being drafted between these 2 segments. Let us understand what is sustainability and ESG reporting, because it is very important. It is a process wherein I am meeting future requirements by doing something now, without losing the quality of the future. If I am saving something, if I am not emitting something, I am saving the economy of the future. That is the one which is called sustainability. Where in the case of ESG, I am doing something which are all the metrics relating to economic, social and governance related. So it is only metrics that is going to be followed. In the case of sustainable, I need to make sure that future is actually protected by doing something but not doing something as well. So I would say sustainability is major one. Subsect of sustainability is ESG. So in a different format, I would say that the business, what the business giving to the society, what the business giving to the environment is called sustainability, and what he is getting from environment, what he is getting from the society is called ESG. Because ESG covers what I am going to do with respect to 3 buckets. But in the case of sustainability, I am going further to ensure that future is protected. So while reporting sustainability, to ensure that what is the intent of the company and how the shareholders are understanding this report and the market results. While showing my credential, would have missed one point is that I am working in a company called CP Technologies as Senior Vice President Finance. I am also taking care of investor relations there. That is the company which is listed in NASDAQ US, not listed in India. So being a company in India, I need to follow all the regulations of the Companies Act, taxation, everything. Being a company listed in NASDAQ, I need to follow the procedures and the processes being followed as a company in US. Though I am not the company in US, I am an Indian company. So I have both things to be followed. If I am going there in US and meeting the investor, first question is asked not on the projections, not on the financial metrics. What is your ESG score? What is your sustainability practices? So what it means that if they are thinking that if somebody is taking very serious effort in sustainability, the company will grow in future, the company will be relevant in the future as well. And I am serving, I have 3 business segments. One is network. Network is like, this is also a network. It is connecting with some other cables where wherein we are getting the connectivity here. Second one is data center, is a place where data is getting stored. Third is cloud services. So we are all actually consumers of all these three products. Like we are using, we are taking photographs, we have taken a lot of videos. It is getting stored not in our mobile, it is getting stored somewhere else. That somewhere else is called data center. And the retrieval of that is called cloud. So the most important thing for them, for investor, is that you are doing data center. Data center is a cool place. I need to emit a lot of heat. What is your ESG plan? So being in the industry, they wanted to know what is our plan. If I am serving to called hyperscalers, Google, Amazon, and Oracle and all my customers, they'll be asking what is my ESG, what is my sustainability goal. So I have investor to serve, I have my customers to serve, I have my own objective to reduce my carbon footprint. So all the three areas, I have to necessarily learn what is ESG, I have to necessarily implement the ESG related practices for my company. So here stakeholder influence, market results, more customer, these are all just text for you, but it's being practiced by us. Because my customers are asking that what is your score. And the score is not just the number, the practices. The practices in the sense, how much of emission I am making, how much of, what is the waste I am generating, how much of waste is getting processed again. So many things, water wastages, or something like solid waste, or gastric waste, all the processes are being shared with them, then only I will be getting the business. It is not only the amount, it is not only the pricing that matters here. So more customers stay in the fold, more customers return to the fold, acceptability and all being seen by us in our company. Why to start? This is actual information. 18% of GDP across the globe by 2048 will have impact. More than 80% impact will be there by 2050 if we are not following the residual or remedial measures to reduce our carbon footprint or climatic changes. That is going to be the huge impact, and we have been seeing a lot of climatic changes that are happening in our country. In fact, the UAE has a lot of rains, flood in UAE. And for the last 5 days, there's a flood-like situation at Noida. Gurgaon actually witnessing rains for the last 5-6 days. Around 138 floods have been happened globally. It means that there are areas where there was no even rain also. There was no rain, but there is a flood in the last 5 years. Global waste generation is also going up, and we have consumed 2.9 trillion cubic meters of water. Water scarcity is going to be a major thing, not only in India but also globally. Social element, 26% diversity hiring. We have seen how the diversity is being seen for the last 5-6 years. And governance is a huge subject itself, because as I said that we are the company both in India and abroad. Any of my subject companies, actually not following the governance, it is affecting the entire company and also affecting the holding company and the customer and also the investors. So governance, we need to ensure that on top of it. How to start? There should be a roadmap for sustainability. There are some 5 processes where we need to identify the areas of operations. Areas of operations for sustainability is very, very important, because you will be having, if you list all the environmental, social related list, there will be about 100 numbers. Whether the last item contributes 5% and last one before would be contributing 2%, we should not miss up some other major items for addressing the sustainability. Second, whether the metrics are relevant for your businesses. She has also mentioned the previous session that what is relevant for each industry will be having their own matrices. In my opinion, each company will be having different matrices as well, because company in South India will have different matrices, company in North India will be having different matrices as well, because their production, their related, raw material related, process related issues are all entirely different here. So material unit, headspace, then after doing an entire list, we need to work on what is the plan for the next few years. Means, for example, I'll give you a simple example. Like I need to have a diversity we are talking about. We have 91% male, 9% female. But globally, if you say, I cannot compare with the IT company, I cannot compare with the Wipro, TCS and all, because the companies are all situated in the metropolitan cities. But my data center will be located with the industrial area. Or my network will be located in a deeper villages. So I cannot compare with these two, but I can compare with my own industry standards, which is about 70-30. So I need to have a plan how I am going to engage women employment, so that I will be having something like 80-20 after a period of 7-8 years. So every parameters, if I am having a wastage, the wastages I need to say that how much of wastages I am generating now and how I am going to reduce in the future. Where to start? Everything will start from board of directors, because now the responsibilities lies with the board of directors. It's a lot of normal processes are being governed by the board of directors itself. Even for account, even for annual report, it's a responsibility of the board of directors. That's what they are saying. So they have to set the long-term goals, assess the current state. That's what I said in 91-9. That's the current state. We need to improve. In the case of water wastages, in the case of solid wastages, what we are going to do, and monitoring operations with the leadership methods. If I am going to have something like net zero, we are not there. We are not going to have net zero at all. So if you are having something like I am going to reduce 20% of my cost or wastages. So I need to have how much of percentage on a monthly basis I need to achieve this, and what are the measures I am going to take. That is the operation measurement as well, governance and reporting. And the intent become action only at that level. First 3 boxes are strategic, second 3 boxes will be operation related. So that is from the direction, second one is execution. So when to start? Because it's already started. It's already started. There's a good one, it says that there's a climate clock, it says that 1.5 degrees increase in the temperature will be made in 5 years, 19 days, 20 hours, 15 seconds, something like that. So this is actually 1 year old, now we have only 4 years. So every 6 years, 1.5 degrees is getting increased, global warming. And every one of us are responsible, and every organization is responsible to do something to reduce this. And whatever we have said that ESG sustainability, not to the intention of doing something being followed, then only my investor would come, then only my customer would come. But this is actually happening. This is actually happening. We need to do on our own. And there is no plan B. No? There is no plan B. There is no planet B. We have to live here only. So now we have seen the theory. We will see the practicality of this. And as I said, more investors wanted to have the ESG journey, and there is no problem for them to say that I am not in the track right now, but I will be in the track over a period of time. That is acceptable. They don't want like, you should bring 70-30 or you should have only 5% of wastages, no problem. Even if I have 15% of wastages now, if I have planned to reduce, even if it is reducing only 15 becoming 10, it is fine. Industry average can be 7. I can reduce 10, no problem. But I need to have the plan which is being acceptable by the investor. And consumers are ready to pay more. Like normal water and this water, we are paying more. Normal water is actually cheap, but we are not paying. This is sustainable. We know the quality of this. If somebody says that I will give water, which is tap water, we are not accepting because we don't know the quality. So to that extent, this is like the sustainable. I am sure that what is the quality of this, so I am ready to pay more. This is materiality, and I will just skip this. Why do investors consider? Because they are seeing that the companies is having the policy of maintaining sustainable, will have good input cost, good governance, good business ethics, and they will be better positioning in terms of competition, in terms of vendor management. So they are looking at having one like ESG and sustainability. They are thinking that the company will be meeting all other operational parameters. And if you think that if it is not so, but it is so only. See, about 25 years ago, I worked in an organization which is an automobile company. At the point in time that the ISO and QS certifications were there, I had to supply to another automobile player only. At the point in time, they have asked, if you are ISO certified, then supply to me. If it is not so, don't supply to me. And they are not going to pay anything more. For the certification, I need to work hard. I need to get the certification. They will not be paying anything more. The question is there, why I should incur all these costs then meeting customer requirement? What is the benefit I am going to get it? It is going to be my cost only. But over a period of time, actually there is a lot of inefficiencies in the processes, because that says that how much of just-in-time processes, how much of wastages that is getting recorded, which is not being even seen at all. The gap in terms of time, the material which is lying there without having processed, material of wastages, material of transit loss, nothing was recorded before, and all these things got recorded, and it was actually a benefit for us to maintain the ISO. In fact, during the ISO audit, they used to say even it covers finance. It is not only operation, they will have finance. Finance, at the point in time, there was no system, no, it's a physical document only. I have to necessarily give within 2 minutes. If they ask any information, I have to give within 2 minutes, means 2 minutes. So, if there is a file of 5, I need to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with the month also. If it is not there, then I will be taking this, no? If they ask in June, whether this is April, June or July and September, I will be confused. So I need to write everything and keep it ready. Not only operational data, not only quality data, including finance data, I need to provide whatever they are asking within 2 minutes. So much of quality related improvement that process has got. The same way, sustainability processes actually looking at us more than outside. What we are doing, whether we are doing the right thing. Suppose any company, if the company is looking at for wastages, arriving at the wastages, automatically the bottom line will go up. Needless to say that there is going to be a major thing for company. 80% of the investors believe that companies clear CSG initiative will have long-term return than the company don't have that. I can do the same thing like quality standards or debit pricing standards. The reality is that India is one among the hottest places in the world. India is going to be one of the second most vulnerable temperature range. And the way we are consuming, the way we are actually polluting the environment, we are already polluted 1.7 times of the year. Means we are having 1 year, but we are already consuming the minerals and nature of 0.7 year itself. If it goes, we require 3 years to live in this world. So this is actually, you are not able to see, but I can understand. This is the carbon dioxide increase over a period of last 30 years. Water usage and marine fish capture. So world population, everything actually has gone up significantly, that is affecting the sustainability of the world itself. Okay, that I will skip. Yeah. This is one of the important slides to understand that what we are talking about. There are some jargon I mentioned. There is a sustainability accounting standard board is there that actually covers some of the KPIs, and there is a TCFD, there is Task Force for Climate Related Financial Disclosures, and GRI, which is Global Reporting Initiatives, and there is a CDP, which is Carbon Disclosure Project. The growth of the sustainability process actually goes through this. So, taking only one point and on top of it improving, by having all this improvement, we are having CDP, but globally, including India, we have been following UN SDG and GRI. Even our sustainability goals are all projected based on these two matrices, and that has been acceptable globally. Why do we have all these things? And GRI, why people are following is that GRI covers most of the industries and it is comparable in nature. We are also saying, no, one person is following IFRS, other person is following India, yes, you cannot compare the financials. Correct? One person having a different depreciation rate, other is following another depreciation, you cannot compare. So we need to have one matrix as being acceptable, understandable by all. How many of you have seen letter of credit? You see letter of credit which is to the bank. Do you know letter of credit? What is letter of credit? Okay, no problem. Letter of credit is a guarantee given by a bank on behalf of someone. Suppose I am importing something, somebody will be selling, no? Somebody will be selling. They don't know about me, whether I will be paying that amount to him or not. What they will do, they will have some amount of, okay, this bank says I will supply. Okay, bank is a guarantor. So bank will give a letter of credit. Credit normally means deferred payment. That's what is called credit card also, no? Credit card means deferred payment. So the letter of credit in the sense, the credit is deferred, and once he supplies the material, bank will confirm with us, then he will release the payment. Bank will release the payment. Why I am referring this is that there are some clauses which are there in the LC. The clauses are entirely standardized, because the recipient bank could be HSBC Tokyo, could be Emirates Bank of UAE. So everybody should follow the same process, no? There are clauses in LC, the clauses are universal clauses. If I am saying 32A, entire world will follow that way. If I am saying 43B, entire follow. 43B is actually relating to, say, delivery date or delivery place, port of discharge. The port of discharge, the number, class number is same across. So that universally people will follow the same. Otherwise, if you are using 32A, they are using 45B, like Indian Companies Act and Foreign Companies Act. So the same way. So GRI brings all this, actually brings the issue of addressing the issue of gaps and having one common process. Okay, this is actually understanding of GRI. We can go to the best for. GRI is best for companies of any size, sector and location. Okay, and what are the information which is getting disclosed? Governance, stakeholder engagement and reporting practices. And of course ESG is always there. And here CDP, best for publicly listed company and suppliers looking to manage and disclose environmental footprint, because there also the company's processes actually required to be understood, and the reporting mechanism will undergo changes based on the practices being followed. TCFD, best for companies seeking to plan for mitigate climate related risk. It is like if the process itself is emitting or polluting environment, then this is applicable for them. Okay, that is the reason I am saying GRI is better. It is common for all the companies, all the industries across the globe. And this is integrated reporting, and the SIRC will be covering in the later point in time. Sustainability development goals will be for global reach, companies with the global reach, especially those with the process sector partnership. And so these are all being like SME sector, SME sector, there's a process for SME sector, there's a process for cement sector, there's a process for steel sector. That process cannot be followed by any other company. So these are all being created by the respective geography. UN will create something, US will create something. You have how many gaps you have? US gap, Indian gap. So everybody will be having their own method of creating or disclosing their standards. And sustainable, actually this is the real implementation of sustainable. Whether they are following only ESG or going beyond that depends upon how much of profit you are making because of the equitable and what is the amount of planet we are actually using this and how much of people. With the element of profit, with the element of planet, with the element of people, we are generating something like ESG. And I will leave this place open because these are all text only. In the case of social, we have labor practices, community impacts, human rights and all. Environmental, air quality, water quality, energy, economic, it's a tax paid, monetary flows and job created. And there is a new concept called the funding will be made if you are ESG compliant. We are also approaching the bankers. Bank will say, I can provide green funding. Green funding in the sense, if the building is being constructed, green building, then funding will be made. We know that there are a lot of exemptions being given by the government, even for taxation also, backward area exemptions or something like promoting some areas. We have so much of exemptions. The same level of exemptions being given for the green building because that is actually emitting less amount of heat. So what is green building? Not only the painting outside, but also the gap between two, suppose I'm having this, if I'm having one more floor here, one more bricks here, then to the extent of outside temperature will not have an impact here. So there will be a gap between two bricks. Now it is single brick, if I touch it, then there will be having something, outside temperature will come. There are 10 parameters to classify as green building. If I am getting certified as a green building, then some of the bankers are interested to provide less amount of interest, competitive interest rate. For the simple reason that globally, globally we have huge amount of impact in the GDP of entire globe itself. So every organization, every country, every area or country will have their own process of reducing their carbon footprint. That is the reason we have 2070, we have net carbon neutral, net zero. So that is a mandate because of COP26 as a mandate that how many carbon footprint, how much of quantum of carbon footprint you are going to reduce. So they are asking each one of them. Every country will have their own level, but they are also contributing to the global economy. So here, this finance, favorable letter of credit rating will increase, and I'm also getting the lesser price, I'll be getting savings in interest. So many parameters are there in order to have green capital. Okay. And sustainability finance is there. That is an important factor. About a month ago, 10th of November, I went to Singapore as a representative of Indian data center there. There are the discussions on how we are going to reduce carbon footprint, company-wise, not country-wise, company-wise, where they are talking about sustainable financing. If I am planning something, any of my projects results in carbon footprint, and that is considered as a sustainable finance, and it is benefit for both because whatever I am going to do, it is going to add my bottom line. Plus I am getting finance at the lesser price. So it covers rating agencies, banks, pension funds. These are all the investors are ready to invest on the processes where carbon footprint is reduced. Okay. The roadmap ahead is that short term, medium term and long term. There are some short term goals we need to follow that can be implemented over a period of time, and that is required to be covered in the integrated report and the sustainability report as well. There are two standards. I don't know how many of you have sustainability standard, SS1 and the SS2. Okay. And these two small to read, I will read it for you. SS1 is actually general requirement of disclosure of sustainability related financial information. S2 is actually reporting standard for identification, measurement and disclosure of companies' significant climate related risks and the process required to be done. So it actually started saying that what is your plan only? What is your plan only? It is not covering that what you are going to achieve. What is your plan? And that plan is depending on company's ability to mitigate. And these are all the objectives that the entity has to necessarily assess the current position and then give the plan which covers short, medium and long-term processes. And the business model may undergo changes. See, for example, something like if I am using grid power, I need to have the plan to have RE power, renewable energy power, and I need to have the plan for when I am going to add, whether I am going to add by solar, by hybrid or wind, I need to have the plan as well. Okay, these are all disclosures related, and if you go to IFRS standards, then you will have huge list of disclosures to be followed. These are the financial disclosures of sustainability. And S2 we are talking about climatic related disclosure. It covers the same set of governance, strategy, risk management, metrics, performance outcome and targets. All these new parameters are all having target related. Please understand that it is not only a text, it is not only English, it is going to be target related. The target will be revisited. Suppose you have a target of 10% reduction over a period of next 5 years. If you are not able to do that, you have to intimate well ahead, not at the 3rd year or 4th year. If you are having a target of 5th year, don't tell on 5th year itself that I am not going to achieve the gap. If you know that the gap is not going to be achieved on 5th year, please tell at the earliest point in time, so that we can get the confidence of the investors. There is another disclosure related thing that is based on the meeting held on 23, that is mostly covered on the process related sustainability reporting. The same way that there is some fundamental difference between ESG and sustainability, that is on disclosure part. Here they are smaller, identifiable, measurable, short-term impact rating measures. As I said that what I am going to do with respect to E, what is going to do with S, what I am going to do with G are covered in the ESG. But in the case of sustainable, this is a long-term process. If I am replacing this plastic into glass, that is going to be sustainable because I am going to use it for a lot of time. Because I am not using for this, I am reducing my pollution in the year. So something for long term is called sustainable, something for short term meeting these basic 3 requirements called ESG reporting. So people are confusing or people are interpreting ESG into sustainable, but that is a very important factor to be considered. Social audit angle. So how many of you are interested to know social audit? You say no or yes? By saying this has 2 meanings. So social audit is actually, it is like society, audit of society. Means what? if the money comes in for the larger audience, for the society, then that is called society effect, as simple as that. The money which is coming for specific purposes, like education, health, disability, livelihood, children rights, environment, if something like trust related, if it is mainly for any social related work, that audit is called social audit. But why it is covered here is that because that is also related for the purpose of usage by general public. Anything usage by general public is coming under something like environment related, social related, governance related. My opinion, if you ask E, S, G, which is important out of 3? E.
3, 1.
Out of 3. So if you put it in order, which order? S, G, E, or G, E, S? Environmental. Then what will come next?
Governance.
Governance, then social. EGS. Any other format?
Social.
Environmental. Okay. That's only 2 options. We have another 3 options. There are 3 options. 3 combination. Huh? No. My opinion, it should be G and should be S, then E. If I am not following governance, then how I am going to follow E? Environment. How I am going to follow this? People used to say, no, I am a good person, I will not do anything, but I have only one negative point, I will bluff. Then entire previous thing will go for a toss. So governance is a major one. Maybe E may get deferred, S may get deferred, based on somebody who is just giving a target of something but not able to achieve. Governance is actually meeting the investor, meeting the customer, saying that I will be following this. If I am not following this because A, B, C, D reasons, I am not able to follow this. But mostly what happens in the case of investor relations, your company's growth will not be like this always. Growth will be like this. Any company, take Infosys, Tata Steel, any company, that will be like this. There will be ups and downs. Normally people will say that if it is up, they are ready to face the investor. If it is down, they are hiding themselves from the investors. But it should be other way around. What the investor wanted to know, whether you are strong enough to come out of this downturn. But mostly people will take the other way around. If they are ready to spend 1 hour, if it is going up, they are ready to spend only 5 minutes with the investors, just as a tick mark. But actually they wanted to ask more questions. You need to spend about 2 hours if the curve is going down. Then what investor wants, everybody knows that there is ups and downs. But whether you are confident enough, if you are not spending time with that, how do they come to a conclusion you are confident? You are able to come back, or you are able to mitigate, or these are all very temporary, or it's going to be permanent. All these doubts they will be having because they are also like us, they are also like us. So that amount of governance one need to follow. Once the governance metric is set, then you can have the metrics of social and the environment. Why I am putting social before environment is that as an organization we are connecting with whom? The employees first, then vendors, then customers. They are all whom? They are all human beings only. You are connecting with all human beings. Even though we are talking about AI, machine learning, the other person should feel the experience. So we are talking about customer experience. Customer should be a human being to feel the experience. So we are surrounded by human beings. So if you are not able to connect with the social element, you will not be in a position to meet E also. Environmental will come later. Okay, this is objectives. Objective, sorry, I can't go back. The defined values and objective of the organization for the social audit is very important. This is applicable even in the previous session we said that SLA is important, know what is to be done. That objective has to be set clearly. and indicators of the performance, collect the data, evaluate the data, and they're putting the results. If the results is not meeting the requirement, do it once again. If it is not being done, do it again. So this audit cycle actually meet the requirement of the money being spent for the purpose it has been received. So that is the purpose of this social audit. Where there are some legal frameworks as well, labor laws, workers' rights, environmental regulations, anti-corruption measures, data protection, privacy, supply chain accountability, community engagement and work development. If you look at these all social related aspects, and this is, everyone is interconnected with each other. How many of you know that there is a Data Protection Act which is being announced and even made it law?
Yes, I am aware.
Okay. So she said that she is aware, I am not asking questions. Okay. So on that belief you can also say that you are aware. So this is like...
Even other company cannot ask for the full, they can be provided only encrypted data, they cannot do the copy. Even when we had a students conference, we were asking for Aadhaar proof for reimbursement of train fare. Sikasa generally asked for all these proofs. So that is when I came to know that you are not supposed to ask that, because the laws are very much, like
that is called DPDP Act, Digital Personal Data Protection Act. It was a bill in 2022, it was announced by the government in 2022. It became Act in the current year. Now it is DPDP Act, earlier it was DPDP Bill. What it says that if you are receiving any personal data, there is a list of data which is being given, which is PAN, Aadhaar, driving license, passport, whatever you are saying, whatever you are giving as your identity. Suppose they are receiving, who can receive, who has the right to receive is that only the employers can receive the information, and they should say that where I am going to use. I am going to use for insurance purpose. I am going to use it for PF purpose. I am going to use it for ESI. I am going to use it for terminal benefits. They can use it, so only employer can use it. If suppose you are staying here, you have been providing this information. If they are collecting the information in a digital form, if you take print out, there is no problem. If they copy, there is no problem. If they are taking copies and stored in the digital way, that is also considered to be the digital platform. Okay. If I am receiving in a digital way, I need to declare to the authority as organized, as promoted by the DPDP Act, saying that these are all the information I have collected from these are all the people I am using for these purposes only, I am not using for any other purposes. Meaning, they are not supposed to reveal this information to outsiders. Now, we are going somewhere for shopping, they are asking us to do one form so that we will be receiving birthday or wedding day messages. Those information should not be shared. If they are collecting the information, they should maintain that where they are using it. If you are coming to know that I have given this information to him, he revealed the information in the public, then you can sue them. The amount of penalty is as high as 250 crores. Okay. So now it is becoming an act, but the date of implementation has not been announced. And at any point in time there will be there. So, okay. Data Protection Act, I thought of, even though it is not connected directly to this topic, I say. And if it is going to be data is getting stored and then kept, so protection is important. They cannot say I have stored this data in folder, somebody has taken it away. That is also not possible. They have to provide security of the data and should not be revealed to anyone else for any other purpose except to the government. Social audit has already been followed in 2 cases. One for Mahatma Gandhi rural development case, other one is CSR footprint, where they have, these are all trust related, no? They are putting the money for the trust, whether the trust is using the money for this purpose itself. So that sort of social audit is being followed. You can go to Tata Motors trust, these are all copied from their annual report only, you can get more information from that. Benefits is that it provides a sort of healthy environment in terms of governance and engages community participation, and people will get more trust so that they can put their money into their processes. Challenges, it is like they don't know what to do. There is a lack of awareness and understanding that what is the social audit is all about, and the scope is very limited, which is not. It is not like a wide range of scope. Since the scope is limited, not like a governance which has been given for the audit, that is also limited. Political interference, we know, resources constraints also there, and technical expertise. 2 people are looking at same document, they can have different views. So that kind of issues will be having here. Okay, these are all trends. BRSR. BRSR is applicable for top 1,000 companies in India from the year 2022-23. Top 1,000 companies. You take any one company, and then mostly, in my opinion, you can take one company of service, one company of manufacturing. You will get to know most of the things. Don't take both Infosys and Wipro. Instead, you can take Tata Steel and Tata Consultancy Services as well. So how they are looking at BRSR in a detailed way. So the BRSR is a subset of sustainability reporting which is being followed by GRI. So it is like Indian gap of IFRS. So internationally they have sustainability reporting based on the parameters or governance guidelines given by GRI and other global standards. This is an Indian version of sustainability reporting. So earlier we had one standards. I will cover it. The top 1,000 listed companies based on the market share, it has been arrived at, market capitalization, mandatorily follow BRSR format from 22-23. Next one, listed company beyond 1,000 have an option to submit from 21-22 onwards. Anyway, it is being followed now. Here. So there are 2 BRSR formats. One is for light, other one is of comprehensive. So this is a journey of BRSR over a period of time. Let me not spend time on this. And the sustainability reporting across the globe, if you look at 92% of S&P 500 companies, S&P 500 is US exchanges, which is actually reporting the increase of reporting has increased to 92%. 80% of top 100 companies by revenue worldwide now report on sustainability. So you can understand that how investors are looking at very intensely about sustainability reporting in the last few years. And the Indian companies stand 7.4 lakh crore in the impact of climate changes if they do not take mitigation act. That's what we have said now. The impact on GDP, 18% impact on GDP is also factoring here for India. Carbon Disclosure Project, CDP 2020 annual report. Some of the top companies have been following that and started disclosing in their annual report. And it is very evident that even in the capital market in India are looking at sustainability reporting, and they are asking that if somebody is doing voluntarily, they will be giving importance to those companies, because What do you mean by voluntarily disclosing? You are sharing something which is inside. You know? As of today, it is inside. You are sharing something to outside, saying that these are all my practices. By disclosing, you are making the investor that you are transparent. You are transparent. The more and more you are transparent, the more and more you are getting investor confidence. If you look at even for TCS, compared to the TCS and the Infosys, you can have that so much of disclosure which is not mandatorily required to be given. There is a lot of disclosures which are not required to be given mandatorily, not by the compliance, but the company started sharing the information because transparency only bringing the investor confidence. And something else. The applicability, we are having business responsibility reporting earlier. It was there before and it has been modified as sustainability reporting 4 years ago. So earlier it was 1,000 listed companies of market capitalization and 1,000 companies in 2019. Now it is applicable to top 1,000 listed companies, which is from 2022-23. The underlying guidelines, that is also very clear. Responsible business conduct is a basis on which you have to prepare BRSR. I urge you to spend time on BRSR related because how do you know about the company? Not only financial metrics. As I said, that financial metrics is based on market movement. If you look at something like some companies during COVID, you will not invest in the company again. Correct? No? Because it was down. But there is a reason behind that as well. So if you are identifying the reason behind that, you will be in a position whether to stay in the organization as an investor or come out of the investor as an investor. See, information on financial metrics, in my opinion, is only 30%. Balance 70% you can read from management and disclosure, MD&A, and also the reporting like sustainability reporting and all, where you know that where the company is heading towards. If it is not moving the right direction, you will see that these are all the gaps the company has. You can take a call either to come out or wait for company to change. So this reporting and all mostly giving in line with the international standards. So how Google is investing in India, how Meta is investing in India, because we are actually bridging the gap in terms of practices being followed. The practices being followed in India is transparency was low few years ago. This 2021 actually brings the transparency. If you look at 2021 is during COVID period. COVID period we have brought that and make ourselves visible in the market, whether they are from the west or from the east. And it is being followed globally in the same way. So these are all the standards. If you are able to understand BRSR, then I am actually in a position to meet my requirement at the international level itself. How do you see that whether I am international standard or not? If I am following something being followed by the West, somebody following the top-notch companies, then I am the global player. The same way, if I am following something like BRSR, which is about, I would say 80% of the sustainability reporting standards, I am already in the global standard level. There are 9 principles being covered here. This is too small for you to read, so I have written here. Integrity, transparency and accountability, sustainable provision for goods and services, employee well-being, respecting interest of shareholders, promoting of human rights, protection of environment, transparent policies and engagement with the public, inclusive growth and equitable development, responsible value provision to consumers. Why I am reading all the 9 points is that this is the only principle, the 9 principles being followed in BRSR. You can extend this, it is like ragas, no? Some ragas you can have either number of things based on the mix of these things. These are all 3 sections. All the companies in India will have all the 3 sections. So this is not something industry specific. It is like first section is about general disclosure, about products, services, operations, where they are, CSR, where they are investing their money and all. Second disclosure is about policy and management processes, governance and leadership. So these policies are all like a different policy. From the different policy, employee-related policy, every policy has to be listed and then presented to the investors. Third one related to data awareness program, environmental changes. Mostly it is in line with international standard itself. And as I said, BRSR light, BRSR comprehensive. This is a small version of BRSR comprehensive. There are some relaxation being given. Something like the previous slide, we have leadership indicators that is not available, that is not required to be followed in BRSR light. And that is for unlisted company. If they want to do something voluntarily, they need not follow entire process of BRSR comprehensive. They can take a lighter version of BRSR. Like the SME sectors will be following this. And this is all the 9 policies of BRSR mapped with the UN SDG. Why this is important is, if you are going to read any of the sustainability reporting of any of the top 1,000 companies, you will be having this slide. Every annual report will have this slide. This means that I am following these standards here. To repeat the same, we are having earlier 1, 2, 3, 4 as a different standard lines as compared to the IFRS. Now we are aligned, IFRS number and India is number are same. So this is like that kind of alignment. I have one process being followed in UN SDG. I have another process called BRSR. It is more or less aligned. So one, if I am presenting to the public investors, the investor need not be only in India. The investor will be outside India also. There are a lot of FIIs investing in the company. Means what? They may not know about India. If I am not able to present my case, how they have to read these standards in line with what they know. So this is a section they know. They have been following for all the companies in the world. And if I am providing that this is the standard I am following, this is in line with this, then their understanding is very, very quick. So if you happen to read the annual report of BRSR reporting on this, you will have these kind of parameters which is actually connecting their matrices with respect to international matrices. Okay, these are all which we have already covered here. This is like these 9 principles, how it has an impact on the company. Some of the things are all revenue related, some of the things are all profitability related, some of the things are governance related. It is basically given into 6 segments. So in the case of integrity, cost savings may not be there, access to capital, getting confidence by the vendors and customers, brand value, reputation are all very high. This is a nice snapshot of 9 principles, how it is going to have impact positively on the organization. And this, this is a short form of that has improved access to capital from the investor, because if I am going for the public, there is not only IPO, there will be FPO also. No? Frequently I need to go for momentum, growth capital I need to have. So I need to keep them in the right spirit. So strong brand positioning, my valuation for any company is based on 2 factors. My ability to grow and the ability to create the brand value. Brand value can be created only by good governance. ESG risk, streamlined benchmarking for ESG evaluation and attain cost savings. So having said that, what is being followed in SIFI? As I said, we are a listed company in NASDAQ and there are some processes I need to follow. And as I said that we need not follow the sustainability practices because it is not required to be followed as per the present regulations in US, because we are not meeting that target. Like BRSR light, we need not follow that, even though we are following that. The integrated report, we are pioneer in integrated reporting. We have been doing for the last decade itself. Integrated report gives the parameters of ESG, the parameters of human capital, financial capital, manufacturing capital, operational capital and all. It takes about 200 pages. 200 pages covering all these parameters. So if you want to know anything about the company, and you can get integrated report that is covering most of the things. I think I have one. I have previous year. Previous year's one. So it covers, see, this ESG parameters, the coverage here, no? What is UNSDG? A reference point will be there. So this report will be given to, has been given to investor sitting in US at NASDAQ. So they should be in a position to understand if I am able to communicate with them in the language which is known to them. Not only English, I am saying in the language of sustainability reporting. So we are pioneer in that, and this is the award we have got based on the coverage, based on the reach, based on the understanding, based on the simplicity of usage of words, because this is, and also coverage in a sequential manner. So based on that we have got.
I would like to have a copy of that for the office. For the office.
Yeah, please. This is a previous year, 22-23. And this is our ESG initiative which is being given to the investor. One, it is covered here. Second, it is covered in the investor website. So this is actually a snapshot from the website itself. If you click the green building, it will give what all the measures we have taken. And recycling mold products, how much of thing we have done. So each one is actually clickable. Water saving initiatives, clean technology initiatives, transition to renewable energy. And this is related to social, workforce. So these are all the parameters I have mentioned. So we need to have which one, there are 15 parameters. I need not cover all the 15. So what are the major things which is being required by the investor or customers to see? What are the main 6 matrices to be followed? And this is related to governance, anti-corruption policy, board composition, whistleblower policy, and there are other policies also that is getting covered in the respective sections. The behavior and business ethics. And we have conducted one materiality matrices, meaning what are the major thing the company should focus on in terms of sustainability. One is based on the x-axis on the business importance, y-axis on the stakeholders important. Pointing, which is very, very important, customer delight and data privacy is much more important metrics to be followed. Even GHG emission, greenhouse gas, is actually polluting the entire environment, which comes less because of the simple fact that we are not emitting GHG in the process. So what is important here as per the process, these are all regulatory compliance, business ethics, data privacy and customer delight are the matrices to be followed to grow into the next level. So we need to follow those 4 parameters. Where are we on a yearly basis? And this is, we have mapped based on the ESG. This is our company sustainability goals. The even SDG goals is being given, and where our matrices with respect to environmental, social governance being covered. And I said network, data center, and digital services. There are 3 business segments we have. This put together coming under the holding company called CFO Technologies. This is actual sustainability report. We have consumption of energy, we have consumption of diesel, how much of water consumption we have made, how much of e-waste disposal we have made, how much of water efficiency initiative we have taken. So these are all that we have started giving, and we need to see a sort of decline in the units of wastages, and then reuse of wastage has to be increased. And we have 103 megawatt of power which is received through renewable energy. That is also we are passing on to the customer, saying that our contribution, our initiative to the green world or reduction of carbon footprint. And this is a recognition we have received from Times Now for sustainability organization. And coming back to the point that how much of connection this group will have this ESG. If you open any of the newspaper or maybe like Economic Times or the Business Line and all, so at least 3 or 4 sections will be having AI, correct? AI on operation, AI on finance, AI on business development. Everywhere you are seeing AI. Last few years it was not there. ChatGPT was not there few years ago. Nobody, even Google, would not have thought that something like ChatGPT will take away their businesses and the importance. And it is free so fast. So what, 1 second, 2 seconds. So it is very dynamic as well. Very dynamic as well. If something is going to be there, it is going to disturb the market in the future. The same way that we are also having ESG related importance in the next few years. Like AI, ESG is important because AI means what? Use of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence through what? Through something, some usage of processors, computers, other things only, some devices we need to process. The device will give the emission. Or the devices you need to replace with a new device. 5G, 5G we have 50 to 60% of the existing mobile is 5G enabled. But all the old mobiles has to be necessarily scrapped if you are moving towards 5G. If what is going to be the scrap mechanism? These are all coming under ESG only. And water pollution is there. Whether it is going to be manufacturing company or service company, how much of water they are consuming and where they are disposing the water. E-waste, solid waste, air waste, everything is going to be recorded. That is, as I said, not DRSL for 1,000 companies. 1,000 companies will have all the parameters which is being followed because earlier it is not coming under audit. 2022-23 because they have started for the first year, it is not required to be audited. Now they are subjected to audit because they have indicated that okay, I am doing something. I have given some action numbers. I have reduced to 41 kgs. I increased to 108 kgs and all. That is not required to be audited in the first year, and that is required to be audited in the year after. So that means there is a social audit is there. Social audit in the sense with respect to ESG audit also going to be there. If ESG audit is going to be extended to next 1,000, we don't have that much of ESG related knowledge people. Who will be doing? Whether engineer is going to do or chartered is going to do, it is a question of reality. If you are able to do that, you will be having huge amount of exposure which is going to come. That's what I feel. Though she has not factored the CFO areas, she has not included ESG into CFO areas. That is also going to be there. It is not only CFO is what I am saying. It is anybody can dig. But why I am including CFO in this role is that this is going to be anything going to be shared with the investor should be validated by shareholder. Correct? That is the reason financials. Why financials is required to be done by the only CA? Anybody can do that, no? So anything which is actually shared with the financials by the board. Board should have a member of finance background, no? Independent audit, independent director should have finance background. Why? Because it is actually moving to that is inside to outside. Anything which is getting shared by company to the public, even the investor or anyone, should be validated by shareholder. So, my opinion, ESG would be a good option, opportunity available. Practicing, most of the people are practicing, you have this auditing, IFC, M&A, consultant, these are all options you have, correct? Or employment, you have service or manufacturing sector, you have startup companies and all. Plus, ESG and sustainability is a new area of opportunity. Specialist services, business analyst, equity analyst, for treasury forex services, M&A, there's a due diligence process, negotiations, compliance, rating agencies, IPO, investment bases, startup companies, you can be appointed as human directors as well. But here, this ESG and sustainability, very, very small number of people are enabled to do the ESG related audit. Now, Big Fours are actually pushing very, very hard on that because they are trained resources for ESG audit. And with another 1,000 companies coming into the picture, Big Four cannot do. It's huge. And we have what? We have CAR is doing this audit. CAR, CRISIL, ICRA, or rating agencies are doing this ESG audit. Second, there are some very small setup firms which is doing the energy audit. Earlier it was doing energy audit. They are also stepping into ESG audit as well. Because energy is also checking whether we are emitting correct energy or not. So it's an opportunity available. And for that opportunity, we need to unlearn something. We have to learn something new, which is very important. And Zepto we are all using, no? Earlier we are using what? Groceries. Big basket.
Big basket.
So we forgot actually. To that extent it is, no, I'm saying nothing wrong. I'm saying it is going too fast. Too fast. What we require? We require quality time. Only two things. Quality and time. The quality and time can be advanced or maybe done very quickly by only technology. I have another slide, I will tell you. Mobile phone, without knowing that this is an instrument that is taking away the torch, and computer, and the camera, and newspaper, and Fitbits related equipments. So it is not like alarm. It is not alarm. Alarm business is gone. It is not desktop. The desktop business is gone. It is not camera per se. Camera is gone. So one technological advancement may actually take away the traditional business. So whether we are going to be the traditional business, something will come and takes away our this thing, or maybe we may be relearning something still relevant in the future for the next 20 years. At least next 10 years. We should not be like Google, we should be like ChatGPT 4.0. So take for example, we are talking about the gap between the person qualified in 2022 and person qualified in 2025, or maybe 4 years gap. 4 years gap is actually a question of one generation gap. 4 years is actually not one generation because of the fact that they are ahead in the curve in terms of learning. So if it is going to be like 4 years gap is going to be a decade, if we are behind by 10 years, it is going to be like 19th century for a period of time. So it will take what I look at is that if somebody is at 25 years compared with me, not only the age, it is a question of how much he is spending time on his reading. Suppose he is taking 2 hours time to understand something, it may require some more. It may require 4 hours of time for me to read, to understand. The gap is only additional 2 hours. Otherwise, both are same. Correct? It is like traveling one location to another location. Somebody is going by bike, he will reach early. Somebody is going by cycle, it will reach late. But reaching is certain. But we need to have that kind of patience to do that. First and foremost thing, you have come across she has also come across this, At the point in time service tax was there. You have to unlearn. Then again GST. We had excise duty. Unlearn, learn GST. And of course, new income tax also is going to come. So, over a period of time, if you look at last 10 years, I would say, last 10 years, lot of things have happened. Last 10 years only. Those who are studying 1956 Company Act, relevant up to 2013. Something was there for 70 years relevance, lost their business, like mobile phone. Lost their business. I know each and 656 section, I know, not alone know. I know every Tamil Nadu Act, Tamil Nadu Sales Tax Act, Andhra, Karnataka, Maharashtra, no relevance. It's only GST. So, we have already exercised we have demonstrated our ability to grow, ability to learn new things. But over a period of time, we need to learn this as well. As I said, if somebody requires 5 days or maybe even say 1 month time for them to understand, you may require 2 months. Better spend 2 months. Nothing wrong with that. You are going to be a major participant in this journey. Major participant. See, there are some lead indicators we need to understand. Lead indicator, like AI is going up, all other parameters also simultaneously will go. The opportunities. So why it was not there in the earlier 2012? Business responsibility report was there. Now it is business sustainability report also getting added. In 2021, so last 10 years that has changed. So let us take this opportunity and we need to hone our skills as well. So previous process may not be relevant. You would have seen, of course, 3 years ago, Audit disturbs accounting world finishes in 30 seconds. By technology, most of our regular operations, we have been saying that we are very, very good at. If you take some 10 parameters where I am good at, all the 10 can be taken away by something. Like some older people say that I am very good at drafting, very good English. Now it's ChatGPT is correct now. It is not static, it's dynamic also. You can type, please improve further. He improves. So take that as a base. Okay, you are looking at like it's a benefit for me, but look at the other perspective. Oh, this is taking away our ability to write something new without errors. So look at this, and this is management by exceptions. It will throw like something which is more than 1 crore, something which you don't have, the PO is not matching. We are saying at the client place, automation. By having automation, lot of normal activity, bookkeeping will get automated. So all exception report will be shown here, and by that you can come out of having 15 people, 35 days for completing the audit. This is not required. So most of the bigger companies are concluding the audit by 15th of April. Correct? How Infosys is closing on 2nd of April. So much of automation is being done. And that tool, like mobile phone, earlier it was 50,000, now it is available for 20,000, the same specs. There's a lot of new tools have come. Lot of new tools. AP new tools, AR, ERP related. ERP was a big one. Now ERP is nothing. Because we are all having one tool which is meeting GST, income tax, capital budgeting, forecasting, everything. ERP will not give forecasting. There are some tools which is there in the forecasting. There are a lot of startup companies we are talking about. No, they are all promoting this. They are creating something new, which is meeting the requirement of the consumer. So instead of doing the bookkeeping related, as she has also mentioned that CFO role, why it is required to be taken, because strategic things we need to participate. So it will be staying relevant. This is one of the things. It requires a lot of, it is not just giving a sort of information. You have to work on the information and you have to communicate to the investors. So that kind of work is required to be taken. While we are discussing today about climatic change, world leaders with so much of flight traveling from one location to another location to reduce carbon footprint. Okay, let them do that. But what we can do? we can do like removing this and having glass bottles, and even mails. Mails will have huge impact. I'll give you one snapshot. One email is 1 gram of carbon dioxide. Okay, this is a report that written. If thank you mail, if the thank you mail is being removed, 16,433 tons of carbon dioxide can be saved in a day. One mail less.
Or one compact mail which addresses everything instead of to and back and forth and sort of communication with no quality.
Actually, A is sending mail, copy to C to information, copy to B to look at, copy to E, thinking, showing that he is working. There are n number of people, and B is asking the question to A, again copy to B. So, no, something like small email will have so much of carbon footprint reduction is very important. I think I am able to cover this 4 o'clock. Before 4.
You are right on that.
Any question? Any comments?
District to which we have some honors.
No, as I said, one, while she was presenting, I said 3 things: knowledgeable, likable, approachable. The knowledgeable is can be derived in 2 ways. One, we have to read on our own. Second, there are a lot of sessions available in the Google itself. ESG related sessions are available. Read on your own. We said one manufacturing sector sustainability reporting, one service sector. Maybe like something new service sector, something established service sector. Even for 1,000 companies, you have there are 500 companies are one bracket. Another, if you look at 1,000 last company in the 1,000 list, it will be very, very small. Very, very small as compared to the first one. Something would be 3 lakh crores, 5 lakh crores would be there. This would be something like 10,000 crores. So, I expect these questions to come. That is the reason I said that if the engineer can understand within 1 hour, he can understand within 3 hours. All technicalities cannot be something which is not learnable at all.
It's more like having some measures like how you measure pollution in water, how you are doing it. So it is like learning those techniques from the
taking action on this. Yeah. Taking action on this.
Is there any course, sir, regarding this learning?
No, this is there. Courses are there. Certifications are all there. See, like you have what is a general manager taxation, correct? Vice president taxation, vice president accounts payable, vice president treasury, vice president finance, correct? But like a CFO, what is the role? CFO taxation or CFO AP? Huh? Okay, somebody is managing director, either from finance, operation, quality, any one domain only. No? He cannot be a master of all the domains. He can be from finance, HR, operations, quality, marketing, be anything. How he is able to perform as a CEO? How he is able to perform as managing director? Simple reason, he is able to understand. He spends time. In the initial phase, he will be spending a lot of time in understanding this. So in finance itself, I am saying, one has to be very clear on 3 aspects, 3 subjects. One is accounting, second one is taxation, third one is treasury. If you are not able to cover all the 3, you will not be able to provide any solution, any meaningful solution. Because treasury is about cash. Simple, for mergers, what is required? You need to understand the valuation. The valuation is a financial aspect of this. What is there in the book, what is there in the market, you will understand, then you will put it whether it's going to be goodwill or not, mergers. Everything is financial reporting, how the investor is looking at the merger. That is one, financial. Second one is merger requires a capital to be sourced. You are going to pay that amount, no? Something acquisition or merger, you are acquiring a company, you need to pay some amount. Whether you are going to have own money or you are going to borrow from India or outside India, what is the method, whether it is a regular term loan or structured term loan, or you are going to give your property for this, or you are going to give a guarantee against which you are going to get the loan, whether the getting loan from in the US is cheap, or whether you are exposing yourself to foreign currency, everything is related to treasury. Correct? Taxation. In case of merger or in the case of acquisition, what is the tax impact? So, if you take any comprehensive view on any of the matters, all the three are important. Other than that, you can have secretarial, you can have legal. This is all you can buy that only for that aspects. No? I think with our chartered accountancy knowledge, we know that which one we require secretarial approval, which one we require legal approval. To the extent we have been trained. Only thing is that for something other than the normal accountant, we need to have the knowledge in three, expertise in three aspects: accounting, treasury, and taxation.
See, you are saying we have to get knowledge about ESG and we have to learn much more about ESG. Maybe if in future, now top 1,000 companies are only reporting on sustainability side. So next 1,000 companies will also join in later on days. How the companies will give the work to the unexperienced person? Even though I have learned, even though I have knowledge, they will prefer the experienced persons, sir.
Please get associated with somebody who is going to do other 1,000, no?
Mentored by the person, then get.
I'm saying get 90% of the knowledge through this. Economic Times, if you follow, last but the previous page, the 15th page, it covers only climate change related. The entire page is actually for climate related issues. It could be ESG, it could be on wastages, it could be on financing. So these are all covered in the page number 15. Every day, maybe 3 days. I think 2 days.
Not every day.
2 days. 2 days a week. So it requires time. I understand that it requires time, but it's worthwhile to spend time on this. Instead of saying, okay, this has come after I pass CA. So I don't know anything. Like we are all like doctors. Doctors cannot say, no, COVID has come only now. I don't know anything about COVID. And it has come only in 1920. After that, it's only 2020. I was not born at the point in time. I was not studying during this period. So this how you are. I think the knowledge we are going to have it by studying will be much more deeper than whether we are going to practice it on that. Our ability to understand new things will be. Then sustainability bond also, no? There is going to be, in my opinion, in 3-4 years it is going to be a major one. If somebody asking you, so you may not know about DRSR, but somebody saying sustainability bond, what is this bond is all about, how is the returns, whether you can invest, you need to have some knowledge. Nothing is waste. In terms of knowledge, nothing is waste. I didn't expect some questions would come in this subject. So dry. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Ganesh Sankaraman, when I spoke to him, he said that the last session, how many will stay back? You know, usually the last session, people actually leave. I think today also it has happened. A couple of them have left. So, but still the very few who stayed back really wanted to learn what you had to offer. And I think we took a lot of inputs today. So thank you so much. And for your time also, thank you so much. And thank you wonderful ladies for being here. So on behalf of SIRC of ICA, I thank all of you for the time. And we had a wonderful time spending and moving on. Thank you so much.